Welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is match day. The Springboks and the All Blacks will be kicking off later today at Mbombela Stadium at 5 o'clock. And the big sort of question that we're going to be asked every single day is how can we watch the game? Now, today I'm going to be telling you how you can watch the game without paying for any subscription service. And it's an option where if you've done it before, you might not be able to do it again. But we did a video earlier this week sort of saying that there are various ways of watching the game and various broadcasts depending where you are. But the big sort of news is that one of the broadcasters, Stan Sport, the Australian broadcaster, has a free trial. And you can use Stan Sport to watch all of the Rugby Championship matches. So here's the catch, though. You obviously have to either be in Australia, which a lot of people aren't, or else you're using a VPN. And we recommend using ExpressVPN because we have tested it and it does work. Now, Stan, for example, is $20 Australian a month, which works out to be about 230 Rand. So it costs next to nothing, really. But as I said, there is a free trial. So if you were to sign up for the free trial, you could watch this week, next week. You can watch both South Africa versus All Blacks games, as well as the Australia versus Argentina games, without paying anything. Now, in terms of how to do it, basically what you're going to do is you're going to download ExpressVPN. We've got a link in the description of here, in below, and I recommend doing it anyway because there's a lot of different ways you can watch rugby if you've got a VPN. And we do videos every single week how to watch the URC, how to watch the championship, and basically we're going to show you exactly how you can watch all the best games around the world for the cheapest or free where possible sort of methods possible. So what you're going to do is you're going to download ExpressVPN, and you are then going to connect to an Australian server. And basically what that does is that geolocates your device so that it thinks it's in Australia. And then you're going to sign up for the Stan free trial, which according to the website is 30 days actually. So you can get 30 days, which means you'll get both Australian games as well. You're going to sign up for that free trial. And that's it, basically. You're going to be able to watch the game without having to pay for SuperSport or anything like that, depending on where you are in the world. Go and download ExpressVPN. Go and get that Stan subscription. And to be honest, I think it's probably worth, going with Stan anywhere. If you want, or for example, if you want to go with your mates, for example, you can get Stan Premium, which I think with Sport is about $30 a month. Which, as I said, works out to be about, I think that's about 350 Rand. But you can watch four different devices. So you can go and get 3 mates, pay less than 100 Rand each, and watch the entire Rugby Championship. So the Stan trial is 30 days free trial. The Sport, however, is 7 days, which means that, you'll be able to watch both the All Blacks games, and then you'll probably have to pay a minimum of $20 Australian dollars a month, which is really not that much. As I said, go and chat to a few mates. Stan standard is $24, and you can watch 3 screens. So you and each mate can pay still less than 100 Rand to watch the Rugby Championship. Let me know if you have any questions down in the comments below. Please do smash like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon.
Hello everybody and welcome to Favorite Rugby on Fair Sports. And Jacques Nienaber has just announced his side to take on the All Blacks on Saturday in the first Rugby Championship match of 2022. Kickoff was at 5 o'clock at the Mbombela Stadium, and it is a red-hot Springbok side which has been selected. The big news is Curtly Arendse has been backed to face the All Blacks. Malcolm Marx will make his 50th Test appearance for the Springboks in the starting lineup, as well as a surprise inclusion on the bench. And unfortunately, no return for the two veterans in France and Dwayne Vermeulen. But before we look at the team itself, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We will have the press conferences as Jacques Nienaber will explain this team selection a bit more later on today, as well as having a live show later today. We will discuss the team. We will look at exactly what calls have been made by the Springbok staff, as well as what we can sort of expect from the side come Saturday when the kickoff gets underway at 5 o'clock. But in terms of the team, this is how we will line up. And it's a pretty expected 23, I would say. But a couple of surprise inclusions, especially with a starting berth for Malcolm Marx, who has very much been coming off the bench to phenomenal effect, really. But in his 50th test, he will run out and start. I think one of his first starts, in terms of him starting in Bongi Manambi coming off the bench, it's almost World Cup era type vibes. But if we look at the side and in the starting front row, Trevor Nyakane, Malcolm Marx, Frans Malherbe, I mean, it's world class, isn't it? Trevor Nyakane, Frans Malherbe both started the Wales third test, so you did expect to see them starting again, but usually starting next to Bongi and Manambi. The second row, Evan Etzenbeth will make his 101st test appearance for the Springboks next to Lourdes de Jager. Siya Kolisi will captain the side as expected. Pierre-Steph du Toit will look to continue to try and grow into his form in the number 7 jersey, but Jasper Wiese will be in the number 8 jersey. No return for Dwayne Vermeulen this week. It was always going to be touch and go. They did confirm last week if they were to try and pick a team on Thursday last week, for example, that Dwayne Vermeulen would not be fit because he was basically a week behind in training. So by those sort of accounts, it does look like he might be able to feature next weekend at Ellis Park. Whether he will, we'll wait and see. But until then, Jasper Wiese is the second choice number 8, and he has once again been backed. Was pulled off early against Wales in the third test and replaced by Kwagga Smith. But he did also have a man of the match performance in the first test. So he'll be looking to try and replicate that performance rather than the one which saw him getting binned early on. Faf de Klerk returns to the starting lineup and with a massive point to prove. Jaden Hendrickse had found his way into the starting lineup on 2 occasions against Wales and in fact had actually benched Faf de Klerk. And the Springbok sort of staff very much sort of saying that this was an indication that anybody could be losing their spot either as a starter or within the 23 if other players were to step in and done a better job. And it doesn't always necessarily mean a better job as in played better, but in terms of doing a job as a starter or doing a job as a finisher better than the person who currently holds that position. And Jaden Hendrickse definitely put up his hand. However, going into a massive clash against the All Blacks, Faf de Klerk has been recalled. And I think what's an aspect of his game which doesn't get enough attention is how important he is to the Springbok defense system. His rush defense, his reading of the game is absolutely vital, especially against an All Blacks in terms of cutting off quick ball, in terms of cutting off space and making sure that the All Blacks don't get to use the entire sort of width of the field. Andre Pollard will be coming off the back of a much better performance in the third test, where he looked a little bit more like the general that we had sort of come to know during his performance in the World Cup. And the back three with Makazole Mapimpi, who will look to try and get some better form, hasn't had as much opportunity with ball in hand as he'd probably like. So he'll be definitely wanting to get his hands on the ball a bit more this weekend. Damian Willemse continues the number 15 jersey after an electric World Series where he very much could have been named player of the series. But Curtly Arendse, the very big selection, has come in place of Cheslin Colby. A lot of speculation where they might go with Jesse Creel, who's a bit of a safer option potentially because he's played there before. But they have backed the youngster in Curtly Arendse after his impressive performance against Wales. And in the midfield, Damon Dealendi Lekanya, as we expected, probably one of the 2 best centre combinations in the world. Off the bench, Bongi Manambi has got a rare time in the number 16 jersey. He's probably become quite accustomed to the starting lineup, but he'll be next to Steven Kitshoff and Vincent Koch. So a very impressive loose chair coming off. I mean, there is really not much difference between the starting front row and the second front row. And a very, it just sort of shows you the impressive depth, especially when you think that somebody like a Rateko Baditswe or Oxen Chair doesn't get into this 23. We've gone with a 6-2 split, which means, and quite interestingly, we've gone with an extra lock on the bench. Salman Murat will get his second appearance for the Boks if he comes off the bench this weekend. Franco Moster being listed as a utility forward, can play the flank, can play in the lock as well, obviously, or more naturally. So he gives you the versatility where you can go a lock and a loose forward and Franco Moster, or you can go two loose forwards and Franco Moster, because he is so versatile. We saw the Boks using Arthur Snyman and Francois Lowe and Franco Moster off the bench to brilliant effect during the World Cup. This time, Salman Murat is adding a bit of bulk to the bomb squad. Kwagga Smith, who is in electric form, and people finally starting to really respect what he does in the Boks shirt. Jaden Henderson, Billy LaRue, the two backline replacements. And we did come up a bit short in the second test, where Grant Williams had to spend some time on the wing, as well as in the third test, where Dave Williams had to shift into inside centre. But the Springboks very much still sticking to that DNA of a 6-2 split, backing the fact that Kwagga Smith can fill in the backline if there is an injury crisis. For me, it's a very impressive side. It's a very strong side. I think it is the strongest 23 we have at our disposal. Unfortunately, for Frans Steyn, there's no room for him. Whether there will become room for him in later the tournament remains to be seen. But the biggest issue, I think, is that they very much want to include Billy LaRue because of his playmaking abilities, especially in sort of the second half. But David Williams at this stage is playing too well to be left out. So I think, if we've gone a year ago, Billy LaRue starting fly half and David Williams fulfilling that Frans Steyn role, kind of switched up a little bit. So interesting to see how this sort of pans out and what role Frans Steyn will take within the squad moving forward. Let me know what you think about the team down in the comments below. Please do smash a like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven, and I'll chat to you soon.
Jacques, maybe let's start with the choice of Kurt Lee at wing. Last couple of tests when Damon's getting back, he also had Jesse as an option there as a wing. What decided in Kurt Lee's favour?
Yeah, we just thought that Kurt Lee performed well in that second test against Wales, and there's a lot of similarities if you look at his game versus Cheslin's game, so we think we get a like-for-like player there. And like I said, probably rewarding performance. I thought he really played well on wing.
Maybe you should also, sorry, good afternoon, Coach, good afternoon. Just your thoughts on Malcolm Marx reaching that milestone. Is it about him reaching that milestone, or do you think he's better suited for this particular match this coming weekend?
No, we always want to make it special for players if they play, if it's possible. It's not always possible. If it's possible, we want to always, if a guy plays a milestone test match, it's nice to start him. Not to say that we won't rotate like we've done in the past, where we would start Kitsi and put Trevor on the bench, or vice versa. So, but in this specific game, it's always nice if a guy achieves a milestone game and you can start him off the bench. But it suits him to start, play off the bench. Like I said in the past, especially our front rows, if you look at the front rows that we have selected, they work as a unit together, and they've got specific roles that they have to fulfill, and we're comfortable that Malcolm will fulfill the role as a starter and Bongi will fulfill it when he comes off the bench.
And the man next to you, you're reasoning on bringing the experience of the team?
No, I think if you look at Faf, I mean, he's been with us for a while, very experienced, and we've won big games with him in the past, World Cup and British and Irish Lions series, and it's nice to have him back in the mix. I think we will need him. We always in this particular game, and his skill set. That's the reason why we decided to go with him.
Jock, sorry. Jock, it's interesting how looking at the past series, the July series. What lessons did you take from what Ireland did that you can kind of copy and paste for this game?
Yes, no, I don't think I'm going to go too much in what we took out of those games. I think obviously Ireland is a quality side. I think, and that's the one thing they pitched with intensity, and the execution was quite good in the plan that they had. So I think that's the thing. We're not Ireland, we're not Leinster, we don't play like them. But the main thing that we took out of that, whatever plan you decide to tackle the All Blacks with, you will have to bring intensity and you'll have to bring accuracy within that plan.
It's interesting that you say you guys play differently, but what if you look at the last game, Ireland scored twice with rolling mauls, if I remember correctly. So you must be encouraged that is a success. That seemed to, because that is really your your bread and butter.
Yeah, I think I think they will be different. Obviously, when you play a game and there's a weakness in your game, you fix that. So I'm sure they will be working very hard on it.
Jacques, you've pretty much stacked forwards with line-out specialists. Have you pretty much identified that one of the weaknesses that the All Blacks had, especially in the third test, was the line-out and how Ty Bain in particular exposed that?
Yeah, I think it comes down with the plan that they have. We know Peter Manny is very good contester. Coached him at Munster. It's one of his strengths in the front of the line out. And I thought, they used him well. But they had a specific plan with New Zealand, and they put New Zealand under pressure because they were accurate in that. You can say up. But again, like I say, I think it's something. Whenever we have an issue in our game, we try and fix it immediately. So I'm sure they would have worked on that.
Jacques, there's been a lot of talk, obviously, about the forwards and the line out, the maul. Everyone's talking about the maul. So how important is it to find other ways of unlocking their defence? Because obviously, as you said, they've worked on this.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. You must have balance, and I think Ireland had balance. They scored with maul tries, but they also had other means of attacking New Zealand from line out. So I think, that's the main thing. The line out or line out to maul will always be a big part of the game, and it's an exciting part of the game because there's a lot of technical and tactical decisions you have to make as a defensive side in terms of how you're going to control that, and then that might open up space somewhere else. Which then you can attack if you then so want to. Yeah.
Just saying that, you obviously you talked about a lot of things you needed to fix in your own game. That Welsh series, accuracy being one of them. New Zealand obviously very good on turnover ball. You guys did drop quite a few balls and weren't punished in the Welsh series for those. It could be different if you make the same mistakes.
Yeah, that's probably latch on to the question that was asked earlier. What do you learn out of Ireland is the accuracy and the intensity that they brought to those test matches. New Zealand is a formidable side. You don't beat them often, anybody for that sake. And one of their big strengths is their transition attack. We will have to be accurate in terms of what we do.
Jacques, how big will be the conversion of opportunities in this particular set of matches starting on Saturday? Because again, you look at the first and the third test against Wales, where the Boks spent a lot of time in Wales' 22, but didn't kind of get the rewards that they looked for. Whereas Wales, for example, would get into the 22 first up and score. So how much effort has been put into addressing that conversion of opportunities?
Yeah, no, listen, when you play a quality side like New Zealand, especially in the test matches between South Africa and New Zealand, you're lucky if you get two opportunities, and you must use those two opportunities. So that's definitely something that we spoke about.
Jacques, there's also in this one, one kind of always feels for the coaches that are under pressure. Ian Foster is a guy under a lot of pressure. How do you feel about that whole dynamic? Is it, in a way, do you have a kind of empathy or sympathy there, or just in that scenario? Because I guess the saying always goes, there's only two types of coaches, ones that have been fired and ones that will be fired. So there's that whole dynamic coming into it as well.
I think listen, I think if I in any way comment on what's happening in their camp and how he feels, that will be purely speculation, because I don't know what their deal is and how they operate between him and the CEO and stuff like that. So but yes, I think as coaches and as players, we know that representing your country in rugby, especially in countries that have a rich rugby tradition like South Africa and New Zealand, there's always going to be pressure if you're a coach or a player, and you are two poor games away from being dropped or two poor games away from being fired, I think, and that's the reality, and one lives with that.
When it comes to this match, and you will correct me if I'm wrong, the language out of both games is very diplomatic, very carefully, very sensitive. Is it the case of teams, coaches, players respecting each other, or because I can argue that your supporters are of the opinion that you guys should hit the dog while it's down.
Yeah, I think that the key thing for us, I think in both games, a lot of respect. And I think in both games, just sticking with what is reality. There's a lot of the moment we start giving out to what's happening in each other's camps, it's purely speculation. And we know it's going to be a tough test match. It's New Zealand. It's not a team that you beat often. So it will be a hard-fought test match, and that's the reality. So no, it's not trying to evade questions, just staying with the reality, and that is the reality, Percy.
I can't remember what your record is at the stadium. I know 3 matches been played here, so about 3 test matches. Are you guys hoping to maintain whatever the record is here? What is your experience? I know you mentioned last week you haven't been here with the Springboks. What is your experience? What have you done, learned so far the past couple of weeks, and a half so far about the win?
Me?
You, sorry, coach.
Ik ben het andere gewend.
I've got no clue, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the thing. It's history. I don't know. But what we've learned, listen, yes, I really enjoyed the 2 weeks that we were here. The people are unbelievably friendly, and they bent over backwards to accommodate us and to help us in any which way they could. And we had an awesome time. Like Faf said, we had a great camp last week. The prep up to today, it's only one and a half days gone, but the prep's been good so far.
Jacques, do you guys derive any inspiration from the efforts of the Blitzboks over this weekend in the Commonwealth, and with the big 2 months for you guys in the Rugby Championships and the Blitzboks with the World Cup Sevens in September? Do you think you can sort of ride each other's momentum over the next couple of months?
Yes, listen, I said to Rassi this morning, I think the rugby department's one area that's actually, or is one area in which in SA Rugby is currently smiling. If you think the Blitzboks winning Commonwealth or gold medal, and if you even think the women's 15, the first time ever they've won abroad, and to beat, I think Japan has been on the trot for about 10 games, so to go and beat them in Japan is a massive shift from the women's, and even the women's sevens, quite depleted. They did one spot better, I would say, that they did last time in Commonwealth, and a lot of the girls are playing for the 15s, so I think the women's rugby is building nicely within SA Rugby. It's a big focus point, and we try from our side, the Springboks, to invest as much as we can if we have time available. And then obviously, I thought the junior box also did well. So I think, and I didn't see the SA Schools game. It was before the test match that we played in Cape Town, but the 2 SA Schools sides played against each other. But I think all in all, there's a lot of pressure on us because the other teams are performing, so that puts nice pressure on us. But it's nice to see that things are working and turning nicely in the rugby department.
I just want to check just on a technical point. Curtis is back with the squad now. He's passed his medical. He's fine. Is he up for selection in the next couple of weeks?
I think he's only returned to training now, so but not squad training yet. So he's slowly getting introduced back into rugby, but not contact yet. So he will go through level 1 contact introduction, then level 2, then level 3 on a more technical note. So he still has to go through that. So he's cleared surgically. They're happy with how the surgery went and how the healing took place. But now it's just to introduce him back into rugby and into contact, particularly.
Do you expect him to still play a role somewhere in the Rugby Championship, or is this more looking further ahead than that?
No, listen, I think the earliest, let's say everything goes 100% according to plan, and in terms of returning him back into contact, and he passes every marker, I think the first time that he will be technically up for selection will probably be against Australia. I'm not sure the first or the second game, but it will be one of those 2 games that technically, if there's not a hiccup, or if he doesn't struggle with something, then from a medical point of view. From a rugby point of view, I think yes, he's done a lot of fitness, and then obviously if you haven't played for a while, it takes some time, especially 9s and 10s. I mean, when Ella came back, you you kind of expect something like that, especially your decision makers, your 9s and 10s, if they haven't played rugby for a while, it takes you 2 to 3 games to get back into it. So it will probably be the same with him.
Jacques, the conversation has always been about the All Blacks being desperate after their loss against Ireland. How do you as a Bok management deal with the All Blacks not being in a favourable position, whereas generally the boot has always been in the other foot?
Yeah, the same way which I answered Percy with. I mean, just saying reality. We got no control to spend energy and to think how they're feeling and how desperate would they be and what would they change. I mean, we've got no control over that. So the moment you start putting energy into that, you're wasting it. So we can only control what we can control, and we must make sure that they're not more desperate than us on the day. But that we can control. But we can't control the way they tackle the game and what they want to do with our maul and our style of play. We kind of stay in the reality side of things, which is the things we can control. So, yeah. I'm sure they will be desperate, just like we will be. They're always desperate. I mean, when 2 great rugby sides play each other, I think there's big desperation, and the special clash. There's always desperation, always on both sides.
Yes. So I can ask you one last English question. One of those questions you don't have any control over, but I'm still going to ask you this question though. Can I ask you though, would you want South Africans to be behind you guys specifically this weekend? I'm asking this question because this type of match has got a bit of a history, whether it's in Cape Town, whether it's in Tavega, whether it's up here in Nelspruit. Do you want South Africans to be solely behind the Springboks this time weekend or so?
Yeah, I would like our supporters to be. I think if you look at it, we've got lots of international supporters. So everybody who supports, I mean, I get mails from people in the US, mails of people who's in the Netherlands who supports us. So yes, obviously we would love South Africa to support us and South Africans to support us, but that, like you rightly said, that's not under our control. But we would like to make every Springbok supporter and fan, we would like to make them proud. And like I say, there's a lot of Springbok fans and supporters who's not South African.
And we are live. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is a Tuesday night and the Springboks have announced their squad for this weekend up against the All Blacks. The grudge match, the big match that we pretty much wait for on a yearly basis, is set to take place on Saturday with another repeat fixture in a week's time at Ellis Park. And Jacques Hinoba and his coaching staff have officially named the side to take on New Zealand. And it's a very interesting side with quite a lot of interesting changes, interesting decisions, some very big opportunities for some players. And for me, I think probably the biggest thing is that it is probably very close to the strongest 23 that we can put out within the squad of players who are fit. And also an interesting update, as the title of the video suggests, Rassie Erasmus is back with the Springboks. We're going to talk a little bit about that and what it could mean and what the sort of situation is with Rassie Erasmus. We've got quite a lot to talk about. Basically, we get to sort of really break down the team and sort of see where we're at and start sort of, start looking at kind of battles we can expect, for example, sort of major areas where we think the game will be won and lost, and sort of your reaction on the team itself. We did speak about quite a bit last night about sort of which selections we were going to make, where the interesting calls were to be, and I do think that we are, as I said, I think we are looking at something quite close to our strongest 23. In terms of players that were not available, I don't think Dwayne Vermeulen was past fit for selection. Kobus Reinach, for example, is out for the New Zealand series, but a positive update for him. He could be set to be available for the Australia series, which is very exciting because we haven't seen Kobus Reinach play for the Boks in quite a while. And then no France staying on the side, although he is fit as part of training. Kobus Reinach is back in training, but not taking contact, stuff like that. So, yeah, it's a very interesting side. It's a very interesting couple of days. We've then got It was interesting to see what the coaches. I mean, we spoke to both Sam Kane today as well as Jacques Nilba and Faf de Klerk, and the common sort of theme that we're seeing in both camps is neither one being willing to sort of rule the other one out. And obviously, as the All Blacks very much not ruling themselves out, I think probably more important rather than sort of looking to rule the box out. But so I think it's going to be an interesting couple of days of build-up. The All Black squad will be announced on Thursday, so we will obviously have that press conference up as well. We'll be there. Tomorrow we'll have another press conference up from the Springboks. We'll have Springbok content up every single day until Saturday. All Blacks will have no content up tomorrow, but we will have on Thursday. So plenty to sort of look out for. But yeah, get your questions down in the comments. Let me know what you think of the size. Let me know what you think of the match itself. What you think could be happening. What your sort of reaction was to the initial squad. And yeah, let's see who's in the comments. So I'm seeing JD was here. I see your Sprint Swart is here. Aldrina saying love the Marks are starting, best two in the world. Talking about the impact of the low fault. There's not that much sort of impact from an altitude perspective. I mean, it's not the high fault, which is playing at altitude. It's sort of literally sitting sort of halfway in between. So it's not obviously the same as playing at sea level, but there are conditions that will change because we are in the low fault here. And those sort of conditions will probably be your sort of the fact that it's set to be quite humid this weekend. The ball will probably be quite slippery. So that's something that they need to sort of adapt to and be prepared for. So yeah, from a conditions point of view, it is set to be quite warm. 30 degrees, I think, scheduled on Friday, which is quite nice. Hopefully nice clear weather for my drive back to Johannesburg. But Lituation saying Arts will step up, trust 100%. Southern Canvas saying, why has he come back though? Doesn't he like being direct anymore? Is Waterboy duty more enticing? We'll talk about Rusty Erasmus in a moment. Tim van den Berg says, Trevor ahead of Ox. Interested to see how Murat goes on as likely Evans understudy. Box in desperate need of second front jumper. I'm very excited that Arki is back training for Munster. Musa saying, please help me. What do the coaches see that I didn't see? But Murat, he doesn't boss the game line. Always defense is dominant. Is tackling, tight exchanges. Help me. What do they see in him? I think they see a potential future bar captain, to be perfectly honest. I think the Stormers also see a potential for a captain in him as well. Yeah, why does the Springboks announce teams so early? I don't actually know, to be honest. I know that they don't train on Thursdays, for example. So yeah, I think last year we sort of saw teams being leaked and stuff like that, and literally we saw a team being leaked, and we were supposed to play on, I think we were supposed to have the announcement on the Wednesday. It was leaked on like the Monday, and from the weekend after that they announced it on Tuesday, and they kind of just stuck with it. So I'm not quite sure why they've done it, whether we ever will go back towards not doing it that way, but it is why we do it at the moment. So we're running with it. How's that? I hope you're well. Tim Berg saying low fall about 650 meters above sea level, not Loftus tier. Silas says surprising to see Murat added from an All Blacks game. Interested to see how he stands up to them. Was hoping to see low carry on. Definitely PSDF to Tory replacement, says Brody. First of all, if we look at the side, so Trevor, Malcolm Marx, and Frans Malherbe, it's a pretty power gun front row, and Malcolm Marx starting because it's his 50th test, basically, and sort of Jacques Nilba saying that they try to always sort of start players on their sort of big occasions, as long as it doesn't affect the sort of the flow of the team. So they're not going to do it just for the sake, but if they can accommodate them, for example, if it is a situation where they are playing a major milestone match and them starting can still fit within what the plans are, then they said they do try to do it. So that is that was definitely a part of the factor. It wasn't just every single time you get to 50 means you start. It's just as long as it sort of aligns with the plan. And I think that Malcolm Marx is interesting because we've had so many people complain about the fact that he wasn't starting, and that he was so good off the bench, and people are saying he's so good off the bench, why doesn't he start? And now that he's starting, a lot of people are saying they're nervous about him not having finishing. So, and let's be honest, Malcolm Marx is probably in the top 2-3 best players in the squad at the moment. For me, the best hooker in the world, and incredibly important for the Springboks, and it's sort of become very important, especially in the latter stages of the game, because of his prowess around the breakdown. In that he wins such important penalties. And what's been very important about his game, in fact, de Klerk actually spoke about it in the press conference, is how hard he's worked on improving his line-out ability and making sure that he's no longer a liability when it comes to the set piece from a line-out perspective. So he has worked very hard on that. What I do say is I don't think there is a tremendous amount of difference between Bongi Mbambi and Malcolm Marx. Bongi Mbambi very much more confrontational, very aggressive in his ball carrying and defensive abilities. Malcolm Marx is sort of more quiet, a bit more reserved, but he will sit down people if he has to. He's not going to miss tackles. He's an incredibly physical presence, and then a phenomenal player at the breakdown. So I think it's a very good front row. I'm not surprised to see Trevor Nukani backed. A lot of people calling for Ox and Chair. I don't think there's much of a difference. But a year ago, I think Trevor Nukani was playing some of his best rugby. We've seen him in a Springbok shirt. So I've got no issue with him starting as well. And Stephen Kitchell's going to be the man off the bench. So it all comes down to who will start. In the second row, Ebenetse Betlo Diago, no surprises there. Sia Khaleesi, Pierce the Toy, and Jasper Wiese. Jasper Wiese under a little bit of pressure. I kind of feel like he's almost becoming that player that will always be under pressure, because unfortunately, he is a player that has a couple of mistakes in his game, but he can have absolutely blinded. And what we saw in the first Welsh test, for example, is his ball carrying ability, his sort of battering ram attitude. And I think against us in All Blacks defense, where a lot of people are saying they're not really sort of standing up, they're not really bringing the physicality, it's a very big weapon to have a Jasper Wiese who's just going to be running at them hard all day. So, but I do think he's under a bit of pressure because he was pulled off quite early in the third test for tactical reasons because he was having a bit of a mare. So a big opportunity for him to stake a claim, and I asked him when we had the press conference in Joburg, what's the competition like in the forwards, in the fact that there was still Master Sia there, Evan Roos was there, there was no Dwayne Vermeulen, but now Dwayne Vermeulen's back in the camp. So, Jasper Wiese will be sort of looking over his shoulder the entire time, we're saying, well, when Dwayne's back, they're going to want to put Dwayne in. My job is to basically make sure that they don't want to because I'm playing that well. So it's a big opportunity for him this weekend against the All Blacks to really stake a claim and just say that he is currently the number 2 8th man, but if he has another poor performance, the more sort of pressure would start moving towards maybe giving Evan Roos a go, maybe starting Quacker Smith and looking at other options. If Patrick Kirk comes back into the starting lineup, and I completely understand that situation, you want to have as much experience as you can in a match like this at the end of the day. And Patrick Kirk brings that experience. 39 tests. He'll be playing on 39th test on Saturday. He's back in the low files where he came through. Him and Vincent Cocker, former Pumas players that have come sort of through the environment. So good for them to sort of come back to make full circle. And no real surprise in the backline. The big sort of question mark was going to be, was Curtly Orense or was it Jesse Field? They've gone with Curtly Orense. And Jacques Inabar saying that very much he brings the same sort of qualities or the same sort of style, the same sort of aspect of the game that Cheslin Colby does. More than just the fact that he wears a scrum cap and he's just quite a small player. But he is very quick. He's got very good acceleration. He's very good with ball in hand. But I think the important thing, and when it comes to making it as a Springbok winger, it's about your off the ball work. It's about how much you will chase down balls, what you'll do defensively. You'll make sure that you've got to work very hard in the defense. And as someone who's a full back, he is quite comfortable under the high ball, which is quite important because we know there is going to be a massive kicking contest on Saturday. At the end of the day, if you think it's not, you just haven't been paying attention. And what we've actually seen is that globally, the amount of sort of in-game kicking is actually increasing. And the 50-22 rule, for example, I wouldn't say has necessarily reduced the amount of kickings. It's actually added it, but it's added a new dimension to the types of kicks we are seeing. Territory battles very much becoming quite important as the set piece becomes very central to a lot of teams' game plan. We're the same, so it's all about, for us, our tactical kicking was either, kicking to retrieve with up and unders and then putting pressure, turnover ball, for example, or it's a territory game in terms of waiting for them to make the first mistake. When they make a clearance, suddenly you've got a line out just outside the 22 where you can use a rolling ball, get yourself into attacking positions. So for me, I don't think there's anything wrong with the kicking game. It's about whether you can execute it correctly. And make sure that it actually becomes an attacking weapon. It becomes a way of moving forward and not just a sort of we've kind of run out of ideas, therefore we're going to go to the boot. But it will be a big kicking contest. The All Blacks will kick a lot. We'll kick a lot. That's what Test match rugby is. Test match rugby is not just keep the ball in the hand all the time, throw it around and see what happens. It's, there are such fine margins that things like a kicking battle, things like territory are very important in a Test match environment. On the bench, the big surprise is Salman Murat. And I think we have to be very honest at the moment is we need to look at managing workloads, for example. If Etzebeth goes down, who is our number 4? Who is stepping into that position? And that's kind of a bit of a problem because we don't really have a second choice. So Salman Murat is the second choice, number 4. And you've got Marvin Ori who can step in for Lua Diago. You've got Ruan Nokia who can step in. You've got Franco Mossad who can step in. But there are players who have all traditionally been a sort of second line jumper. They don't like to jump in the front. And a very sort of different type of player to an Eben Etzebeth. And Salman Murat is somebody who is incredibly highly rated by Rassie Erasmus and Jacques Nienaber. And I think that even when the Stormers as well, he's also very highly rated. So I don't think he's had his best season in the last season for the Stormers, but I was incredibly impressed with him at junior levels. And he does bring a lot of physicality. He is a very large player. I mean, there's one thing I can say that when you're within the environment. I mean, today, for example, you go to the press conference and all the Bok players are having lunch, stuff like that. You kind of walk past players, you say hi to players, stuff like that. There are certain players which you don't realize are as big as you might think they are. Salman Murat is a very big player. I mean, he's 2 meters tall. He's 116 kgs. He is a very large unit. And I do think he can be, maybe, I mean, nobody's going to be an Eben Etzebeth type enforcer, or Brody Retallick. They are very special, unique players. But I do think that he can bring that physicality and he can be quite an imposing player if he gets it right. And he might not have had the best season, but I think that he's somebody worth investing in. He captained the junior box. They do view him as a potential Springbok captain in the future. And we do need to look at our depth when it comes to if Eben Etzebeth goes down, what do we do? Because we've been incredibly blessed by the fact that Eben Etzebeth, generally touch wood, hasn't gone down. He's played 100 tests and he's 30 years old. That doesn't happen very often. I mean, you're only playing 12 sort of 13 tests a year. So he's been playing, for 10 years. I think there's a stat like he's missed like 5 tests or something stupid in that time. So it's amazing what sort of how we've never actually needed to worry about depth in that position because he just doesn't get injured. But if he does, we're going to suddenly have to sit back and go, hang on, what do we do now? So I don't mind the selection of Salman Murat. And I think that Franco Mossad has proved over the sort of last year that he can play on the flank. He can play at lock. He can play wherever he needs to be. So between Salman Murat, Franco Mossad and Kwagga Smith, we literally do cover 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 very easily. Kwagga Smith can play across the back row. Franco Mossad can play at 7, can play at both locks. Salman Murat can play at both locks. So we're very much covered with regards to how we want to make our impact in the second half. Jaden Hensford, Villaroo, I think was a nice player to be able to come off the bench. And it's interesting because obviously Villaroo not playing a very different role, but as I said last night that I still think that he'll be in the 23 because he is so important to the Bok game plan. As a first receiver alternative when he comes on, he dictates play. He's very good at reading the game. And I don't think he's ever going to get the praise he probably deserves from a large portion of the Springbok fan base. But I've got no issue with the selection. I think that we saw against Wales how important he can be for the Boks. And I think that it's a very useful thing for him to be coming off the bench and being able to bring that sort of calmness. And apart from that, it's a stunning bench. It really is. Going through some of the comments, Gareth saying they're told World Rugby they set the team on Tuesday and that's why they need referee back on Sunday. Did someone say they were hoping to see a replacement for Pierre-Steph the Toy? I think somebody said that somebody could be the next Pierre-Steph the Toy. Do you reckon we'll see the same sort of 23 when we go to Australia? I do think we'll see a few differences. Probably not too many, but maybe in that. Also, again, it also depends on the results. If you go bang bang and you beat New Zealand twice, for example, you go to Australia and win the first game, you could probably afford to maybe make a couple of changes. The thing with the Rugby Championship is that we are seeing now a change in format. We're seeing back-to-back games. You'll play against one team both away, one team both at home, and then one team one away, one at home. So we've got back-to-back away games against Australia. And last year we lost both of those games. So we've got a big thing to prove when we go to Australia. I do think we'll tend to try and rotate a bit more when we go to Argentina. Or rather when Argentina come here, and if things go right, and you've wrapped up the Rugby Championship, for example, by the time Argentina come to Durban in September, you've got a license. But I don't think we're going to see that much rotation because we know in the back of our minds we've got an end of year tour where we are going to be playing midweek matches. Apparently, could even play a midweek match against a New Zealand 15. So there's so much opportunity in the end of year tour to give Evan Roos go. He could play 240 minutes in a Bok jersey in those 3 sort of midweek games, as well potentially playing against Italy. Somebody like Intutu could get 150 minutes of near test match rugby. Players like Son Murat can get a start, for example. Players like Joseph Dweber can really sort of give it a lot of opportunity to say, right, listen, just prove us to number 3. You have a couple of hours on the wings. We need to see something from you to sort of say that you can do this job. I don't think we'll see that much rotation during the Rugby Championship because we've got that end of year tour opportunity. Do you think there's an element of doubt running through the All Blacks in these times? It seems they are unsure of their abilities because of Ireland. I hope we can take advantage of that. There has to be. They very much said that they're not, but there has to be. There has to be a certain amount of we're not what we used to be. And I think with that comes a lot of pressure in terms of they're kind of feeling that they're letting the New Zealand brand down, which is a huge thing when you think of how big New Zealand rugby is, how important that brand is, how much history goes into that All Black jersey. And I do think a lot of the moment they've kind of feeling that they're letting the brand down. And therefore, they're going to be incredibly hungry to prove a point. And if there was ever a time to prove that this All Black side is still the All Black side, it would be beating the Springboks in South Africa, especially maybe not so much as this week as the next week, because I think for me, beating the All Blacks in Ellis Park, when beating Springboks in Ellis Park, is as big a game you can get outside of World Cup and a British and Irish Lions series. I genuinely do. Outside of a Lions test, outside of a World Cup quarter semi-final, the biggest game for an All Black is probably that away game at Ellis Park against the Springboks. Because it's the biggest rivalry in rugby, the Springboks All Blacks, and that is, the house of pain for the Boks. Ellis Park is where we get the job done. It's where we've won a World Cup. It's where we've beaten New Zealand. It's where, when in doubt, you take a team to Ellis Park at altitude with 65,000 people, and you say, right, beat us now. This is the cauldron really, and that's what we have next week. Brett, thanks so much. It's gifted 5 memberships. That's really, I think it's the first time somebody's actually gifted memberships, which is quite cool, and giving it to the OGs as well. So thanks so much, Brett, for the contribution. That really does mean a lot. Tian say Orange also a fair bit taller than Colby, might be helpful in the kick chase, similar to Freddie Stewart's role. Yeah, look, he's not that. Look, he is a bit taller, but he's not a big. I tell you what, that's somebody. You talk about people who are big. Kirkley Aronson walked past me today, and you could very well think he's part of the coaching staff. He just doesn't look like a rugby player. He's not. He's very trim. He's quite lightweight. I mean, he's about 76 kgs, and there's no criticism to him. But Colby, for example, like you've seen pictures of him without shirt and stuff like that. Colby's pretty heavy set. He's not a. He's I think he's 10 centimeters shorter than Kirkley Aronson, but he's the same weight, if not a little bit heavier. So Colby looks like he's quite a physical player. Kirkley Aronson kind of looks like a scrum half. And it doesn't help that he was sitting with Jaden Hendrickson, who's not particularly small scrum half. But he's quite a small figure. But he did the job against Wales, and I think he deserves an opportunity. Brett said not a huge fan of Ori. Big using the news. I forgot that sticker was up there actually. And he says, you think this is a good enough team to beat a wounded All Blacks team? I definitely do. So I missed a comment here. Have you had any interaction with the All Blacks team members yet? We had a stand-up today on the side of the field where we chatted to Sam Kane. I think it actually went live about half an hour ago. I think that, so we spoke to Sam Kane, and I think sometimes it's almost quite nice to sort of move away a bit from rugby in terms of they were just sort of basically saying, how nice it is for them to be kind of touring again, because this is the first time the All Blacks have been in South Africa for 4 years. So some of these guys are touring South Africa for the first time ever, because if they didn't come here in the Super Rugby in 2019, there was no Super Rugby 2020, there was no Super Rugby for us in 2021, and then we've left. So, I think for them, unfortunately, from a South perspective, I think these 2 weeks for them, or a week rather, is probably exactly what they needed. getting away from New Zealand, getting away from the pressure, and there is probably no better place to reset than the Lowveld. I mean, they've got a day off tomorrow, and so I think majority of them are sort of heading into the Kruger. You probably find if I go off to the golf course tomorrow, I'll probably see a couple of them out there. But I actually I might even see them in Kruger because I'm going first thing in the morning. So yeah, I think that's probably it seemed like a very relaxed environment when we were there today. We watched them train for about 15 minutes. The intensity was up there, but it did seem like a pretty relaxed environment. And I think it's a side who have chosen their location very well. For example, they're very much in a bubble, not a bio bubble, but you go to the hotels all sort of cordoned off, and they've got their own sort of space. They're training at their venue, so they're not having to travel to different places. And I think they've sort of found themselves quite a nice environment where they can just sort of let loose a little bit and not be in the public eye so much. So I think it'll be quite conducive for them to really sort of reset and get ready for this weekend. Side camera says he did come off a long-term injury during the lockdown, though. If you're talking about, I'm not sure what you're talking about. As a big Stormer fan, I think, I think you're talking about Salman Murat, because he did, for example. Mr. Boss is a big Stormer fan. I think Smith was better in the URC, hoping I'm wrong, but as in Cape Stadium and never did boss the collisions. He's too light for number 4 bruiser. I mean, look, he's not. As I said, when you see him in person, it's one thing. It's so interesting because our reference point are heights and weight, aren't they? So you'll go and see, oh, well, he's this height, he's this tall, and he's this heavy. So you'll go and sit there saying, well, this guy's bigger. But I can tell you right now, Salman Murat is a large player. Like when you stand next to him, he's large. I certainly wouldn't want to tackle him. But Peanut Vag says 4.5 locks, 3.5 loosies. If Contender saying nearby backs, the 6-2 split versus All Blacks, he was proper willpower. I'd prefer a 5-3 split. Happy for Kirkley to get a start. Stay and Creel should feel hard done by. Garen says, glad to see Faf start. He needs to be on his game. Kicking game needs to be on point, 100%. Peanut Vag says, what if they play short lines and don't contest our lineup ball, quick line and ruck like they've done before? Well, I'm going to have to adapt, aren't we? Who do you think the winner is the most important for SA or All Blacks? I think the All Blacks need to win more than we do, but playing at home, there's a lot of pressure for this team to perform. And unfortunately, and whether it's fair or not, this team doesn't get credit even if they do win games. It's not enough winning games for this team. It's about how you win them now, which I don't really agree with. I think it's about winning games, and if you can do that in a pretty way, fantastic. Even if you can't, if you're winning games, it's a small price to pay for me. Mr. Bart says, Stephen, when is Kane Moody back? He's the backup 15 and 14 proper thoroughbred. He's the real deal. I don't know. I think he will be back for the URC at some stage. I haven't got a definite time. So I'm not entirely sure when he will be back. But I think he is the real deal. I mean, we're not going to see him before the World Cup, and nor should we. Give him another season of him playing at URC level, and then we can get him cooking after the World Cup. Lorenzo saying PSF, Toy, Visa, and Faf must prove their worth this weekend. Hope Kirtley score this weekend. He's a nice player. Hope Williams have a man of the match performance again. Yeah, look, I think PSF, Toy, we got a lot better in that third test, and he is someone who needs match fitness. And I think that 2 weeks and probably training quite hard, I think he'll be the All Blacks again, and he often does step up. So I think we will start to see the better or the best PSF tour this weekend. What does Frank wants to give us a flank rather than an extra line out option? I can tell you right now, he gives you 15 to 20 tackles. He won't miss a tackle. His work rate is incredible. He'll hit a lot of rucks. He'll do a lot of the hard yards. He will do the work that will allow Kwagga Smith, for example, space to run. I think that, so Frank, and this is the problem, I think that we're always sort of concerned about ball carriers in the second half. But you've got, look, Frank Mossad actually, he throws his weight around for all that a lot of people don't rate him because he's not that heavy. He is a ball carrier. Bongi Benami did a very big ball carrier coming on the second half. Vincent Cost even kicks off a very good ball carriers. Kwagga Smith's a very different type of ball carrier. So we don't necessarily need Frank Mossad from a ball carrying perspective. He does give you a very good line out. So you can afford to replace Lewitt and Eben if they're both spent, But for me, it's he gives you percentage. He gives you exactly what he kind of guarantees you tackles that will be made, rucks that will be hit, carries. He's just such a consistent player. He's not necessarily going to break the line and create something out of nothing. He's not going to do an Eben Etzebeth where he might have this massive thumping tackle or massive ball carrying ability, or Lua Diago, for example. But he operates at an 8 out of 10 almost every single week because he doesn't miss tackles. He works incredibly hard, and he's got that V12 engine where he can, if you look at like rush defense, for example, if you see a line break, for example, he almost every single time is the first player within the tight 5 to get back because he's just got that engine that keeps going. And so Brett's saying when is SA Cricket playing against Ireland tomorrow night at 7. Brett says Sam Kane looked very uncomfortable during his interview earlier. Yeah, look, to be fair, he had just come off an hour and a half of training, so could just be a bit tired. I wouldn't say. I think he was actually pretty relaxed before when he arrived and stuff like that. I think they are under a lot of pressure, and I think he's under a lot of, to a certain degree, I think, unjustified pressure. I don't think he's been as bad as a lot of people have been saying he is, but he is certainly under pressure. Pretender saying potential locks and flying second half. Etzebeth, Murat. No, if Murat is at 4, he'll come on at 4. I'm telling you now, I don't think he won't come on at 5. I don't think we'll see Evan. I'd be surprised if we saw Evan play a full game. Look, we might see Murat at 5, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see Etzebeth being subbed. 6 Khaleesi, 7 Mostert, 8 Smith. Khaleesi again very rarely plays a full game. So I think you will see him being replaced. 7 Mostert, 8 Smith, backline, 9 Jaden, 10 LaRue, 11 Pollard will play a full game as well. And I don't think our answer will not go to 15. We're not going to make those. Villarreal will come on at be very surprised if Villarreal comes on at 10 for who you got for no, who you got going here? Who you taking off here? You're taking off Pollard. No, they won't take off Pollard. Not unless he's having an absolute shit show every match. One Luce says, I believe we will take a split squad for our away game. Some players will remain at home and the rest will travel to either Australia or Argentina. No, I don't think we will because we've got so much time in between them. We're not first team for the Oz test, but I won't be surprised if we send a second team of Argentina. They are probably more likely. Sam Case needs to perform. Dalton Papali'i is electric at 7, and so is Sevilla. If he doesn't perform as captain, he'll become a bench warmer if he gets worse. Squad member if worse Black Adder is in. We're talking about, do you think we will win 2-0 with them or will be 1-1? I'm backing us to get the job done. Mostly, I love spending my lunch hour watching for Rugby live. Well, there we go. Do you think the way the box stack tackle suited to exploiting New Zealand defence can't shake the feeling that some of New Zealand's frailty in the theory test series came from Ireland's attack specifically? Well, I think somebody who mentioned in the press conference in the last test, New Zealand conceded 2 more tries, which is Bok territory. It really is Bok territory. That's what we do. So, we might not find the gaps and fly over and play this expansive game, but if the All Blacks have a fundamental issue with and struggling to stop mauls, that's definitely a way that we can exploit them. What's the opinion of Rod Dupree as a flyer for international level? I wouldn't back him. Do you think they will have a better start in the first match compared to the first Wales? I 100% hope so. What do you think about Jason Ryan? Do you think he will be stopped? They will stop our mauls. I think they'll probably be better, but I think that if we get it right, our maul is very difficult to stop at the best of times. Jason says, if Spoon was fit, would you still consider giving Arns a crack over him? No. If Spoon course was fit, I would have played him. Jamie saying, England started like a stream team in that semi-final and Ireland scored early in the match all 3 games. This is how All Blacks are put under pressure early and chase game with low confidence, early pressure. So just quickly, because my camera is running out of the battery, we are in a bit of a on-the-go studio, so we don't quite have the same technical capacity as we usually do back in the studio in Johannesburg. But in terms of Rassie Erasmus being back, so we were at training today, open training with the box for the first 15 minutes, and Rassie Erasmus is with the squad. He was at training. He is with the squad. He is taking sessions this week. So he cannot be there on match day, so he can't be there on Saturday at the stadium. And he can't phone in on Zoom and stuff like that. But he is still allowed to be there at practices. He is still allowed to be with the team and stuff like that. So he is part of the team. And I think and the reason I actually want to make the point is that there's a bad growing sort of tendency to blame everything that happens badly on your coaches that we see. So your Zondita Sticks, your Dion Davids, your Jacques Nyombas, nobody ever talks about Felix Jones, for example, because he doesn't front the media. People kind of forget about him. It's a little bit the same with Don Human. But we've got this bad growing tendency. When things go badly, it's their fault. And then everybody keeps saying Rusty needs to come back. And today was another proof that Rusty's never left. Yes, he might not be there on match day, but he's still part of the preparations. He is still, heading up the style of play and how they're going to play and selection, stuff like that, So, and he is still responsible for the results. And that's not me assuming. That's from the horse's mouth. When he announced the restructuring, when he moved into director rugby, solely from director rugby, and Jacques Nyombas was taking over the head coach, he said that Jacques would be taking over the sort of the operational side. So he'll be running practices, he'll be running sort of the weekly build-up and stuff like that. But Rassie Erasmus is still responsible for the team results. So if someone gets sacked because of bad performances, it's Rassie Erasmus. Whether they sack him, Randy Nova, and Zondita Stick and Dion Davis, etc., usually quite likely. So it often happens like that. But the first port of call is still Rassie Erasmus regarding to results. And that's what he has said. Not that what we're assuming, not what I'm sort of deciding. He has said that he is still the main man responsible for results. So when we win and when we lose, it's a collective. So when we lose, we have to blame all of them. When we win, we have to praise all of them. You can't selectively choose who to give praise to and who to criticize depending on the results. And I think it's important that going into this rugby championship that we are all on the same page with regards to that. So we will have a couple of hopefully some training photos out there tomorrow. We've got some training footage as well, which is quite cool. There's a lot of fun going out there and getting it all out and sorted. So yeah, but it is very cool to see. It was quite cool to see him back out on the pitch and stuff like that. I don't think we'll see him in front of the media and stuff like that at a press conference for a while. But he is back in September. I'm not entirely sure exactly when his ban comes to an end from a date point of view. I'm trying to see what date he was banned. It was a 9-month ban. November 2021. Right, so there we go. So 17th of November. So in theory, he should be back for the final test. Actually, whether he will, I'm not sure. But in theory, he would be in contention to be in the box or on the sidelines for the last test of the Rugby Championship in September, which is down in Durban on the 24th September. So that's when, in theory, he could be back with the team on match day. That's when his ban will officially come to end. So the entire end of the tour, he'll be with the team and stuff like that. But yeah, people are going to start wrapping up there. We will be live tomorrow night again. And we should be live hopefully on Thursday for the fan forum, although we might maybe do a fan forum tomorrow and might not be live on Thursday. We might do an early evening show on Thursday. I'm not sure what my plans are, what's happening with regards to some of the content stuff like that we need to shoot. But yeah, I think that personally, I'm quite happy with the team, and we did a poll, and the majority of people, I mean, 96% people said that they are happy with the team. I don't think it gets much stronger, The only position we're really debating, if Dwayne Famune is fit, does he come in for Jasper Wiese? Probably. And then Chesn Colby, when he's fit, comes in for Arendse, but everybody seems to like that selection. So, there's no issues there. The big sort of question on the bench is somewhere at compared to going with the loose forward. For me, 6 for one, half dozen for the other. So I generally do think it is basically the strongest 23 we can put out. We can't get much stronger. And it is very much got enough firepower to get the job done. The question is, will it? Well, we'll find out on Saturday. But we'll have press conference up again tomorrow. as well as Thursday. Thursday we'll have lots of content up. We're going to be doing the All Black team announcement. So we'll be chatting to Ian Foster as well as a couple of players. And then Friday it is set to be the Zondila Stick and Siglisi show, which is always a fun press conference, and we'll have that up. And then Saturday we're going to have a lot of very cool build up. All I'm saying is that we should schedule the watch along the next day or two. Turn your notifications on for that watch along because it's going to be very cool. We're going to have a lot of content before. Stuff that we're going to film. As I said, we're going to be in the Kruger tomorrow. We're going to be doing a bit of filming all around the Nelspruit and Mbombela, the White River and stuff like that. So it should be quite a cool build up to be a part of. In terms of the order, we're probably going live about 1 o'clock with pre-packaged stuff for a couple of hours, and then I will be going live or switching to live rather from about 4 o'clock. We will be having an interactive sort of hour build up where we talk about team selection, predictions, and stuff like that. And then obviously the game gets underway at 5 o'clock on Saturday until 7 o'clock, and then we will be live for Argentina versus Australia on Saturday night as well. Please do smash like on the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. We are past 15,000 subscribers, which is very exciting. And now I'd like to, for example, if we were to get 1,000 subscribers every week from now until the end of the Rugby Championship, we go past 20,000 subscribers. If we were to do that at the end of the year tour, for example, we could get up to 25,000 subscribers by the end of the year. But that only happens if you guys like the video, if you guys share with your friends, and if you are watching and you're not subscribed, make sure you subscribe. Thank you very much, guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow night for another live show. Keep well, keep safe. Follow my YouTube channel if you want to see, I'm doing a tour, I'm doing a blog this week of all the stuff and what's like going behind the scenes, stuff like that. So if you want to check that out, go and check out my YouTube channel. It's Stevie P. You can also follow me on Instagram as well, Stevie P Sport, also doing a lot of photos and stuff like that behind the scenes and things like that. But yeah, we'll see you guys all very soon, and good night.
Firstly, for me, we had a fantastic welcome here in South Africa, and it's great for the All Blacks to be back. It's a fantastic series ahead. All Blacks playing over here is always a massive highlight for us as a team, as a country, and for this challenge, I think for us right now, it's fantastic. Starting a rugby championship where, excuse me, lost my voice this morning. Starting a rugby championship where I think it's a big one for the Southern Hemisphere countries. You know, I think we've had a July series that clearly we didn't get what we want against Ireland. We've had England do well in Australia. We've had Argentina win a close series against Scotland, and we've had South Africa lost their first time ever to Wales in their own country. So we've all got some points to prove, and I think for the Southern Hemisphere this rugby championship's a key one for us, so can't wait to get into it. Questions?
Can I ask you in principle, Young, from ENCA News? I believe you guys had an off day yesterday and you went to the Kruger National Park, and I'm told by one of my colleagues there's no Springboks in the Kruger National Park. Is that not strange to you?
Yeah, I didn't go to the Kruger, to be fair, but the boys loved it. You know, it's a beautiful part of the world, and part of touring is actually making sure you get out there and experience different cultures. But no, we didn't see any Springboks there. So there's plenty of other animals though. It's a pretty special place.
In Sam Staley's selection of hooker, that's clearly the kind of big move you made. What went into that, and what's kind of the thinking of giving him this crack to start?
Oh, he's playing well. He's done what we've asked him to do off the bench. We've been really pleased with his growth. He's uncomplicated. You know, we don't believe he gets overawed in big occasions. You know, if he makes a mistake, he moves on quick. But you know, he's been a big mover, I think, the last 12 months, and pretty excited about getting him that jersey.
Physicality aspect, is that kind of, you know, you charge him with bringing that?
Yeah, it's not just his only. That's not his only purpose, to be honest, Mark, but it is certainly, it's a key strength of his.
Ian, what about the decision to use Dane on the bench instead of Cody, who's obviously been a go-to for the 3 tests so far?
Yeah, again, it's got 3 good hookers. We felt for this test this is the right one. You know, Dane's brings a lot of experience as well, as does Cody, but you know, Dane's got an energy about him at the moment, and we just feel again that his experience in that latter part of the game is going to be key.
What about the lock loose forward makeup with Brody being missing? And I guess you could have used Scott Barrett on the blind side and you brought Shannon Brazil on the bench for Dalton probably, just that whole scenario.
I think you've explained it pretty well, to be fair. I'm not being smart, but what the question is.
What was your thinking?
Okay, so. Well, you know, obviously Brody not here. You know, we've made a few changes. We've got Offa, Nepo and Brody not here. So I just felt that the combination work, if you look at Angus and Samasoni, there's a bit of combination there. The 2 locks, there's a bit of combination there with Scooter and Sammy Whitelock and that. And when we had a good look at where Akira was, we liked Akira's growth last year, and you know, he had a bad foot in that Irish series, came right for that 3rd test, and actually felt he did some really good things in there. There's some areas to improve, but again, another big opportunity for him, you know, and he's a big physical man, but he's going to need to be.
In terms of the coaching changes, how's Jason Ryan bedded in and yourself picking up the attacking group? What's that been like?
It's been good. You know, it's been a change made for a reason, and change is never comfortable, but you know, the objective we felt was the right change for the team, and you know, the first week it's a few new voices. It's been, I think the week's gone well, but you know, it's so overall delighted with the response. I think Jason's fitted in extremely well. He's got an existing relationship with some of the players, but you know, he's had a pretty narrow focus, but he's gone about his work well.
Can you give us any insight into what you've looked to bring to the attack without giving away your game plan?
No, not really. It's just you'd probably just write it up as just an old voice saying the same old stuff, Liam. No, no, we're just looking at growing. Look, it's the start of a year, and you know, much is made of the last series. But you know, we were in the process of putting blocks in place in that series. Did we get everything right? No, we didn't. But still got a lot of faith in the areas that we want to grow our game. And you know, there are definitely some tweaks in the attack area that we are working on. But some of them are just highlighting some focus points within our game that I just don't think we got right in the last series. And so it's not a matter of bringing in 10 new things. It's probably a matter of bringing a couple in and then maybe honing 2 or 3 things that we wanted to do anyway but didn't do that well.
Good morning.
Good morning.
In the 2017 press conference ahead of the Albany test, I remember Steve Hansen using the word angst, where the All Blacks had played reasonably well but not as well as they should have. Do you feel that there's a bit of angst again with the kind of results that the All Blacks had leading into this particular test match?
Oh, I wouldn't use the word angst, no. I think it's, you know, we don't like losing, just like everyone. And so that always creates an edge in the group and creates a lot of reflection from, you know, particularly our players. They're reflecting on their own roles and their own performances and how we can grow. So I'd certainly use the word reflection, and it certainly has created an edge in the week, there's no doubt. And then you dovetail that with where we are and who we're playing against. It's quite a great concoction there, isn't it? So it's a really clear challenge for us. We're excited by it. We want to play better, but we also know that we've probably never been a great July team, and it's the start of our year, just like it is for the South Africans, and both them and us, I guess, will be looking to improve on what they've shown in the first 3 tests.
Coach, it's often said of the Springboks that they're a one-trick pony, but it's a very good trick. Do you think it's all about manning up in the forwards? Because I guess if they see by the know that, then they'll just go harder to cut him off. But is it all about the forwards manning up this weekend?
Look, it's about the team manning up, but you don't look. They're definitely not a one-trick pony. I mean, that's just a fallacy. But what they do well, they do really well, and we know that. And you don't become world champions if you're not proficient at a whole lot of areas. So, you know, we're clear about what, you know. They're a good team, we're a great team, and they play well. We know that, but it's about us not getting too hung up on that either, and making sure that we go in with a mindset to play our game. And you know, like I said, it's, you know, there's an edge. We know we can play better, but you don't do that by worrying about who you're playing against. You do that by really honing down and getting excited about playing how we want to play. So manning up, we'll always man up. That's not the issue. You've got to be smart, and you've got to be physical, and you've got to have a pretty good combination of both.
On the All Blacks, and rightfully so. Usually when the All Blacks travel to, whether it's home or any other country, you guys, especially by fans, will always be the favourites. Do you think you guys are the favourites heading into this match at Bombay Stadium this coming Saturday?
I don't know the answer to that. It's to be fair, you know, you know, it's a sign of the times. You don't get out, and you're not in the community all the time now in these COVID days, so you're a little bit more sheltered, but I'm pretty sure when we go to the stadium there won't be 46,000 South Africans cheering for us. So I'm assuming that they got 2 home games. There's a bit of pressure on them with home games, but that's the way the draw is. And but you know, quite frankly, when it's us South Africa, I don't really care where the game's been played. You know, we've got a massive respect for each other, I think, and we know that you've got to be at your best to do well in it.
And you saw 2 sort of quite different structures from last year in the 2 games. Going from passing the ball a lot and open play to kicking. Which of those sort of strategies do you think presents a more formidable sort of challenge for you guys?
I don't see two strategies, to be honest. I see one strategy that they want to play you in a number of different ways, and it's not like they'll play one strategy for the whole game. Like that's they'll have a couple of, they'll have 2 or 3 variations about how they want to play, and so we know that they'll try to play us wide off certain types of setups. We know they'll try to play us aerial, and they'll try and play through us. So that's what happens when you play great teams, and that's the key, is not going and over-exaggerating one facet of the game. You've got to knock back, because then they'll move to another, and hopefully that's what we've got to get good at too. We've got to get good at if they're nullifying a certain area, we've got to make sure that we're smart enough to switch our game. So that's all part of it, and you do that by growing confidence and growing understanding of our own game, and that's really been one of our main focuses this week.
How good to have Caleb back, and at this point of a kind of a frustrating time for him between last year into this year, what can you expect from him in a big game like this?
Well, look, it's great having him back. There's no doubt there's a few niggles that kept a few people out in July, and he's one. Shannon Frizzell's another, probably Akira a little bit the other. But in Caleb's case, it's he's got a hamstring. He's an absolute fidget. He can't keep still. He's always dancing or bouncing or doing something, which is probably not the best sort of personality to deal with a hamstring. So we've sort of put a leash down, tied him on the ground and told him to sit still for a while. But he's ready to go. He's feeling good. He's infectious, but he hasn't played international rugby for a long time, and through the way that the decisions that were made with him last year meant he basically sat in hotels and did nothing for about 4 months. So the key thing for him is just to come back and put a smile on his face and let him be himself. But he's a quality winger. He loves. We need to get the ball in his hands, and we need to get him involved. And if that happens, then there'll be a few more good moments and bad ones, I think.
Yeah, obviously as a coach, you would want to focus on your own team and what you guys have to prepare for this match. What do you make of the changes? Jacques, you know, back to your side, Faf coming back, Malcolm Moss playing his 50th, and what do you know about this newcomer, Curtly Iverson on the wing, perhaps?
Not a lot, really. But in terms of the changes, I don't think Faf coming back in as a change. We've always planned that. He's an outstanding 9, and he's a big part of their game. So we've always seen that, and with Mark starting instead of coming off the bench, that's probably, it's not that much of a significant difference. You still got to deal with them at some point, don't you? So, but what I do know is that they've got a formula. They're basically keeping that same group that they've had for the last 4 or 5 years. They're clearly trying to keep that group right through to a World Cup and banking on they can make it that far, and they trust that formula. So when you change 1 or 2 people on it, it's not going to make that significant difference. We know whoever's out there is going to have a great game and play well, and the nice thing is that we've got to be at our best to deal with that.
Take one more go, Coach. There have been some comments that New Zealand is perhaps suffering in some way from not playing South Africa in Super Rugby. What is your view on that? Because it's often said that the South Africans play with an intensity, very heavy intensity. And how do you? I suppose, and the opposite is also true. So, do you think that creates a different dynamic in this test, or could it be more difficult? Or?
Yeah, well, there's a whole lot of political questions, that one. It's personally, do I miss playing South Africa? Yes, I do. I think it's great for us. I loved it in Super Rugby. Like I keep coming back to the fact there's different styles, but great rivalry, intensity. They're all things that you want to have to hone your players to become better and better. So, clearly COVID has changed a heck of a lot the last 2 or 3 years, hasn't it? And countries have made different decisions. But, what I will say categorically is I just think it's vital for New Zealand and rugby and South Africa to stay tight in their rugby relationship. and it's, we've done, there's so much legacy and history in this relationship that we're just got to make sure we keep it strong, and I guess our jobs as coaches and players is make sure we go out there and do that legacy proud with the way both teams play.
Thanks so much, everyone. I've just got to grab pause to jump on.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is match day. The Springboks and the All Blacks will be kicking off later today at Mbombela Stadium at 5 o'clock. And the big sort of question that we're going to be asked every single day is, how can we watch the game? Now, today I'm going to be telling you how you can watch the game without paying for any subscription service. And it's an option where if you've done it before, you might not be able to do it again. But we did a video earlier this week, sort of saying that there are various ways of watching the game and various broadcasts depending where you are. But the big sort of news is that one of the broadcasters, Stan Sport, the Australian broadcaster, has a free trial, and you can use Stan Sport to watch all of the Rugby Championship matches. So here's the catch, though. You obviously have to either be in Australia, which a lot of people aren't, or else you're using a VPN. And we recommend using ExpressVPN because we have tested it and it does work. Now, Stan, for example, is $20 Australian a month, which works out to be about 230 Rand. So it costs next to nothing, really. But as I said, there is a free trial. So if you were to sign up for the free trial, you could watch this week, next week. You can watch both South Africa versus All Blacks games, as well as the Australia versus Argentina games, without paying anything. Now, in terms of how to do it, basically what you're going to do is you're going to download ExpressVPN. We've got a link in the description of here in below, and I recommend doing it anyway because there's a lot of different ways you can watch rugby if you've got a VPN. And we do videos every single week how to watch the URC, how to watch the Championship, and basically we're going to show you exactly how you can watch all the best games around the world for the cheapest or free where possible sort of methods possible. So what you're going to do is you're going to download ExpressVPN, and you are then going to connect to an Australian server. And basically what that does is that geolocates your device so that it thinks it's in Australia. And then you're going to sign up for the Stan free trial, which according to the website is 30 days actually. So you can get 30 days, which means you'll get both Australian games as well. You're going to sign up for that free trial. And that's it, basically. You're going to be able to watch the game without having to pay for SuperSport or anything like that, depending on where you are in the world. Go and download ExpressVPN. Go and get that Stan subscription. And to be honest, I think it's probably worth, going with Stan anywhere. If you want, or for example, if you want to go with your mates, for example, you can get Stan Premium, which I think with sport is about $30 a month. Which, as I said, works out to be about, I think that's about 350 Rand. But you can watch four different devices. So you can go and get 3 mates, pay less than 100 Rand each, and watch the entire Rugby Championship. So the Stan trial is 30 days free trial. The sport, however, is 7 days, which means that you'll be able to watch both the All Blacks games, and then you'll probably have to pay a minimum of $20 Australian dollars a month, which is really not that much. As I said, go and chat to a few mates. Stan standard is $24, and you can watch 3 screens. So you and each mate can pay still less than 100 Rand to watch the Rugby Championship. Let me know if you have any questions down in the comments below. Please do smash like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And within 48 hours, we will have kickoff at the Mbombela Stadium as the Springboks take on the All Blacks in the first match of the 2022 Rugby Championship. Both sides have announced their teams and it is set to be an absolute cracker. And for so many different reasons, both teams under quite a lot of pressure going into this game. And I think that for once, we saw a change in, for example, the betting odds. This is the first time the All Blacks are not the bettors' favourite in 13 years. It has been 13 years since the betting agencies tipped somebody, the All Blacks opposition, to win a match, which should have showed you the sort of the domination and the dominance of the All Blacks for so long, but also suddenly kind of shows you the crisis situation that they currently find themselves in and cannot afford to sort of slip up this weekend when they take on their old foe, the Springboks. And Ian Foster very much speaking about how important this relationship is between the two unions and how that they've really missed having South Africa in the Super Rugby, and that it is vital for the good of world rugby that these two unions sort of continue to have such a good relationship and continue to play games against each other and sort of continue to foster what is largely considered one of the biggest rivalries in world rugby. Before we look at the two teams and sort of talk about what we can expect from the match, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. In terms of how they will line up, this is the South African side that has been named. In the front row, Trevor Nyakane, Malcolm Marx, Frans Malherbe. The interesting news there is Malcolm Marx in his 50th test will have a start as he comes in for Bongi Manambi, who drops down to the bench. Trevor Nyakane backed at loose head ahead of Chekova Ditswe or Ox in chair, and Frans Malherbe continues to start at tight head. And the second row, Evan Etzebeth, Louis de Jager, the usual suspects, as well as Sia Khaleesi and Pierre Steph Toy expected. Jasper Wiese is the number 8. No Dwayne Vermeulen this weekend. He did not manage to get up to full match fitness in time. As a result, Jasper Wiese will continue to be the second choice and preferred number 8. It's a pretty expected pack. It's a very good pack. It's arguably one of the best tight fives in the world. And it's a loose trio, which maybe we haven't quite seen click altogether, but individually have so many different sort of traits and so many different skills that they bring to the table that I think if they get it right on Saturday are going to be pretty formidable. Faf de Klerk is also another name who returns to the starting lineup after sitting out, or benching the third test against Wales and sitting out the second. Jaden Henderson was preferred for those two final tests, but Faf de Klerk against Aaron Smith, so that rivalry will once again kick off. Andre Pollard, of course, preferred at 10, and the backline is the usual suspects of Michael Zuma Pimpi, Damien Dealendi, Lekanya, Damien Phillips, though, keeping his 15. And then the big decision of the week, Kirkley Orense has been backed at 14 as the Cheslin Colby sort of replacement. Off the bench, Bongi Manambi, Stephen Kitsoff, Vincent Cox, Sal Murat is included on the bench in the 6-2 split. Franco Moss has been deployed as a utility forward alongside Quacker Smith, who is also very much a utility player. Jaden Hendricks, the reserve scrum half, and Billy LaRue at 23. And what we are seeing is a bit of a change, because a year ago, I think we've all of a sudden found our almost, for now, our permanent sort of second choice scrum half in Jaden Hendricks, who seems to have jumped ahead of Herschel Yankees. What will happen when Kobus Reynolds comes available, which he might by the Australian series, we wait and see. But Billy LaRue also in a very different role, and I think a role that actually might suit him to a certain degree. He's a calm head coming off the bench. He provides a lot of experience. He's a very good player if you need to see out a game. Overall, it's a very strong 23. I don't think the Springboks can get much stronger within the current fitness of the squad. A couple of question marks maybe, around if you're going to go with Salman Murat, or going to bring another loose forward in the bench in terms of the makeup of the bench. But I don't think this 23 gets much stronger. In terms of the 23 that they're up against, this is the All Black side, the under pressure All Black side. And Ian Foster has opted against maybe sort of playing to the critics and the fans and making wholesale changes. He has gone pretty consistent with sort of the selections that we saw against Ireland, but there are quite a few changes in the front row, including a start for Samson Tokawao, who comes into the side and will start at hooker. He will be on in between George Bauer and Angus Tuavalu, who is a very good character. A lot of fun. We had the press conference with him today, but quite new to the All Black setup, but quite an experienced, one of the older sort of players in the squad. And that front row are going to have to front up because, a lot of people sort of say that the Springboks currently possess the two best front rows in the world. So, this is an opportunity for these three to really sort of man up front and take on a very dominant pack head on. No Brody Retallick, of course, in the tour. So Sam Whitelock, Scott Barrett will pack down in the second row. Akira Awani, Sam Cane, and Artie Severe are the loose trio. A lot of pressure on the captain, Sam Cane. A lot of people saying that right now he doesn't even deserve to start. He wouldn't start in most test sides, or what some of the pundits out there are saying. Very much under pressure is the All Blacks captain. But I think we're going to see a big improvement from him. I think that he is one of those characters where pressure can sometimes bring the best out of you. Artie Severe, we know, is an absolute class operator, as is Aaron Smith, who will be playing well over 120, 130 tests by the time he does retire. He starts at number 9 next to Beauden Barrett. Also quite an interesting call. A lot of people calling Beauden Barrett weirdly to get dropped or to go sort of Richard Mwanga to try and change things up a little bit. For me, I think if you looked at how well Beauden Barrett played last year, you can understand why Foster has sort of continued with him. But Richie Mwanga definitely pushing hard from the bench. Caleb Clarko is in the back of the side. The first time in 2 years that the young winger will coming to the side. Very talented player, very physical, bringing a lot to the game. And I think he's going to be targeting Kirk Lawrence and trying to put him off a lot in what is the Bulls Wings just second match. In the midfield, David Havili, Rico Awani. It's a pretty good midfield duo. And it should be quite an interesting clash between Awani and Lekanya. Very different types of players. You got Will Jordan, the World Breakthrough Player of the Year at 14, Geordie Barrett. A lot of people would like to see Will Jordan at fullback. Some people even calling for Geordie Barrett to be dropped. But Ian Foster very much backing the Barretts. And in fact, that's something that's sort of got him quite a lot of, a lot of criticism in terms of how much he does like to use the Barretts. But off the bench, Dan Coles is preferred as the reserve hooker ahead of Cody Taylor. Ethan de Groot, Tyrell Lomax are the two reserve props. Tupou Vai, Shannon Brazil, covering the rest of the scrum. Shannon Brazil coming into the squad after Nigla kept him out of the July internationals. Finlay Christie comes up to the side. Fakatava had a bit of a tough time against Ireland, so they have gone back to Finlay Christie as the second choice or reserve scrum off. Richie Mwanga, Quinn Tupou will be looking to try and add a lot of impetus to the game later on in the match. It's two good sides. You do, however, look at the Springbok side and think it's a much more settled side. And as I said, weirdly enough, you do look at the sides and you do think the Springboks, it's their game to lose. You know, they're at home, in front of a home crowd. It's very much a crowd that will get behind the Springboks. You know, it's not like when you're playing in Cape Town or Gqeberha, formerly PE, where you do get quite a lot of All Black support. I don't think there will be a lot of support up here in the low veld. So it should be the perfect environment for the Springboks to really go out and try and dominate this All Black side. However, there's an All Black side with their backs against the wall, with so much to prove, and that makes them very dangerous. Let me know what you think is going to happen down in the comments below. Please do smash a like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen, and I'll chat to you soon.
This feeling ahead of what is a test match that's caught the imagination of the rugby world?
Guys are feeling good. It's been a great past 2 weeks. We came here early. We came here last week. We prepared here for 2 weeks, and we're feeling really good. There's a lot that we had to work on after Worlds. Obviously, it's stuff that we spoke about in alignment camps, and we slowly starting to chip away to all the goals and stuff that we wanted to make better, going forward.
So quite often now we've learned with a box that when people write you off, especially before game against the All Blacks, and they talk about how terrible the box were, etc., etc., then you guys come up with a massive performance. So this year people are chatting, the talk is a bit different, perhaps that you're kind of marginal favourites. How do you guys feel about that? You don't have that, that motivation that you guys often respond to well in terms of public perceptions and things. How will you can you deal with this scenario as well?
Yeah, see how we see it as a group is that we haven't won at home in 8 years, so that's our motivation this coming week. And to be honest, Steph, we can't control what's happening in the All Black camp. All what we can control is what we can do. And we, as this group, we've never beaten the All Blacks in South Africa, so we are that's what we want to do. That's our motive. We want to play really well and obviously get our plans, start with intensity. Against our plans work, and we want to test ourselves against them. They're an amazing side, they've just lost 2 games, in the past 3 games. So we've been on the other side too, So we know what it feels like. It takes one game for you to kickstart, So we're not chilling at all, thinking what everybody else is thinking. We're just focusing on what we must get right.
Coach, see now since you guys have taken over that the margins are very small. In 4 of the 5 games that you've played the All Blacks, 2 points were in it. I think it's a World Cup. It was different. What do you have to do to be on the right side of that margin?
Yeah, first things first, there's never such a thing as Springbok going to the All Black game as a favourite. I've never had that in the future, and the games between the 2 teams. It's always tough, like you've mentioned now the past couple of years now. It's always nice and close and tight between the 2 teams. And we know the history of the game between the 2 teams. You can't underestimate anyone, because of irrespective of what happened in the past, previous games that you played in that season. The All Blacks game against the Springboks is always something massive. But probably for me, it's actually the biggest game in the rugby world. The history tells you between the two teams, the World Cup trophies between the two of them, it's about 6 of them. So that shows that these are probably two of the best teams in the world. So we're not going to this game with the mindset of being favorites. No, not at all. Because of the results from the Irish series between them and the All Blacks, it doesn't say much to us because of, once again, it took a world-class performance from Ireland to beat the All Blacks. So we can't underestimate them. You saw what happened in the first game. When Ireland were not in a good side on a day, All Blacks will put 40 points. So you can't go to this team playing against the All Blacks and underestimate them. They still got world-class players in that squad. Players that can, any country that can always make their test teams. So for us, we're not worried about the 2 points margin in between. We just want to make sure that we implement our plans. And I believe in this game, the team that will probably play the best according to their plan and be able to execute their plan for 80, probably 82, 85 minutes, will probably stand a chance to win this game. So we're going to have to be at our best to be able to win this game.
So we've also seen with the All Blacks so often, and the game that I always refer to for this is that game that you played them at Loftus in 2018, I think, when it literally looked as if you're putting them away.
Yeah.
But then they still come back. They don't go away. So how important is it to take that mindset in the second half? That listen, guys,
Yeah, that's what we've been actually talking about. Like that's why coach said 82, 85th minute. It gets to that because they're not going to stop. They're a world-class team. And they've got players in the starting team and on the bench who are game breakers, who can you can make something out of nothing. So we want to make sure that no matter what the scoreline is, we do what we need to do and what we plan to do. And obviously, if there's opportunity, we'll take the opportunity on the field, but making sure that we are always aware at all times because, they do things that spark up their game. They quick tap in their own half, and that sometimes lights up, when we played there a couple of years ago, a quick tap changed everything, then the score was 57-0 at the end of the day, it's things like that you got to make sure you alert at all times.
And with that said, Sia, as players, are these moments that you live for? Playing against your biggest rivals in your own backyard in front of a capacity crowd. So are these the moments that you savor?
No, 100%. That's exactly what. When you were a kid, when you were watching, I remember watching at hostel at school at Grey, would fill up if you don't go home on the weekend, you would fill up the TV room and watching these kind of games, and you dream of being, in a game like this. And I think every single guy in the squad of 42, would love to be on the field tomorrow. We the selectors few that's got a job to do this weekend.
Coach, there's obviously perception out there that the changes within their coaching structure in the short time they would have had to implement whatever changes they wanted. It sort of weakens them. What do you make of what's happened within the coaching structure at All Blacks?
Yeah, once again, Vata, we're not going to read too much on what's happening on the other camp, but if you had to look at their forward coach now who's currently just joined them, someone who's been working with the Crusaders players, and a lot of those players, they will probably want to perform for him because of they've got a good working relationship from the Crusaders, so there's positives on it, and there's also on the other side maybe we don't expect them to change much in the space of a week or two, The All Blacks are All Blacks. They will never change their DNA. Like Sia mentioned earlier on, the moment you switch off against them, they like the heavyweights in the boxing. If you switch off, you blink, you get a knockout punch. That's the All Blacks. The moment in a game you switch off a bit, where you start relaxing, they can put 3 tries within 5 minutes. So that is the nature of the team that we're playing against. And once again, also having an experienced coach like John Smith being part of their coaching staff now, I think it's going to give them a massive boost, And then we don't want to read too much on that, but All Blacks will always be All Blacks. They're a world-class side, and I enjoy also the respect between the two teams. So we've been focusing on what Sia mentioned earlier on. We've been focusing on getting better in where we left against Wales. We started slow. We understand. We started slow. We were 18 points down against Wales, and then we managed to fight back into that game. I think that's exactly what's going to require in this game. Yes, they're gonna have special moments in this game. The All Blacks, they're gonna have special moments, but the key thing for us is to stay in the fight for the whole 80 minutes.
Have you enjoyed the build-up to this game in the sense that there's been so much focus on the All Blacks and you've almost sort of gone a little bit under the radar? How have you found that experience?
No, I don't think there was a different feeling in my mindset of how I normally prepare for test matches, even in the camp, how we prepared. There's nothing much we changed, We made sure that we do things the better way on how we normally do. We always want to improve. We always want to get better. But once again, when you talk about the match against the All Blacks, it's something from the young age, The first game, if you can ask me about my memory between the All Blacks, is always going to be the 1995 World Cup as a youngster, watching that game. So that game there's always a special memory when it comes to that game, So for us, playing against the All Blacks, it's what we live for, It's what we live for. It's a special moment. We can't shy away from that vibe, And it's a massive game. It's a massive game, and I think this is what we live for, And I have to be honest and say, yes, I do enjoy the pressure going to the game.
How crucial are these two games and what you guys want to achieve in the championship?
They're massive, but because of one thing. To be able to play against the All Blacks who've been dominating Southern Hemisphere for a while, do you understand? That's where you measure yourself. If you can have a good start for us, more especially building up to where we left against Wales, I think it will be a massive boost in our squad. Yes, that's one of the key focus things in our camp. We really want to have a good follow-up on where we left against Wales in Cape Town. And an honest truth, probably in the next 3 games, you will be able to tell who's the best team in the world, because I know a lot of people, they're talking about the Northern Hemisphere side being the best in the world. They're in the end of their season, they finished, they've probably got 5 games more than us, and I don't doubt at all in the next 4 weeks, the log will change, which is something that we don't normally stress about, but I know it's been a hype out there that All Blacks are not the best team in the world anymore. The Springboks are not the best team in the world anymore, but I can guarantee you now, in the next probably 3 to 4 weeks, things will change. The Northern Hemisphere side will be number 1 in the world. The Southern Hemisphere side. Sorry, thank you for correcting me there.
Ian Foster said yesterday that he thinks this rugby championship is crucial for Southern Hemisphere sides, given what happened, England winning in Australia, Ireland winning in New Zealand, Wales winning for the first time here, that the Southern Hemisphere has almost got a point to prove. How much do you think that's true?
Not really. There's nothing much to prove to the Northern Hemisphere teams. This is about us in the Southern Hemisphere. And I don't doubt at all the team that will probably perform the best in the next 2 games will probably own the rights, in the Southern Hemisphere. And like I said again, the team probably, if one team wins both these games, they will become the best team in the world. They'll be number 1 again. That's the honest truth about it, And but once again, I know on the other side, when it comes to the All Blacks, they want to beat us badly. They're desperate for a win. And that will change things when it comes to their camp. That will give them a room. We've been there before in 2018. Do you understand? Everyone talks about the highlight of our season in 2018 was us beating the All Blacks in Wellington. They're in the same boat also. They're going through tough times, and you can't ask for any better team than to play against the world champs and prove your point in that. I think that is their main focus on the other side. I know one thing for sure. We've been there also as the Springboks. They're going to be desperate to win against us, but we'll do everything in our powers to make sure that we also end up on the good side of the scoreboard.
See, just 10 years, 8-9 years ago, you were very bold back then.
Very bold, no beard.
Very young, playing here your first game here, just to come back here now. After all that, it's been quite a journey.
Yeah, no, it's been a journey.
Those days,
I know. It's a game I'll never forget. I'll never forget that game, and it was special for me. And it's been a journey with a lot of ups and downs. And Yeah, but I wouldn't change it for anything. And I think it's my first time playing a Springbok jersey since that game. But yeah, I'm excited. It's a special stadium for me. Hopefully, I can play as best as I can tomorrow, and do my bit for the team to hopefully get the win tomorrow. I think the most important thing is we just want to win at home. As this group, to get through that. I mean, it's been 8 years. I can't believe it. We have a World Cup, but we never win against the All Blacks at home. So I'm looking forward. The battle is going to be tough. And Coach Stock said last year we were the same place. We lost 2 games against Australia, and then we lost the 3rd one against New Zealand. We had to fight and find our way back. It's a similar thing. Then it takes a day for people to change the whole team's mentality. If you get through, and it has to be like there's no test that will be better for the All Blacks. So that's why I know they'll be up for this game, and that's why we've just been focused on what we had to do.
Coach, I know this is, I suppose this is not something one can do about now, but you guys didn't play rugby in 2020, so you didn't have that growth phase straight after the World Cup, which I think is probably to your disadvantage if one looks now. How important do you think that this rugby championship this year can be for that growth of the team to kick on to the World Cup? Like Sia mentions, 8 years with the All Blacks, 9 years also with the Wallabies away.
Yeah, I think for us growth is very important, and we still want to develop as a team. As you can see that when we had an opportunity against Wales, we gave a lot of youngsters an opportunity, even the guys that have been with us that haven't got an opportunity, So I think now we don't have an excuse about it. There's no pandemic anymore. We don't have an excuse now, We're getting a fair opportunity where we can just play and we can plan according to the season. That's exactly what happened when we started against Wales. We played well the first game, and it gave us a room for us to try and give other players also an opportunity, And I think the plan that we had then, it worked well for us. I know it's not nice for us to lose against Wales for the first time in South Africa, but there's a lot of things that we've achieved as a country. If you look at the players that were given an opportunity, And if it wasn't for that game, I don't think we'll have the answers that we've got now when it comes to a guy like Ketley Arends. Do you understand? That is one thing that people don't understand. We want to build a squad where we don't have to have sleepless nights when it comes to one player in your match 23 gets injured and then you don't know where to go to, So we've gotten answers in that game. We know players that we can rely on. We know players that have got what it takes to be able to perform at this. Ketley Arends, one opportunity that was given, I feel like he grabbed it with both hands. He could show that he's got a big heart. And now he's starting against the All Blacks. So I'm very, very happy also for him. And once again, on the other side, congratulations to Malcolm Marx, who's going to be playing his 50th game. It's fucking massive sorry for the language. It's actually massive for him. I've been there at the beginning with him when he played his first game. I think it was in Christchurch when we lost to the All Blacks, And funny thing, life sometimes it's got a better way to find its way. And now he's playing his 50th game against the All Blacks, Congratulations to Malcolm Marx, and he's been massive in our team. And I'm very happy for him and his family also.
Sia, you guys have now had a training session and you've had the captain's run at the stadium. What's your opinion on the facilities and the pitch at Mbombela Stadium?
I love it. I honestly think it's one of the best that we have in the country, and the pitch is amazing. But I think you probably have to ask more the props about that, because that's the most important thing. If we can scrum on it, then it's perfect. But I really do enjoy it, and the facility is amazing. I'm really looking forward to playing tomorrow. I think the weather is going to be good tomorrow, so it's going to be a good day for rugby.
Kurt Lee is giving away about 30 kilograms to his direct opponent. Do you think there's a little bit of romance in that also? Playing against the All Blacks and this proverbial mountain to climb. I know weight isn't.
Yeah.
I think players have this.
You won't be thinking about that. You won't be thinking about that at all. Because he trains against guys. He has to tackle us at training. We have probably more than that, but he won't be thinking about that. I think his focus will be just on doing what he needs to do, for us as a team. I'm really excited for him. He's worked hard, and I thought he played well against Wales. The tackles that he had to make, on the eighth man Falatau, on the kicks, So the thing is, you can't coach hard and you can't buy hard, and he has that, and that's what we have with our guys. And then his speed is obviously that you can't buy too, and that's what we get checked on, as a team, your effort and how big your heart is when you get tested in front of you. So, and he will have Lucanio and Damien inside him, and Damien Willemse outside him too. So, and
I think also, just to add, to add on the question of the size and the challenge that Ketley, you remember he comes from the sevens background. If you watch the Commonwealth Games finals between the Fijians and the Springbok, if you look at the size, you probably the weight of the Fijians are double to the Springbok Springbok. And you saw what happened on the day. It shows that that's one thing I know about Ketley. He comes from a seven environment where there's no place to hide there. Each player probably has about 10 to 15 meters to cover around himself, and when there's a big guy there, there's no place to hide. So he comes from that background. We know that he's got a big heart. I'm not worried at all about that. Yes, even if he misses a tackle, he's got a mindset where he's going to keep on fighting. So I know it's a massive thing. Some people, they like to focus. Cheslin Kolbe has proven to everyone. He's one of the best players in the world. But everyone thought, okay, maybe this guy doesn't have the size to play 15 games. And he proved people wrong. Kwagga Smith comes from the sevens background. Kwagga, when he comes on the field now, he doesn't have a problem with size. He goes full out. So that's one thing on the other side. People focus on the sides, but they forget about the heart of the player. And that's one thing that I feel like a guy like Ketley Arendse, that's where he's special. He's got a big heart. And like I said earlier on, I'm happy for him that he got an opportunity. And you can't ask for any better game, to measure yourself in your career than to play against the All Blacks. And I know it's going to be a massive occasion. The people of Mbombela, I've heard already the tickets are sold out. It's a massive vibe. This is one of the games that I think he will never forget about this game in his life.
Sorry guys, just on a separate issue, while I've got you both here, and doing a tribute to Soli Tubalika, if I could just get your thoughts on how he inspired you in your careers, both of you.
You go first.
Sure. He was the first boots. He was the first Springbok that I got to witness play as a youngster at school. He went to Loiso, and it was three streets away from my house. And I would be playing in the street, and I would hear like singing, and I would stand on the roof of my house, and I would see people at the school, and I would run, and people would just come to watch him. In that area, like Coach Stick would tell you, there were a lot of good guys, but he was always that's who everybody came to see, because that's who we believed in for our community. And he played for a club that's Spring Rose. That's
say the name.
Spring Rose. He played for Spring Rose, but we used to go when I see at the roof that he's playing, I'd run to the school, and I would sit outside and would fight to carry his bags, and his boots, as the children would sit, and they would just sing for him. And he was just next level, how good he was. And then obviously seeing him play for the Springbok, that just switched the light on for me, to say, like, somebody like him who came from 3 streets away from me that I used to watch, he can make it. It's possible for me too. And then I got to play with him. I played against him when I was 15 years old. He played for Spring Rose. He was at the Lions then. He played for Spring Rose, and I went to Hillbrow with my team. We stayed at Hillbrow, and we were playing at Wits. Then one of the guys got injured, and I was just a water boy. And they looked at me, they said, we need a loose forward. Then I came, and we were playing against Soli Tubalika. And I remember he grabbed me by the throat that game because I handed him off, and he wasn't obviously happy. He heard how young I was. And then later on, when I was in matric, I played with him. I played for Spring Rose. I bunked out of school. and I went to go play for Springboks, and I played with him at the game. And then I remember a fight like broke up, and then he pushed me aside. He says, "You don't get involved, you just play," and he protected me there. And yeah, every time I've seen him, I remember he played against the All Blacks. He got man of the match, and he swapped jerseys with Richie Makon. The whole township was like inspired, and things like that I take with, he's the first Springbok that I got to touch and see, and then see him progress through. And those are the memories that I take with me from Putsol.
Brilliant, thank you.
Yeah. What a special gentleman. For me, it's personal when it comes to Solly Tibile, because it's someone that I've, as a youngster, grew up in New Brighton, played at the same club. He probably lives down the road about 2.5 kilometers away from my house. And in New Brighton, we all wanted to be Solly Tibile because he was a brilliant rugby player, and also a good brother to everyone in our club. And I've became a close friend to him, and we became brothers. We've shared a house together when I moved to Durban. I'll never forget. Solly treated me like his brother, but at times because of my stubbornness. And then that's one thing between me and him. He will always shout at me that I always think that I'm bigger than him, because of that amount of respect that we had amongst each other. And I will never forget my first trip when I moved to the Sharks. We took a road trip to Durban, me and Solly, and that moment is something that is always in my head. So we were sharing also a house together. And yeah, the funny thing, today I can drive. Solly taught me how to drive in his Toyota Tez, and he wasn't worried about the traffic. I remember there's a busy road in Durban, which is it's got taxis and trucks. Is it in up the stadium? There's that famous road. Mgeni Road, that's the one. Solly taught me how to drive in Mgeni Road, and I will never forget that moment. So that was a type of Solly man he was towards me. He was a big brother. He was protective around me. And I was the same to him also. We had great special memories together, and those are lifetime memories that I'll never forget. And once again, people don't understand. There are certain things that are motivating us to be better every day. And Solly Tibile is one of those people. Whenever in this environment, he's one of those guys that I live for. I live for people in New Brighton. I live for people from the disadvantaged areas. When you get an opportunity, Solly showed us, if you work hard, that's one thing that I know with that gentleman.
Sure.
He will go on a big night and wake up 4 o'clock in the morning after sleeping for 3 hours, and he will smash 10 kilometers like with the proper. So we used to exercise together, and he was a machine. And that's one thing that I've learned from him, and I think that helped me also in my career. And I hope wherever he's sleeping now, he's sleeping in peace, and his soul is in a better place. And I know for sure that when I've lost Solly as a brother, I know I've gained a guardian angel. What a gentleman. Like Sia saying, his name will live forever. I'll never forget the first try that he scored against Scotland in Edinburgh. That is something that is special for me as a person, and that is something that I promise him wherever he is now, I will always try to be a better person in life. Thanks to everything that he has taught me as a person, and also the strong mindset to make sure that you keep on working hard. And that's what Solly was to us. He was a motivator, he was a big brother, and he would, like Sia was saying, he was very, very protective. So yeah, may his beautiful soul rest in peace.
Yeah, if people like him went there for us, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have somebody I would play in the street as him, do his handoffs, and that's what we do after games when we see. And I think we take it for granted, and it's hard to come out of that, the mindset that you grow up, you have to grow, and you become, a little bit more, but you can also get stuck in that mindset. And for us, if you can see the person and touch them, and then you see them get there, and it makes you feel like it's possible for you to get there. And I don't think we celebrate people like that enough, and look after and cherish. I told Coach, without the mentors that I've had in my life, I don't know where I would be. And there's far better talent in the communities, than we see. A few of us get bursaries, but there's a whole lot more that's there. That's why we go back and we start tournaments because we want people to get to see the talent that's out there in the communities.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is match day. The Springboks and the All Blacks will be kicking off later today at Mbombela Stadium at 5 o'clock. And the big sort of question that we're going to be asked every single day is how can we watch the game? Now, today I'm going to be telling you how you can watch the game without paying for any subscription service. And it's an option where if you've done it before, you might not be able to do it again. But we did a video earlier this week sort of saying that there are various ways of watching the game and various broadcasts depending where you are. But the big sort of news is that one of the broadcasters, Stan Sport, the Australian broadcaster, has a free trial. And you can use Stan Sport to watch all of the Rugby Championship matches. So here's the catch though. You obviously have to either be in Australia, which a lot of people aren't, or else you're using a VPN. And we recommend using ExpressVPN because we have tested it and it does work. Now, Stan, for example, is 20 Australian dollars a month, which works out to be about 230 Rand. So it costs next to nothing, really. But as I said, there is a free trial. So if you were to sign up for the free trial, you could watch this week, next week. You can watch both South Africa versus All Blacks games, as well as the Australia versus Argentina games, without paying anything. Now, in terms of how to do it, basically what you're going to do is you're going to download ExpressVPN. We've got a link in the description of here in below, and I recommend doing it anyway because there's a lot of different ways you can watch rugby if you've got a VPN. And we do videos every single week how to watch the URC, how to watch the Championship, and basically we're going to show you exactly how you can watch all the best games around the world for the cheapest or free where possible sort of methods possible. So what you're going to do is you're going to download ExpressVPN, and you are then going to connect to an Australian server. And basically what that does is that geolocates your device so that it thinks it's in Australia. And then you're going to sign up for the Stan free trial, which according to the website is 30 days actually. So you can get 30 days, which means you'll get both Australian games as well. You're going to sign up for that free trial. And that's it, basically. You're going to be able to watch the game without having to pay for SuperSport or anything like that, depending on where you are in the world. Go and download ExpressVPN. Go and get that Stan subscription. And to be honest, I think it's probably worth, going with Stan anywhere. If you want, or for example, if you want to go with your mates, for example, you can get Stan Premium, which I think with sport is about $30 a month. Which, as I said, works out to be about, I think that's about 350 Rand. But you can watch four different devices. So you can go and get 3 mates, pay less than 100 Rand each, and watch the entire Rugby Championship. So the Stan trial is 30 days free trial. The sport, however, is 7 days, which means that you'll be able to watch both the All Blacks games, and then you'll probably have to pay a minimum of $20 Australian dollars a month, which is really not that much. As I said, go and chat to a few mates. Stan standard is $24, and you can watch 3 screens. So you and each mate can pay still less than 100 Rand to watch the Rugby Championship. Let me know if you have any questions down in the comments below. Please do smash like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon. everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is time. It is time, people, after the week or weeks really of waiting to get back to international rugby. The Springboks are in Mbombela Stadium. They are taking on the All Blacks. It is the Freedom Cup. It is the start of the Rugby Championship, and it is set to be an absolute cracker of a match. And I think that for so many different reasons, we really are looking at what could be one of the biggest games of the year. You know, I mean, looking at the New Zealand side, where a loss could mean so much, you know, moving forward. You could be looking at people losing their jobs, for example. You could look at changing captaincy. There are so many various ramifications which could come with the New Zealand loss. On the flip side, the Springboks very much accused of not having played particularly well this year, not having dominated games, not playing as well as a lot of people believe they should and they could. And I think today we're going to get a lot of answers. And whatever the result is, I think we'll know where both teams are after the 18 minutes. Kickoff is in just under an hour's time. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe if you're new. We're trying to push towards getting 20,000 subscribers by the end of the Rugby Championship. It's two fantastic sides. It's the oldest, or rather the biggest rivalry in rugby, really. And I think that for the first time in 13 years, we have an All Black side who are going into this clash as the underdogs. From a bookie's point of view, for example, odds are the Springboks are the odds are favorites, and that never happens. And I think that actually adds a whole different dynamic to the game in terms of the Springboks being a side which traditionally have always done well under pressure. They've always done well, you know, when they've needed to perform. And people are saying that they're not playing well enough and sort of backs against the wall. They're not really a side which have always necessarily thrived with the favorites tag. So it'll be very interesting, for example, to see how they then go this weekend with the fact that they're now expected to be a lot better. And interesting to sort of see, you know, if they can respond and if they can get the job done. But let me know where you're watching from. Let me know who you're backing today. Let me know if you're on the beer, stuff like that. As I said, plenty of time still to really get settled in. And yeah, I got back from Mbombela last night. I literally got back about 8:30. We spent the entire week up there, and I think that what was quite interesting when you're looking at the different sides is there is a whole different dynamic in each sort of camp. And I think the Springboks very much looking internally and trying to sort of shut out the noise, really, that they're expected to win. Just try and sort of remove that whole idea they're going into this match as favorites. They don't see themselves as the favorites. Coach Ondila Stick yesterday said that there are no favorites when it comes to this match. You know, he said he'll never think that the Springboks will ever go into New Zealand game as the favorites, but that they are very much focusing on themselves and they very much just want to put in an improved performance. That they're not too worried about, you know, what the All Blacks are doing or what their situation is. They are focusing on themselves and they want to put together a performance that they've been waiting to. And I think they've been quite open about the fact that they haven't had maybe the best of season so far, that they haven't maybe played the best of rugby. But a very important point that Coach Stick was saying yesterday was, this is the start of our season. You know, the Wales series was the start of the season. Whereas, for example, the European sides, you know, it was very much the end of their season because they play those 3 matches in November. They then play the Six Nations, which is sort of February, March, April. And then they've got the outgoing tours. So they were sort of coming into the end of their season whilst we sort of start our season then. So, you know, he was very sort of adamant that the Springboks are going to get a lot better, that the All Blacks are going to get a lot better. And he says that you'll know who the best team in the world is by the end of the Rugby Championship. Very much implying that Springboks with the All Blacks are still, you know, the top 2 sides in the world despite current world rankings. And I think it's a very interesting point, not so much in terms of, I mean, I'm not too phased about the ranking itself, but it is very much the start of our season. And that's something that we maybe don't give enough attention to, the fact that you're playing against sides who've been playing rugby consistently throughout the entire year against a side who hadn't played together for sort of 6-7 months. So you've now had the 3 matches, you've had the series, you've had a long time to sort of really reset and get ready. There's now no more excuses. So these teams, both of them, need to pitch up today. we're now sort of into the important part of the international season. And this is our trophy. This is our Six Nations. This is our biggest sort of matches of the year come now during this sort of series. So very important that both teams pitch up. And from a Springbok point of view, we're going into a rugby championship as favourites for the first time since I can remember. And with that comes a lot of pressure because we are expected to go and win this rugby championship. We are expected to beat the All Blacks today. And if we don't, there will be a lot of criticism leveled towards the Springboks. There'll be a lot of panicking and stuff like that. But on the other hand, for example, New Zealand are sitting there going, well, if they lose, there was a report that came out yesterday that said that if the All Blacks were to lose these 2 tests, Ian Foster gets the sack. So, he's playing for, well, he's not playing, but he's fighting for his job at the moment. Somebody like a Sam Cane, people are saying that he wouldn't start for any top tier nation at the moment, let alone captain them. So he's under a lot of pressure himself. But I think, when it comes to these sort of games, it's all about the big players standing up. From a Springbok point of view, you need players today like Andre Pollard to come good. You need Pierre Steph to stand up. You need Sia Cleese to stand up. You need Evan Etzebeth to stand up. Malcolm Marx on his 50th test. You need him to stand up. For New Zealand, they need their stars. They need Artie Severe. They need the Barretts operating. They need Sam Whitelock to be the Sam Whitelock of old. And maybe importantly for the All Blacks, they've got to stand up when it comes to the scrums, because that is an area where the Boks will target them. The set piece wasn't particularly good against Ireland, and I think that's an aspect that the Springboks will be very confident going into this match. And if New Zealand are going to get a result today, they've got to be able to match them at the end of the day. They've got to be able to front up. And I think scrum wise, that's going to be a very interesting battle, a very important battle with regards to who wins the scrum battle, because that kind of lays the platform at the end of the day. If your scrum and your line out are operating well, then I think that it puts yourself in sort of the perfect scenario to be ready and sort of take the next step and go on to win the game. If they're not, for example, then I think you can find yourself in a little bit of trouble. So, yeah, I think that's it. It's all about the mini battles, and whoever wins the mini battle will often sort of go on to win the game at large. But we've got a poll running, and so we can go vote for the poll. We're going to do score predictions a little bit closer to kickoff itself, so we've still got a bit of time for you to think about who you are going to back and who you think is going to come out on top. But yeah, I mean, as I said, watching the different camps and stuff like that, I think there's a far more relaxed environment with the Springboks. There's far less pressure on them because they're not coming off a series defeat, the first ever series defeat from Ireland in New Zealand. So they don't quite have that same sort of pressure on them. But they are a side that will put pressure on themselves. They are a side that will say that the performance against Wales weren't good enough, and that they want to make a big difference today and want to make a big improvement. But it's actually a very interesting environment when you go and look at the Springbok environment. For example, all the families arrived on, I think it was Thursday, all at the hotel. So it's a pretty relaxed environment. It's an environment which I believe is pretty conducive to being able to sort of switch off. And that's quite an important aspect when it comes to a build-up of a game like this. To be able to switch off, to be able to sort of get yourself away from, the pressure and stuff like that, I think plays a pretty large role in making sure that you can pitch up on the day. You've got to be able to turn off, because if you don't, or if you can't, it's just going to make your life a lot more difficult, because it's just far too much pressure to cope with. And speaking of that, very interesting to see that Michael Hooper has returned to Australia. He has said that he's gone back for personal reasons. They haven't indicated what the issues are, but he's not part of the lineup tonight. He's actually withdrawn from the squad itself. So yeah, and I think that a lot of credit has to go towards him for being able to make the big decision to step back and say, I'm not currently in the right mindset. I'm not ready to be in this, and I'm going to let my teammates down if I try and play or I try and lead a side in this in this sort of state of mind. So it's pretty impressive for someone who never misses a match. You know, we're talking about someone who plays week in, week out, is so dedicated. He's played the most rugby of any Australian in the last 10 years. Captained the side, was their best player by country mile last year. And he's basically said, no, he's not currently in the right mindset or frame of mind to be playing for Australia. And he's left the squad. So I think that's quite a big forewarning in terms of look, as I said, we don't know what's going on. We don't know that there could be family issues at home. We don't actually know. But it speaks to the fact that these players are still under immense amount of pressure and that they can sometimes they're going to have to step away from it and they're going to have to reset and stuff like that. And that is a possibility. And the reason I was talking about it is, as I say, I think that's where I find that the Springbok environment is quite a healthy one because they've created a very family orientated environment. And with that, I think, it's interesting because you no longer, if you go back, I don't know, 10, 15 years, how often, you used to see sort of incidents where players were being, caught at various clubs or caught drinking or caught, doing various things across the world. And sometimes that impacted badly. And you saw players being suspended and stuff like that. And what the Springboks seem to have done is they've kind of sort of moved away from that and basically said, well, a lot of us have got families and stuff like that. So we're not, and that's kind of the environment. And I personally think it's a very healthy environment because, again, you don't have the dramas and stuff like that. That doesn't mean that people aren't having fun. That doesn't mean people aren't out and can have a good time. But it just seems to be a very professional, very relaxed environment, which I think is very conducive to creating a sort of environment where people can thrive and there's sort of a bit more less pressure and stuff like that. But yeah, let's go to the comments. So let's see who's watching. So Cubs on the Corona in London. Chad says, fellow South African watching from New Zealand. Strad Cape Town says, watching from Texas. Boca just need the boys to reform that green wall. Our defense was incredible 2019 2021. This year, not so much. Watching from Ireland, says Bruno. Very intriguing, this one. Looking forward to it. Should be intense. Cubs says they got to play for marks. The Red Sapphire says, I did notice a slight evolution in the Bok game plan in the Welsh series. Do you think us naming our squad so early, we're sending a message to the All Blacks? Well, we do it to everyone, really. So I don't think it's particularly for the All Blacks. We always sort of name it on Tuesdays. But I think that in itself is quite an interesting move. It's quite a dominant. It's quite a sort of an alpha move in many ways. It's basically saying this is our team. You can make changes to your you can make changes to your team if you want. You can try and make changes according to what we selected. But we are going to go with this team and try and stop us. Basically, there's no sort of cards close to your chest kind of environment. It's literally just a case of this is who we are. Go for it. Come at us. We're not going to change to you. You want to change to us? That's fine. But we're certainly not going to change our way based on what you're going to do. Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, who knows? But I certainly think it's a certain amount of confidence that comes with it in terms of saying, we don't really care what you're doing. We're not thinking about you. And that's quite an interesting sort of dynamic to literally say quite safely, we don't care what you're doing. You are irrelevant to us. Who we're playing is irrelevant to us. We are going to pick a side that's going to beat you guys. Doesn't matter what you're going to play. We're not going to change things. We're not going to change what we were going to do because of a certain selection. But yeah, we're going to talk about the teams as well, going through the lines and stuff like that. Quite some interesting, not that many changes, but a couple of very interesting picks. For example, the likes of Kirkley Orenser, who will get an opportunity today to fill the boots of Ches and Colby. So we're kind of trading one scrum cap winger for another. But some other big calls, for example, are the 6-2 split. We've gone with an extra lock on the bench, which we don't always do. We've gone with Jasper Wiese at number 8, which was pretty. I mean, it was pretty expected, to be perfectly honest. Some people don't like it, but I think it's. I mean, it's a pretty. For me, it was a pretty predictable selection. The Red Saps is mentally, I think the Boks are in a better place than the All Blacks. Ice Cape Town says, come on, South Africa, all the way from Cape Town. Punt for this game, says JP. Tish saying, watching from Florida, let's go Boks. How's that? I hope you're well. Let's get it to at least 17k subscribers today from Cape Town. Yo, that's a lot. I'm not quite sure we'll be able to do. I mean, look, I'm all for it. If you want to start operating like that, I'm all for it. But that would mean another, 1,800 subscribers we'd have to get. Not convinced we'll be able to do that. But hey, I'm all for trying. I like the ambition. So yeah, if you are watching and you're not subscribed, please do subscribe. If you'd like to become a part of the members club, there is a linked comment. If you're looking to watch the match, check out the description. We've got a guide on how to watch, and you can watch for free actually if you go and get the Stan Sport free trial. So that's quite a cool way to watch the game. You just get ExpressVPN download. We've got a link in the description that will give you a special offer, and then you sign up for Stan Sport and you can get the free trial, 7 days, which means it'll cover this match and it'll cover next week's Saturday's match. So it's the perfect time to go and sign up. So make sure you go do that now. Don't wait until 5 o'clock and then suddenly be like, oh, how are we going to watch the game and stuff like that? Because by then, it's far too late. So get yourself organized now, nice and early. Just busy prepping my spotting sheet, which I thought was already printed out, and now I've lost it. So, yeah, a few things sort of my side. So, yeah, we'll get there. But how was the week, everybody? How are we feeling, by the way? Are we nervous, Bok fans? Are we confident, Bok fans? I don't think anyone's confident. I think everyone's feeling good. I think there is a certain amount of confidence that we know we can do it, but I think there will be quite a lot of nerves across a lot of South African supporters around the country. And fair enough, really. I don't think there's any reason to be overly confident, but I do think that we can have a bit of, we can feel good about our side and feel good about where we are as a side. Despite not having maybe the best performances recently, I think that it's a side that we know can get the job done if they rock up. The question is, will they rock up? I mean, we'll have to wait and see. And I've got a feeling we will. I do think it will be quite a good game. I don't think I'll be very surprised if either side sort of blow the other one away. But I do think that we are as I said, we are the bookies' favorites, stuff like that. At home crowd, and I think it's be quite a special crowd. You know, this is the biggest game that Mbombela has ever had, and the Boks haven't beaten New Zealand in South Africa, I think, since 2014. So we're looking at 8 years since that happened. Extra motivation, and I think that Mbombela hasn't had that many games recently, so it's a special game to have in up there. The amount of, the vibe. Yesterday I was driving back, and I went past about 10 kgs to 15 kilometers worth of dual lane cars that were just backed up all the way on its way to up to the Lowveld. So there are a lot of people who are have gone up for the game, and it's sold out, so it's expected to be a big crowd. And I'm seeing videos and stuff of the pubs and stuff, and it's pretty unreal the amount of people who have all gone up to watch the game. So hopefully we will see a pretty packed out crowd, and I think it will be. I think it will be a pretty special game, and from a field perspective, it's a very good surface. For example, it is expected to hold up quite well. So yeah, I think we're in for what should be a fantastic game. But yeah, we started looking at score predictions for a bit. Look at some of the comments, stuff like that, saying, Chance, I thought it was a bit weird, and then all the black coaches were asked about Kurt Lawrence. They didn't know much. Well, I don't think they have. Obviously they'll do a bit of clips and stuff like that now, but yeah, they wouldn't have known him coming into the series. But they've definitely watched clips. They'll definitely know a lot more about him than they might lead on. If you genuinely haven't done that kind of research, then you're pretty stupid, if being brutally honest. So yeah, I think there's a bit of cat and mouse. They definitely do know some stuff about him. How much? Who knows? But in terms of the teams, it's a very interesting decisions being made. And for New Zealand fans, I think a lot of them were hoping for more changes. And they were hoping to see some more things being added to the team that did lose to Ireland. However, they haven't made that many changes, but in case you have missed it, this is how New Zealand will line up in about 40 minutes time. Right, there it is. Your All Black side to take on the Springbok. Kickoff was in about 35 minutes, and it's a side under a lot of pressure, but it's a side with a lot of quality, and I think that that can't be underestimated. Yes, they are not performing at maybe the highest level. Maybe they are, a shade of their former, selves in terms of just being the best every single time they touch the ball. But as I said, silly to underestimate New Zealand. This is a side that still has a lot of World Cup winners. This is a side that has world-class players all over the park. So yeah, I think this is going to be a big chase for the Springboks. But in terms of players that, from a Springbok fan that concern me, a lot of our sort of game plan comes down to making sure you got to make sure that we are going to shut down like an Artie Severe. Need to try and contain Caleb Clark, somebody you reckon that is going to be sort of targeting Kirtley Aronson quite a lot under the high ball. So we've got to be pretty smart with the way that we protect Kirtley, or at least give blockers both Kirtley as well as Jasper Wiese, the players who are going to be underneath the high ball. And we got to be clever. We've got to be smart about this. We've got to make sure that we need to try and focus on where the All Blacks maybe aren't as strong as they'd like to be. And I think that, as I said, like I think a line out is a place where we can attack them. There are certain places where we can definitely get stuck into this All Black side, and you got to respect them, but you also got to walk onto the field and say, you know what, you're actually you're not our property here. This is our place. You actually don't get to come here and do what you want. You're in our neck of the woods. You do what we tell you to do. You will do what we allow you to do. So yeah, I think it's going to be a very interesting encounter, and I think that if you're looking at that side, quite a few changes in the front row, and I think that there's not a lot of experience. I mean, the front row has got less than 40 caps across the front three. So Malcolm Marx is going to run onto the field with more caps than the entire All Blacks front row, and that is quite an interesting prospect. And there's two ways to go about that. First of all, obviously, it is an inexperienced All Black front row from a amount of caps, international caps they've got. But there is definitely a certain amount of, if there's one team that you want to prove that you are world class, it is the Springboks. So there are a lot of opportunities for these players to really stand up and be counted today. And for South Africa, it's maybe a little bit more pressure in terms of, well, you expect it to absolutely dominate them because they're inexperienced. So it's again, I almost feel like every single player in the All Blacks are currently having to, maybe not like the likes of an Artie Severe, and even Burton Barrett, some people are questioning, but it almost sort of feels like every single player having to sit there and justify why they're being picked. And that always happens. Whenever you're in really poor form, you kind of feel like every single time you take to the park, you have to go out and try and prove your worth, prove that you deserve to be picked. So these players are all trying to prove that they belong in the All Blacks jersey. They've got to earn that next cap. And I think that's a very healthy environment, usually, in terms of always having to feel like you've got to fight for your place. But it might be quite an alien environment for a lot of them because, when the All Blacks are playing well and you're part of the team, nobody's really calling for you to be dropped or to be replaced and stuff like that. There's not usually that much criticism that comes with winning teams. And even if it does, it's nice criticism. It's like, we'd probably like to see, Richie Mwanga hit a Bowden Barrett, but we can kind of understand. It's almost nice problems to have. Whereas when you're playing badly and you're losing matches, it's not a nice, well, we probably should. It's, how can we have this player not good enough? Got to make changes. This player doesn't deserve to be in there. And quite strange when you look at some of the players who are under the microscope. Something like a Sam Whitelock. I mean, the man's got like 130 tests for the All Blacks, and yet people are sitting there going, is he past his best? Is he really still, our best option? And he hasn't had that pressure for many, many years, where people are actually starting to doubt him. So it's a very interesting dynamic where I don't think there are too many players who are feeling comfortable in that All Blacks jersey. Certainly not as comfortable as they probably have been throughout their careers. But I think that again, I think that's the perfect opportunity and perfect environment for them to come out and prove a point, to come out and say, yeah, but I do deserve to be an All Black. I do deserve to be in this jersey. there's definitely, maybe we're not playing well, but there's definitely nobody better than me to be in the side. And that's quite an important statement to make. So going to the comments, stuff like that. I see a couple of new members. Welcome, Carl Compound, and welcome, Maurice Ludic, to the Ferrer Sports Members Club. People, please do smash like on the videos. Try and get the over 1,000 people onto the stream. Again, if you're looking to watch the game, check out the description. You can download ExpressVPN, connect to and go to Stan Sport. You can get a 7-day free trial, and you'll be all sorted. All sorted. So it's a pretty easy way to go and watch the game. It's not particularly difficult, and it works. And that's the main thing, isn't it? You don't want to sit here trying to find some dodgy stream which is going to get taken down halfway and stuff like that. Go and do the right thing. Get yourself sorted right now. Get your beers in. That's what I was getting during the break. I'm getting my beers in. Nice cold glass of lattes because I'm an athlete. Look at me. This is athleticism personified. Yeah, I mean, let me know what are we on the beers? What's the chat? Have you been on the beers all day? I had my first beer at 1. I have been on the beverages. I had such a big lunch. I had 3 courses even. Shared a starter, nice big sandwich, followed by a dessert. Yeah, I treated myself, and then 2 drafts to go down. So washed it all down pretty well. So I'm ready to cook here. The question is, are you guys cooking with me? Or am I cooking by myself? Which is a bit, it's a bit cuck. Nobody wants to cook by themselves. Okay, I'm just really sorting out my last few things to make sure that we are fully ready when we get kick off. Yep, that's all looking good. I'm just doing some formatting. And it's amazing how big this game could be in terms of the Rugby Championship, because, the Rugby Championship is really there for taking from a South African perspective. But we have to take it. We have to really, and again, it always, for me, when it came to the Rugby Championship, it was all about beating New Zealand, wasn't it? Which is funny because we actually had that fantastic record against Australia in Australia. But you always kind of felt that if you could beat New Zealand, you would go on to win the Rugby Championship or the Tri-Nations. You'd have to beat them. You couldn't get away from it. And I think that to the fact that we've now got this change of format, which will see us playing 2 back-to-back matches against New Zealand at home, suddenly puts us in a pretty good position if you were to get the right results in terms of going on and winning the match, actually. And I think that that's quite an interesting situation. If we were to go 2-0 up, for example, you'd suddenly be going to Australia very much in it to win the Rugby Championship. And we don't often get that opportunity. So we mustn't let that slip. We've got to make sure that we take the opportunity and that we really have a go, because we've got a massive opportunity to get ourselves in pole position to win this tournament. And I think another trophy. This Springbok team is already one of the most successful teams of all time from a Springbok point of view. Which you wouldn't think so with the amount of criticism that they get, but they are. Lions Series, World Cup, Rugby Championship, they've won everything that they can win. But they haven't won anything twice, for example. So they would have won the Rugby Championship this year. They would have done it twice. And then obviously they're trying to go back-to-back World Cups, which is going to be quite a big task to do. But if we do that, then I think you're sitting there looking and you have to basically say this is probably the best Springbok team of all time. You would have to say that if they were to do that. But again, for me, it's the experience. You look at this front row. Trevor Nyakane, 56 caps. Marks, 49, making his 50th appearance today. Frans Maherba, 49 caps. There are 150 caps across our front row. there are less than 40 across the All Blacks front row. Our second row have got 160 caps between them, which the All Blacks probably have 190 odd, I think, between Sam Whitelock and Scott Barrett. But for me, it's that front row where I think we really need to nail them home, because we definitely should. And I think some of the matchups that'll be quite interesting, the likes of Rico Awani up against Lekanya that should be quite a cool matchup. You remember the moment of magic from Lekanya last year when we played that little, round the back pass. So for me, there's a lot of reason to be quite excited about the various matchups. I think every single matchup is quite interesting. Geordie Barrett versus Damien Willemse, the two fullbacks, who's going to come out on top. That Caleb Clark versus Kirkley Arendse matchup. Kirkley Arendse, it was quite interesting because I think yesterday it was Zonila Stick was talking about it, and he was just saying that he's got you cannot underestimate the amount of heart that Kirkley Arendse has, and he says you can't coach heart, and heart's got nothing to do with size. And he says, somebody like Kirkley Arendse will be absolutely fine. So he comes from a Stevens background, he says where you can't hide and stuff like that. So he's not going to be hiding out there. He's not going to be trying to find his way out of his core responsibilities. He's going to be doing putting the hard yards. And I think what he did prove against New Zealand is he can front up. But it is still a massive task for him to be up against Caleb Clark, who is making just his sixth test in an All Black shirt. So not vastly experienced, but very exciting. And I think the big thing that everybody sort of gets obsessed about is the fact that he's 107 kgs. So he's a pretty big lad to be running against Kirkley Arendse, who's 76 kgs. So there is a 30 kg swing between them. But if there's one thing that rugby continues to prove all the time, it's that size is very overrated. And Kirkley Arendse is looking to, he's replacing a player who has redefined the concept of size in terms of whether you are big enough or whether you are small enough, because that's what Tesman Colby did. He showed you that it doesn't matter how big you are, you can play with the best and be the best, but you've got to front up. You've got to be willing to front up. And I think that Kirkley Arendse is willing to do that. So I personally think he'll be fine. But in terms of the rest of the team, a couple of big selections. Jaden Henderson on the bench. As I said, Malcolm Marx starting. And in case you have missed the side, we will go through it now. But without any further ado, this is the Springbok team that will be taken to the pitch in about 20 minutes. Right, so those are the Springbok players for today. It's a good side. It is a good side, and it's. I don't think we get much better. Maybe the big sort of question, I suppose. Well, the players who are under pressure maybe are Jasper Wiese. He has had some good games, had some bad games. In fact, he's been very much all or nothing type of player because it's. We've seen 2 man of the match performances from him in a box shirt already, but we've also seen him hooked before half time because he was having a bit of a mare. So I think he's under a bit of pressure here. I think Faf de Klerk, he was dropped for the third test, or dropped down to the bench. So I think he's under a bit of pressure. Jaden Henderson putting in quite a lot of pressure on Faf de Klerk. Obviously, Curtly Orange, so all eyes on him. So I don't think that there are too many. I don't think it's a Springbok side where there's no pressure on them. It is still quite a lot that can go. That there is still quite a lot that they need to prove themselves, but certainly not in the same sort of respect as New Zealand, who are very much under quite a lot of pressure. Players wise, a lot of players who people are starting to question whether they are good enough to stop playing. What's going on there for the side? So, but I think again, this is one of those games where I don't actually care about individual performances; just get the damn result going. So yeah, again, remember if you're trying to watch the game, check out the description. You want to set your country to Australia, and sign up for Stan Sport because there is a 7-day trial, so you can watch it for free. And thank you so much. Welcome to the latest members, Martina Opperman, Alice Frey, and Divan Brits. Welcome to the members club. We appreciate your support. We are sitting about 15 minutes away from kickoff, which means it is. Oh, that was a bit anticlimactic. I don't even know if you heard that. It was time. It's time for a beer, though. Yeah, all the nerves starting to sort of settle in. The sweet, sweet nectar of the gods. Load shedding, everybody. So I hope you guys have got your inverter sorted and your batteries thing. Because we are ready to go. Right, I feel like we can do score predictions at the moment. I'm gonna end the poll because we've had 1,200 people vote, so I think that's enough people for the for the poll. The question now is score prediction, and what are we feeling here, people? What are we feeling? And I don't actually really know where to go with my results. Well, with my prediction, I'm not quite sure where I'm sitting with it. I do think the Boks going to win. I do have a gut feeling. I do believe we can go and we can get the job done. I don't think it's going to be a particularly big win, though. I don't think for either side. I think that the Boks are a team you don't generally score a hell of a lot of points against. And equally, I don't think we're a team that does score a hell of a lot of points all the time. So, yeah, I'm probably going with Boks by about 5, I reckon. I don't think it'll be much more than that. I think it's going to be. It could be a game of margins from a kicking team point of view. It could be that close. We could be talking about, Geordie Barrett and Andre Pollard. If either of them have a poor day, that cost us the match, or cost either side of the match. I do think it could be that close, which is exciting, which is cool. To a certain degree, but because a lot of people add a bit of pressure to it. I don't think it's going to be a game where people are going to be scoring tries for fun. Again, recently maybe not as much, but Springboks have always been such a strong defensive side. But I also think that New Zealand, when New Zealand are playing their best, also don't give away an incredibly large amount of points. So, yeah, what are some of the comments saying here? Somebody was saying it's beer o'clock. It certainly is. And Albert says expecting a big win for the Boks. Smith on TV says battle will be won or lost in the forwards. Yeah, I agree. Ziggy says, I think it'll be closer than we think. Tasha says, thank goodness, no lurching in our area. Alphaling is going 38-19 for the Boks. That will be a huge result. That is the score. Darwin's going 29-22, 25-23 to the SA, says Ziggy. Kwasi's predicting a low-scoring game. Virus says, I'm honestly worried for SA. These All Blacks are monsters when we clash. David Chandler's going Springboks by 12. That says very close score. Kicking game. Yeah, 100% will be a kicking game, Eric. Springboks by 6, says Grant. How's you doing, Grant? Hope you're well. But the All Blacks will outscore us 2-1. I like it. Usually says defense 12-22 to New Zealand. Payback for that 57-0. My mom said she's proud of me. Congratulations, Aiden. I bet All Blacks to win only because we start slowly, and then in the second half we have to pull it back. But I guess All Blacks, you can't start slow. Stian says Box by 5. My guess is SA 23, New Zealand 18. And welcome, Nazima, the latest member to the Forever Sports Members Club. How's it, guys? Hope you're well. Troyton's saying, I think it'll be the Box by 2 points, but I hope it'll be the Box by 10 points. And so there's some pretty good predictions there. I think, as I said, a lot of people, I mean, when we did the poll, it was like 80-something%. I mean, it's pretty ridiculous when you think about it. Where is it? 82% people said that the Boks are going to win, which is a huge amount. A man in the middle today, I hope we're not going to see too much of him or talk about him too much, is Angus Gardner. The 37-year-old from Sydney, Australia, will be assisted by Luke Pearce and Christoph Ridley. The TMO today will be Brett Cronin. Probably would have preferred to see Luke Pearce in the middle than Angus Gardner. But yeah, we don't have a particularly good record with Angus Gardner, which can sometimes be a cause for a bit of concern. But let's hope that he rocks up today and does the business. Oh, that's going down nicely. Some of the visuals coming through the Kruger. I saw. I didn't see blooming wild dog pups. I did see hyena puppies. I saw some hyena pups during my time in the Kruger earlier this week. I did see some wild dog. I was running around with the wild dog, which was quite cool. It was actually some very, very cool sights. So let's hope that we see. So obviously no Springboks in the Kruger, but let's hope we see plenty of them doing well in the Mbombela Stadium. The teams are in the change rooms. Last few words being said. The max temperature today is expected to be 28 degrees. So, I mean, the weather is absolutely perfect. The low-felt weather. Apparently, it's been cold in Johannesburg this week. Who would have known? Because I was in the low-felt where I was wearing shorts and T-shirts. And I really, really enjoyed my time up there. I mean, on Thursday, I went out by myself. I didn't know anybody in the area. I went to a pub for a couple of drinks. And I ended up going from one pub to another pub where was actually closed, but like 40 of us went in, they unlocked the pub, locked us in basically, and had a jaw until about 1-2 in the morning. It was brilliant. So shout out to the chaps in White River for what was a very interesting night. But it's a very special place in South Africa, and let's hope that the Springboks do it justice and get a result today, because apparently one of the big pubs last night, the Jock in Mbombela apparently ran out of beer glasses. There were that many people. I knew that's where all the journalists were going last night, so everybody was asking if I was going. Unfortunately, I had to come back this side. But I mean, if we win, look, if we don't win, it's not going to make too much of a difference with regards to the party that's going to happen tonight. But if we win, Mbombela is going to be rocking tonight. Just heard that apparently Matt Proudfoot and Eddie Jones are in the crowd. Interesting to see what they're doing here. I mean, life's tough, eh? I mean, imagine sitting there saying, right, England Rugby Football Union, we need to go watch the Springboks versus the All Blacks for analysis purposes. So therefore, we need you to pay for me to go down to South Africa, spend the week in the Kruger, and go and watch. I mean, that's a business expense, eh? That's a business expense. Tough life. Must be nice. Aaron says, wonder if Eddie is a future RSA coach. I don't think we'll see Eddie coaching the Boks. They want him back in Australia, apparently, which will be quite interesting to see if that does happen and when they're planning on having it happen. But it's very interesting that they've decided to go up. I mean, Matt Proper could just be having a holiday. Right, here come the All Blacks players being led up by Sam Cane, who is a man under a lot of pressure. Sian say that President Ramaphosa is in the crowd as well. Ramaphosa, he was probably up there buying a new Buffalo. That man owns some very, very nice game. I mean, he was the one that sold a Buffalo for like 20 million rand. So I'm not surprised that he could squeeze in a trip to the Lowveld. There's a lot of breeding with a lot of different things. Old Cyril, lots of cows that he does as well. Very interesting cattle. But yeah, good old Squirrel. Right, the lads. Springboks coming up next, being led up by Malcolm Marx, 50th Test. I think he could go on to play another 100, by the way. When you think that he only made his debut in 2014, I think it was. No, it wasn't even 2014. It was like 2016 or 17 what it was. So he's played 50 tests in quite a short space of time. And he's, what, 28 years old, I think? So there's no reason why this guy's not going to play until he's 35. So another 7 years of rugby, I reckon he could definitely become a Springbok Centurion. But until then, Malcolm Marx will make his 50th appearance in the green and gold. He's just turned 28 years old. He made his debut in 2016. So it's taken him 6 years to get to 50 tests. Another 6 years puts him at 34 years old, 100. I think he'll definitely get, if he stays injury free, I think Malcolm Marx becomes the Springbok Centurion. And so should he. So should he. Because he's phenomenal. And we knew he was special. I mean, as Lions fans, I remember going to the stadium and you watched him when he came on and you went, this guy's going to be good. And look, he hasn't disappointed, has he? For everybody asking about how to watch the game, check the description. You can go and watch it for free on Stan Sport with the use of ExpressVPN. So I'm going to put the instructions in the chat. Go to Stan Sport with ExpressVPN. There we go. That's how you can watch the catch. Right, here they come. They're coming, the lads. David Willemse, what a match it is ahead for him. The way he's just sort of found it. Oh, and Frans Steyn will be running water today. A little technical advisor there. How cool is that, though? Imagine being like a David Willemse or even an Andre Pollard, and like the guy running on the message and stuff like that is a man that's won 2 World Cups, a man that's won everything there is to win in rugby internationally in Frans Steyn. And that's an interesting stat. Steve Khaleesi equaling Gary Teichmann's amount of games as captain, 36th match. Seb Thunder Khaleesi. Proud of South Africa, isn't he? And yesterday, what a press conference he and Zwandile Stick. They always do. Those two are absolutely brilliant in their press conference. And yesterday was no different. It was a lot of fun. Faf de Klerk, where it all started for him. Him and Victor Koch, both players who came through the Puma systems, now playing for the Springboks. So a full circle for them. This is also the stadium where Siya Kolisi did make his Springbok debut back in 2014 it was. He was having a laugh yesterday because he had no hair, like no beard. He was bald. But these days he returns back as captain and as one of our, if not one of our most important players. Right, New Zealand Anthem is underway. People, last chance to get yourselves sorted with your streams, get yourself sorted with your beverages. Actually running on time for once. Last time we were running very late. Sam Cane, big game for him. A lot of talk about the fact that he needs to be dropped. I don't think he will be. But a lot of people saying that he's under a lot of pressure. Please do subscribe to the channel if you haven't, by the way. I want to try and see if we can get up to that 16,000 mark. Yeah, the ExpressVPN method does work. Somebody, I think, who was? I think it was Ice Cape Town was saying that he's watching on Stad Sport using ExpressVPN in South Africa. So it does work, and it's legal. So it's not going to get taken down halfway through the match and stuff like that. So go and do that, and then come watch here. That's the whole point. You put that on, you put us in the background, we chat, we vibe, we drink, we be merry, because that's the point. You know, we are very merry, very much functioning alcoholic Springbok supporters. And speaking of Springboks, South African anthem time. And then we will have the haka before kickoff. Right, last chance. Any last minute score predictions? What are we thinking? What are we thinking? You know, I mean, just going through the All Blacks team over here, and I think that it's, if you look at where the experience is, it's all in the right places with regards to people you want to stand up. I mean, Sam Watchalong with 134 caps in the second row. Your 9-10 have got almost 210 caps between them. You know, your reserve hooker coming with 81 caps. Not a lot of experience on the bench, though. Richie Mwanga with 35 caps. But apart from that, take away Dane Coles, and there's less than 20 caps across every single bench player. So Springbok's definitely dominating from experience point of view. And that's quite important, because when the chips got down, people with experience, you can stay calm, you can be level-headed. They can often pull you through some very, very trying situations. So interesting to see how much the experience plays a part. Evan Etzebeth, 101st game for South Africa, the only Springbok Centurion in the current side. New Zealand have 3 of them. However, I do think we will see somebody like Malcolm Marx will go on to play 100 tests. I don't know who else play 100 tests. I don't think really Leroux will get there. PSF Toy might get there, I suppose. He had far too many injuries, otherwise he definitely would have got there. Right, the anthem's out the way, which means it is time for the haka, and then it's time for us to get going. So I'm seeing a score prediction there. I'm seeing HP say 24-8. Craig Morgan saying 30 points to 25. Trevor Gillespie going to 28 points to 21. Again, guys, if you're looking how to watch the game, check out the link in the description. It shows you exactly how to watch the game on Stan Sport. 7-day free trial, so you don't have to worry about paying it. Use ExpressVPN. It does work. We've had lots of people in the comments talk about how the fact that that's how they're watching. So it does work. Get yourself sorted. And you can watch the entire Rugby Championship. And Stan Sport's not a bad option to actually look at buying, because it's about 200 Rand. Or you could buy the version for 300 Rand, which you could split across 3 mates. So for less than 100 Rand each, you could watch the entire Rugby Championship. I mean, why wouldn't you do that? Haka's under the way. Aaron Smith leading things. Sam Kane up front. Rico Awani and that mullet trying to look pretty intimidating. Trying to work out who will be facing for the first time. I think Kirkley obviously will be facing for the first time. Jasper Visa facing the haka for the first time. I don't think anybody else will be facing it for the first time, though. I think that'll probably be it. Jaden Hendricks, facing for the first time. Franco Master was just talking about the fact that he just said it was just so special to face it. He says, Asal Murat, that's somebody that's facing for the first time. He says, I think it was it was a really cool press conference from Franco Master, where he basically just said to everybody, just like to Kirkley, they was just enjoy the game, you know, and it's quite an important thing, you know, when people are sitting there saying, you were selected for a reason. So just go out there and do what you did to get yourself in the team. And for Kirkley Arendse, that means we need to see some ball and hand action. We need to see some solid defense. We need to see good under the high ball. Right, the huck is underway. Kickoff is just seconds away, and I don't know if I've got enough beer on me. I might have to do a young fridge run midway through this first half because I think this is going to get pretty intense. And the more intense it gets, the more consummation we make. For years, a big game for him. Melissa saying, wow, well done, Pumalanga, for having sung the national anthem with such vigor. You are now former rivals of PE. We've got this, Bokker. Look at that stadium. Absolutely jam-packed. Yeah, I'm hearing lots of very good things about the anthem. Pan is absolutely rocky inside the stadium. All right, come on, the lads. Let's get it done. Let's get it done. I don't know what's going on with my PC. Don't do that. Oh my goodness, everything's going wrong here. Right, my entire software is decided to just go into overdrive. Right, should be all sorted now. Right, kickoff just a few seconds away. Are we ready, people? Are we ready? Time's on. Bowden Barrow with ball in hand. All Blacks playing right to left, and we do have kickoff going deep towards Jasper Wiese's first touch is a good one. Comes inside. Brought down by Caleb Clark, and a solid start there from Jasper Wiese. Faf de Klerk, first box kick of the day. Doesn't look looking to find touch. Very touch of the ball for Geordie Barrow, who goes inside to his brother Bowden. Looking to run his Bowden, but it's a big hit made on from Peter Steph Toy, keeping the All Blacks inside their own half. Faf de Klerk up quickly on Angus Toavahu. Marquia wanted on the short side, bit of space to Caleb Block. Comes inside. Oh, Faf de Klerk's gone straight down. Mr. Ref, stop the match. And that is the worst possible start for the Springboks because Faf de Klerk has gone down in a heap, and I think that could very well be the end of his match. That doesn't look good. He didn't even move after that. Physio's on very quickly, but Faf de Klerk's gone down in a heap, and I think this could very well be the end of his match. He's just slipped, and his head's gone straight into the knee of Caleb Clark, and he hasn't even moved. Well, Jaden Hendrickse, I hope you're ready because it looks like you're going to have to play the full 80. That is a disaster for the Springboks. Yeah, the medic's already on. This doesn't look good at all. He's still lying on his face. We've got it getting a stretcher out as well. Well, immediately, there we are. You know, we talked about the idea of a 6-2 split and the risks with it. Well, we're about to see... Oh dear. So the 6-2 split coming back to bite us in the backside potentially because we are now going to have to see Jaden Hendrickse play a full 80 minutes. Faf de Klerk has lasted 43 seconds. And the problem is with the new protocols, we won't see it next week either. So Jaden Hendrickse, well... Well, the one thing I would say is that Jaden Hendrickse, when he started last week, well, I mean, against Wales, he looked so calm. He looked so comfortable at this level. And, yeah, let's hopefully see a big game from him now. Rolling back the footage to when Sia Khaleesi came on for his first Springbok game. Yeah, still nothing at the moment while we wait to for Faf de Klerk to depart the pitch. He will be on a stretcher. He'll be stretchered off. Doesn't look good for him. Right, so we will see a new scrum off in the side next week. So it could be an opportunity for Herschel Yankees to get himself back in the reckoning. I reckon we'll see Jaden Hendricks to start as long as he gets through today, okay? Players just trying to keep themselves warm, shuffling up and down the pick. I mean, that is an absolute... whose hospitality suite is that? I mean, the entire suite, stadium is absolutely packed, except for, like, one of the, private boxes. I mean, you imagine having a private box not being able to get rid of the tickets. I mean, really. Look at the last recent results. The last time we played them, we did win in Queensland. We lost the match before that. We then drew in Wellington in 2019. Lost in Pretoria. Beat them in Wellington 2018. That was a massive match. That was a that was kind of the turnaround, really. That match in Wellington where we won after being under so much pressure and stuff like that was very was very big in terms of our... I mean, I reckon our road to winning the World Cup probably started with that win. The belief that gave the players, the belief the country then had to actually back the coaching staff and stuff like that was huge. I mean, Rasmus was basically saying if he had lost the game, he would have quit. He would have resigned. He would have been fired. He wouldn't have been there. But they didn't. And the rest, they say, is history. Thanks so much to the ladies, members of the Forever Sports Members Club. Still waiting for Faf de Klerk to be taken off. He's now on the stretcher. And let's hope for a full recovery from him. Really not good scenes there. Nothing malicious from Caleb Clark, just Faf de Klerk getting his timing wrong and just sort of diving towards the feed. As Captain on saying, tickets were cheap this year. It's like Henderson is going to really show his skills here. We missed the 5-3 split now. Yeah, definitely. And that is the problem with the 6-2. But you know what? I suppose if we can get through the match, right, well, there goes the golf cart with Faf de Klerk. We will resume with the scrum. It'll be New Zealand ball just by the halfway line. So time is back on. Trying to work out why my clock isn't working, so we'll get that working in a second. I'm hoping it's just because the time is off. We are a heavier pack. Tight 5, it was also heavier. But there's one thing we know. I mean, I think Wales were heavier than us when we played against them. So weight does not mean much. But this is going to be an interesting... short arm free kick for the box there. So that's a nice result early on from the scrum. Yeah, our timer is back on. There we go. We move. And they've called for a scrum. I like it. I like that. You get a short arm free kick or short arm penalty free kick from a scrum with the issues there, and the first thing they do is say, right, well, we'll have the put in, but guess what, George Bauer and Angus Tauvau, we're gonna have a go at you. Big game here for Angus Taravao. Looks like a pretty good hit there from the box. Pretty solid so far. Not much movement. Now a big shove coming in from the box, but New Zealand doing well to counter. But now the loose... Oh, there's the penalty advantage. Trevor Nyakane. Trevor Treyeza. Huge scrum. Penalty there. And as I said, it's going to be a big game for Angus Taravao. And that's not a good start. The initial hit was good. Looked like New Zealand were going to take the hit. But then the pressure from Treyeza. Trevor Nyakane. The man not only sells a good bottle of gin, but the man can scrum. That man can scrum. Yeah, it just says, right, thanks, chaps. Bang, 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 bang. And gone for the line, so we'll have a line out. Just inside 22. It's a good kick touch finder as well. Come on, the lads. Early chance here. Early chance here. We got a piece left to Toy. First rolling maul of the match. Looks pretty well set, but so far pretty stationary. Malcolm Marks in his 50th test, controlling things at the back. Slowly making a meter or two, but not much progress. Jaden Henderson comes in, he looks to use it. It is available for Jaden Henderson, but now all of a sudden the maul's got a bit of a run. I think a penalty advantage. I'm trying to work out his penalty advantage, but David Delendi carries it strongly. Now Malcolm Marks runs into Artie Severe. Solid carry from the man in his 50th test. Jaden Henderson going to Jasper Visa. Almost a half gap there. Pretty good for him from the box. Sia Khaleesi now. Pick up and go from Pierce Steph the Toy. He's just sat down Aaron Smith. The ball available for Jaden Henderson. He goes to the fridge. Fastball Herber. Takes the hit and goes straight down. Going into our sixth phase here. Jasper Visa puts his head down. Finds a meter or two. Quick ball here for Hendrickse. Goes to Pollard. Pollard goes to Dale Lenny sees a bit of a gap. Goes to Damien Billimser. Out the back to Curtly Orenser, who is bundled into touch. So that's not bad though from the box. Couple of phases play there. Don't put your hand up, Curtly. There's nothing wrong with that, Chief. Nothing wrong with that. So now defensive line for the All Blacks on the 5 meter line. I like that. Good ball in hand. Good intent there from the box. Now Ebenezer looking to try and compete. They definitely will compete at this line-out here. Big moment for Takao. They go to the front. Ebenezer trying to disrupt it. It is taken by Watchalong, who goes to Smith. Pretty flat. Artie Severe. Wrapped up by Pierce Steph the Toy and Malcolm Marks. Big counter ruck coming from Pierce Steph the Toy. Looking to try and disrupt the ruck. But Aaron Smith eventually will have clean ball. He goes back to Bowden Barrett. And Bowden Barrett will find a clearance. That's probably about a halfway. Oh, they take it quickly, though. Willemse gives it to Curtly Orenser. Curtly Orenser's away. Inside. Almost up to 22. Quick line on everything. That's for Beast at first receiver. Pollard. To Dalendi. Dalendi shifting around. To Khaleesi. Khaleesi to Lakanya to Makazolo Mapimpi. Has he got the pace? Has he got the pace? He doesn't have it. He leaves it back inside. Oh, the ball just running out wide there. Well, you know what? People wanted to see ball in hand. People want to see excitement. Well, this is the box with ball in hand. Taking it quickly. Mapimpi almost trying to get on the answer. It's a fantastic covering tackle by Geordie Barrett. And Mapimpi tried to leave the ball behind to keep it in play. It just sort of ran out. But the intent, certainly from the box so far, is to try and keep ball in hand. Territory-wise, I mean, we haven't gotten out of... We haven't played in our half yet. So, good start. It's a good start. The question is keep out this momentum. They go to Whitelock again, New Zealand. Aaron Smith goes pretty flat to Artie Severe. Jasper Visa is there to make the tackle. It's a pretty good carry there from Artie Severe. It's a decent angle for them to try and exit. Aaron Smith going with a box kick. He won't find touch, though. Damian Willemse is going to look to run himself. He's got Mapimpi on his outside. Gives it back in touch to Mapimpi. Mapimpi's wrapped up by Scott Barrett. Hendricks says somebody's come through there. Scott Barrett has come through and disrupted it. Hendricks is complaining that that ball has been played. I'm interested to see which line this will be. Not gone into touch, so we've got an option of a scrum or a line out. What are we going to do? You're going to take the scrum, and you're going to bang them. Yeah, a bit of a fumble there from Hendricks, and Barrett's arm just coming through. Take the scrum. Take the scrum. Let Trevor walk through Angus. Yeah, Treyeza. The man has said, come here. I want you. Come here. Sit down right here. I'm going to put you back. I'm going to scrum you back to Johannesburg. With the right direction and everything. I'm going to give you book you an early ticket to Ellis Park. Right, big scrum now. Pretty good start here so far from the Springboks. The question is, can we capitalize on the early pressure? Pretty good set so far. Jasper Bisa breaks off the back, gets away from Sam Kane, runs to Geordie Barrett. Solid run from him, but natural. Now go back on the inside. Bit of shifted contact there. Eben Etzebeth spinning away from Scott Barrett. Henderson now going to Lua Diaga. Rush defense there from New Zealand. Meets him pretty well. Now back into the pocket. Andre Pollard lifts it high in the air. Sia Khaleesi, Kirtley Arendse after. Kirtley Arendse will contest. Goes up. It comes for Kirtley Arendse. It could be forward, but they still play Kirtley Arendse. He's over in the corner. But is it going to count? I think it is going to count. It's counting. They're not even looking at it. Come on! I wondered if they're going to look on for the knock-on. But from what I can see, it's been awarded. And the Boks are on the board. I mean, really good support there. And Lekanyo he's just a magician. The man's a magician. I mean, it was a really good take. And as soon as he just knows where the players are. Finds Kirtley Arendse on the inside. Kirtley Arendse sees green ahead of him, and you are not going to stop him from there. Well, there are a lot of doubts about whether he's going to be able to match up defensively, but he needs defense. He's just going to score bangers of a tries. Kirtley Arendse, remember the name. The kicking game, remember the name. And ironically, Kirtley Arendse, who is probably one of the shortest players on the field, getting up and putting enough pressure on to force that ball to come loose. The Kanya, brilliant there. The offload, though, needs to be mentioned because to know exactly where he was, yeah, there are certain players that, I mean, there are a lot of players that he would have taken the contact. Now, Andre Pollard from right up against the touch line has slotted it as well. Oh, Andre, that's what we like it. Right, that's the start we wanted. That offload is so good. And I mean, Beauden Barrett is trying, but I mean, when Beauden Barrett can't catch you, you know that you've got wheels. And Kirtley Arendse, the dream second match so far. Right, deep from the restart to Jasper Bisa again. He picks it up on the run. And he smashes into the contact there. And Jaden Hendrickson will bring up the box kick. He's not going to find touch. Kirtley Arendse is after this. And the ball comes loose, and Eben Etzebeth pounces on it. Bust forward off New Zealand, so it is a knock-on advantage. Yeah, we'll take the scrum. I love it. I love it. Kirtley Arendse once again just putting Geordie Barrett under all sorts of pressure, and Eben Etzebeth, I'm not a little grab there. Well, lads, it's a pretty good start. It's a pretty good start. We'll take starts like this. I can appreciate a good start like this. Guys, the Kanya is a cheat code. He is genuinely a cheat code. Like, if you could just clone the Kanya you could probably play him in most positions. I reckon you could probably do a job at tight end. You'll just find a way to make it work. Big scrum here. Being disrupted a bit, so there we go. Penalty advantage. Hendrickson goes to Damon Delendi, who lifts it for Makazoloma Pimpy, but too far. So we'll go back for the penalty. I mean, the scrums so far have been very one-sided, and it's not been the side of New Zealand so far. So we'll take it. We're taking it, chaps. Right, so penalty there. So is that Damian Willemse? Looks like Pollard will kick us further downfield. No, he won't. He's not fine touch. Andre, come on, mate. Just put it into the 22. Barrett will return the favour. Straight down the throat of Jaden Henderson. It's a good take in the end. Goes inside to Damian Willemse. Damian Willemse gets away from Caleb Clark. Up to the halfway line. That's really poor from Pollard. Just be safe. Just get it out. That's all you have to do is get it out. Henderson now goes to the boot. And it's swirling around, swirling around. And Kurt Lawrence has actually kept it inside. It will be a knock-on. But he's kept it inside. It looked like it was going to go out, but he's managed to keep it inside, which is quite a good result from a territory position. But, Sia Khaleesi, what a tackle that is. Important tackle as well. Loose ball. Rico Awani picking it up. They had numbers there, did the All Blacks. So Khaleesi was a very important intervention there. Now the All Blacks working to on the left. Brendan Barrett finding a bit of space. Big hit there from Peter Steph Toy. The ball's coming loose, and Will Jordan under a bit of pressure there. We're going to go back for the knock-on. That's not a bad result at all. We just look up for it at the moment. The hits that are coming in. This is what we like to see. What we also like to see is the three new members. Welcome Nat Quinn, Melvin Swartz, and Carl Fenoy into the Fair Sports Members Club. Remember, people, if you want to watch the match, check out the description. We've got a guide. ExpressVPN, StanSport. Should be sorted. Quite a few people that are using it, and it said it has worked. Kurt Lawrence's try the difference so far. Fantastic offload from the Kanya in the build-up. Andre Pollard slotting the conversion from up against the touchline. So 7-0 after 30 minutes. It'll be a scrum to New Zealand inside their own half, as you can see on the tracker there. And we've had three scrums so far, and we've had 2 penalties. So scrum's not a bad result for us by any means. We'll take the scrums any day of the week. We've got a communication error, so Angus Gardner can't hear the team out, so we're going to have to have a bit of a pause here. You know, just trust an Australian just to, slow things down, yeah. No, he's back. He's back. Why does it look like he's wearing a gum guard? Well, the one thing that we were worried about was the Springboks starting slowly. But a try in the first 10 minutes is not starting slowly. Speaking of starting slowly, three beers down and we're moving. We're moving. Right, so as you can see, into the 14 minutes, 7-0 so far. Scrum for the All Blacks. Let's see if we can try and win another penalty off the scrum. So far, Trevor Nyakani has been having an absolute field day against Angus Taravau. But it looks like a better scrum, though, from the New Zealanders. Aaron Smith will use it. He goes to Havili at first receiver. He just boots it down the middle of the park. Willemse running onto it, seeing a bit of space towards the right, but he returns the favour to Bowden Barrett. Bowden Barrett will find a touch finder. I think it's just inside the block half. Well, the back of an All Black scrum to have a line on your halfway line is not a bad result. So far, South Africa very much controlling the territory, doing the small things right, which is pretty good. Defensively, it's interesting because we have seen quite a big rush defense, and the thing with a rush defense is if you get it right, it's incredibly effective. But a team like New Zealand, if they can get a couple of passes beyond that rush defense, there can suddenly be gaps that open up. So, it's a very hit or miss type of system to run. But so far it's working. Looking for rolling more. Malcolm Marx uses it off the back. Hands off his counterpart. Puts his head down. He's lost the ball in the collision though. So it will be a scrum. And Sam Kane's come off worse in that collision. He shifts it to his right hand. And the ball just gets dislodged from Sam Kane as he makes the hit. So it'll be a scrum. Sam Kane has stayed down afterwards, though. Didn't look particularly happy. So far, 13 tackles made by the Springboks, 30 made by New Zealand. 3 tackles already missed from New Zealand. South Africa have also missed a tackle so far. But another scrum looked like a much better scrum from New Zealand in the last one. So they'll be hoping that that'll be a bit of a sign of things to come for the Springboks. Want to try and get back to that dominance. Trevor Nyakane has won 2 scrum penalties already. Very solid scrum. Aaron Smith sniping down the right-hand side. And the tackle from Curtly Arendse has seen the ball come loose. Aaron Smith has gone out. Flag is up, so it'll be a line on unless there was a knock-on. But I don't think there's a knock-on, which means a fantastic bit of defense there from Curtly Arendse. I mean, Henderson was ready, and Curtly Arendse comes up so quickly and smashes Beauden Barrett. And I'm not sure, I was about to say it's South African lineup, which we'll take. I'm not entirely sure, but so if you're looking to watch the match, chaps, as I said, there's a description there's a guide in the description. Download ExpressVPN, sign up for Stan Sport in the 7-day free trial, and go and watch the match live. Oh dear, a bit of a mess of a lineup. It's a horrible lineup there. New Zealand come away with the ball. Beauden Barrett shifting to Havili. First real big mistake there from South Africa. And New Zealand with possession inside the half for the first time, really, this game. Kira Awani with his first carry of the day. Now Artie Severe, ball inside. That's a really good line being run there by Takawao. This is much better from the All Blacks. Angus Taravao now carrying it up. Malcolm Marks trying to get his hands on. And Malcolm Marks, I mean, just the GOAT, really. Huge turnover from that. The first positive play we really see from New Zealand. The first dangerous bit of phase play. And what does Malcolm Marks do? He says, thank you very much. He gets his massive arms around this. And there are 2 New Zealand players there. You're not moving Malcolm Marks, chaps. Big penalty there. This time Pollard does find touch, which is a big result because he didn't find touch last time. He did kick it try to find too much distance. Now, Faf de Klerk, that's really good to see. Faf de Klerk is smiling on the side. He won't play any part, but really good to see him back on the side of the field. And look how Nelspruit Mbombela, welcome back there, hero. I'll be very surprised. I don't think he's going to pass that HIA, but very good to see that he's up walking on the side of the park. Big smile on his face as well, so hopefully it's not as serious as initially thought, because it did look very serious at one stage. Big Moore coming here. Henderson uses it. Goes to Damien Dealindi. Hendrickson going to Malcolm Marks. Malcolm Marks running into Artie Severe, taking him a few meters. Good protection of the ball there. Pollard steps inside. Goes himself. Sam Kane there, slowing the ball down. Hendrickson does use it. Goes to Jasper Wiese. 4th phase 4. Now Hendrickson puts in the grub and behind. And Mapimpi is chasing really hard, so that's not a bad result. Pinning the All Blacks towards the 5 meter. And I reckon if that was slightly softer, I think Mapimpi could have been in there actually. But that's not the worst result there from Hendrickson. What I'm liking is that we really are trying to dominate the territory. We really are trying to squeeze them. You know, just pin them back, say, right, let's back your set piece. Your lineouts were a bit dodgy against Ireland, so we're going to make you have as many lineouts as possible. Oh, a short-term penalty there from Angus Gardner for closing the gap. So that's quite frustrating. Welcome to the latest members of the Fair Sports Members Club. A couple of new guys in. Thank you very much for the support. We really appreciate it. Well, that touch finder there, Damien Willems returning the favour, goes up from Mapimpi to chase. We haven't seen too much from Mapimpi, but what a take out of the air that is from Makazola. the GOAT Mapimpi. Inside ball, really well taken there from Etzebeth. Sam Kane was trying to do it, but there's a penalty advantage there. Penalty, and that's kickable, boys. Just take the 3. Let's take the 3. Let's get the scoreboard moving. We all go over the polls. It's pretty much bang in front, so this should be pretty straightforward here from Andre the General Pollard. But Mapimpi in the air. That's what we like to see. His work rate is second to none. That's what I mean. Look at that leap. I mean, he's just a gazelle with a very large triceps. Right, come on, Pollard, right in front. Let's add the extra 3. Yep, looks good. It looks good. The flags are up. And the Springboks take a 10-point lead so far in the match after 22 minutes. The perfect start for the men in the green and gold. And we have a water break now, so we have a chance to get the refreshments going. So what do we make of that first 20 minutes? I personally think that we couldn't have asked for a better 22 minutes. We look in control, and that's the exciting thing. Is I think that we're a side that don't always start particularly well, but we've started well so far, and that's important. And I think that so far we've pretty much dominated every single sort of aspect of the game. Kirkley Arendse and the wings are working really hard. I think that we are seeing the kicking game really work. I mean, the try came from the kicking game, for example. That penalty came from a box from an up and under. So it's funny how, as much as we get labeled as this side that just sort of kicks all the ball away, when it's done correctly, look how effective it is. 10 points have all come. Right, that's probably one of the best 20-minute periods I've seen from a Springbok side, especially against the All Blacks. Remember, if you're trying to watch the game, you install Express VPN, and then you go and sign up for Stan Sport, 7-day free trial, and you can watch the match. And you can watch Argentina versus Australia tonight, which should be quite a lot of fun. Restart there. We actually Jasper Wiese, who takes it well. He's been pretty solid under the high ball so far. Jaden Hendrickson will use his box kick to get us out of on 22. He lifts it pretty hard. I don't think he's actually going for touch, which has been quite interesting. Right up against the touchline. Jordy Barrett keeps inside, gives it away to Bowden. Bowden running away, but even Etzebeth has found him. The ball's gone loose, and Kirkley Arendse has got over there, his hands over there, but has been missed it, unfortunately. George Bauer there carrying it up. Now Aaron Smith. I mean, have an All Black side, box kicking inside their own half. Imagine this with the Springboks. Aaron Smith has launched it. It's gone pretty high. It's pretty well placed, though. Andre Pollard underneath. He was a little bit suspect under the high ball during the Welsh series, but that's much better from him, and we do well to retain possession. Even Etzebeth, very strong carry from him. Big tackle from Bauer and Takawao. And Hendrickson will return the favor with his box kick. Can't go out to touch because it's in the 22. Kirkley Arendse is herring after this. He gets up and the ball comes loose, and Sia Khaleesi has jumped on it. And we have regained possession, and PSF Toy has made quite an unorthodox pass there. Quick hands, though. Oh, there's space. There's space. Delendi goes himself. He puts in the kick, and it's going to get too far. Damien, if you could... I should have passed. He had it was a 3-on-1 situation there. Oh, Willemse made... it's such a good pass in Willemse to get them into the situation. Jordan pass. I mean, you put Makazole Pimpy down the left wing with nobody in front of him, and you are going to be... There's only one result there. And it's not a good result for the All Blacks. They go to the back line out to the All Blacks. Solid win there. Audi Severe runs into PSD to Toy and Sia Khaleesi. Now Aaron Smith back. I mean, that pass is so crisp, isn't it? Just on a side note. Geordie Barrett can't go into touch, so he launches it down to David Willemse, his counterpart. David Willemse looking for a bit of space. You go to the right-hand side. He's found a bit of space there. If he gets a good bounce, it's going to be a 50-22. Well, he's kept it inside, but he's chasing Beauden Barrett very hard. Beauden's done pretty well here. If he can get away, he's done exceptionally well. He has Beauden Barrett. And the All Blacks, Geordie Barrett's now joining into the fun. Malcolm Marx has brought him down, but the support play inside ball has gone to nobody. Who's going to jump onto it? Angus Taravao is going to get there. Where are the Springboks? It has gone forward, though. Thankfully, goodness me, that's brilliant from Beauden Barrett. That's what he can do. I mean, it was almost the perfect kick from David Willemse. He saw the space. And just the bounce of the rugby ball, I mean, it's so well done by Beauden Barrett. He just taps it inside, sees David Willemse, puts the hammer down, bang, gets away from Willemse, bang, gets away from Dale Lindy, comes to the short side, sees he's got the numbers, drawing past Geordie Barrett. Benchly brought down by Malcolm Marx. Inside ball there from Akira Wane. If that goes to hand, the Springboks are in some serious trouble. Thankfully, the ball drifting forward, so it will be a scrum. But that was almost a bit of a disaster moment. That could have been really, really messy for the Springboks. Right, scrum here. Oh, it was almost such a good kick from David Willemse. It would have been a 50-22 on the 5-meter line. The bounce of the rugby ball can be so cool at times. If you think of the margin there, imagine the All Blacks had gone and scored, and what could have been almost a brilliant 50-22 would have been a try for New Zealand. And another penalty, another scrum, another penalty. Trevor Nyakane is having an absolute field day against Angus Taravao. Yeah, his feet just giving up underneath him. Right, Andre Pollard once again finding touch this time. So another attacking opportunity for the Boks. He's found touch inside the 22. Come on, the lads. You've got to try and make this count. By the way, we are less than 300 people away from 16K, so please do subscribe to the channel if you aren't watching. Etzebeth goes up. We haven't seen too much success yet from the rolling maul. So far, been defended pretty well from New Zealand, must be said. Malcolm Marx breaks, and he sees a bit of green grass ahead of him, puts his head down. Solid carry from him. Hendrickson pops it up towards Pollard. Crash ball from him. Hendrickson going to Luat Diaga. Now Jasper Wiese. Not making too much progress, but good phase play here, using the full width of the field. Now Malcolm Marx gets a meter or two ahead. Hendrickson goes up to Sia Khaleesi. Decent carry from him. Pick up and go there. Not sure that's the right option, but Willemse was very aware to the threat and gets it over. Etzebeth, solid defense so far from the All Blacks as the Boks go into their 8th phase. Kirawana being told to release the ball there. Hendrickson, slow ball now. Jasper Wiese. Ball's available there for Hendrickson. Slow ball once again goes to Luat Diaga. I don't think he was expecting it. And the ball has very messily come out. Now Malcolm Marx steps on the inside. We just need a bit of Gnarly Severe's all over that ball. We needed to slow that down. I mean, we had some really good phase play, but then all of a sudden our structures completely evaporated. And we kind of just didn't know what to do. I mean, a couple of pick up and go. And they're so isolated. And as soon as Artie Severe gets into that sort of position, unfortunately, you just don't move him. So it's a very well won penalty by RDCV. It's a bit of a quiet from the breakdown side, which has been a good thing. We have protected the ball pretty well up until that point. But Eben Etzebeth has to deal with them a bit better. Yeah, it's a really good win there by RDCV. He's so good over the ball. One of the few players who really is standing up for and being counted for the All Blacks. Aaron Smith, bit of a speaking of people who are good over the ball, Malcolm Marks, and the ball has come across, come loose, and Stia Khaleesi has jumped on it. So, and then Jasper Wiese has conceded a penalty. That's so poor from Jasper. He's gone diving in over his feet, and look, Scott Barrett's been pretty clever there because he saw him coming and he just basically took a step back, and so Wiese has dove off his feet there. So that's a bit frustrating because it was a really good work by Malcolm Marks to turn the ball over, and Stia Khaleesi was aware to it, jumped over it. Right, pretty flat ball there. Caleb Clark, a really good line being run there by Havili. Damien De Lindy was slowing things down there. Aaron Smith goes short to Awani, goes to Bowden Barrett. Bowden Barrett goes himself. Springboks need to be alive to the threat here. The ball's coming loose there. Aaron Smith popping it up to Geordie Barrett. Geordie Barrett assessing his options. Deciding to go himself. And Terry Nikane brings him down. Now Aaron Smith to Scott Barrett. He's almost got his hands to the tackle. Pops it up to Aaron Smith. He gets to Whitelock. He wasn't really expecting it. Big tackle being made by Jasper Wiese. This is a bit better from the All Blacks. Springboks just need to reset. Try and find their defensive structure once again. Good hard running here so far from New Zealanders. Kiriawani now has fallen right in front of Stia Khaleesi. You can't expect to turnover. Bowden Barrett saw a bit of space, but closed up quickly by the fridge and Eben Etzebeth. Back on the assault side to Awani. All Blacks going into their 10th phase. Good. Oh, it's almost really good handling there from Taravao. And then the ball coming loose. We'll go back for the scrum. And the rush defense doing the trick so far. It's Sam Kane who's made the knock on there. It's quite interesting. I was watching the training, and you can understand why the All Blacks do have such a good skill set. I mean, Ian Foster was. I mean, it was just a very simple drill. You know, it was just running their hands. But it starts with Ian Foster just peppering. Like he literally kicks the ball at them instead of a scrum half popping it up. Nails kicks, and he's kicking them hard as well to get the hands going. All right, meters made so far. It was Bowden Barrett with the most, as you'd imagine, after that run earlier. 8 minutes to go till half time. I'll tell you what, I'll take this score at half time. Feel like we probably deserve more points. I think a 13-0 would be a nice way to go, but I mean, certainly not going to complain at 10-0. But so far, I've been very impressed. It's been very one-way traffic. I don't think we've seen an All Blacks, a Springbok side look, I wouldn't say comfortable, but look so in control against New Zealand. It's been a while since we've sort of seen this kind of performance. There have been moments for New Zealand, and I think what's been important is that when New Zealand have had their moments, the Springboks have done very well to scramble, to force an error, and they've done very well to disrupt the All Blacks when they have looked quite positive. The scrums are going very well for the Boks. The Maul's been a little bit disappointing. We haven't quite managed to really dominate them from the rolling Maul so far. It'll be interesting to see if a conversation happens at a half time where Don Human and Dion Davids are picking up a few things where they can kind of adjust where we can improve when it comes to the Maul. Please just smash like on the video, by the way. 403 likes, see if we can get there to 100. And keep subscribing to the channel. We are just short of 300 subscribers before the 16,000 mark. I want to try and get 1,000 subscribers every week because then we get up to 20,000 subscribers by the end of the Rugby Championship, which would be pretty special. A reminder that after this, we'll be doing our player rating show. You don't have to do anything. You just have to stay on the stream. It'll take you there, and then we'll have a link in the description where you can go and you can actually go and vote. You basically rate every single player 1 through to 10. We vote for a man of the match. It's very community based. You guys very much do all the rating and stuff like that, which is quite fun. But until then, 7 minutes to go. Let's see if we can try and find some more points. It's scrumming outside our own half. So the important thing is just to retain possession and get ourselves back into All Blacks territory. Very solid scrum there. Aaron Smith shouting at his men. Jaden Henderson goes flat to Damon Lindy, who does find it 12 offside. Damon Lindy not timing his right. And that's a penalty. The All Blacks, a really poor penalty conceded as well. Decision time there, though. I'll be interested to see what they try and do. It's a pretty poor penalty to concede, if we're being brutally honest. Because it's kind of So Sam Cane, I think they're going to go for the line here, or is Geordie Barrett waiting for his kicking tee? You'd think they're going to go for the points. Yeah, they are going to go for the points. Get the scoreboard going. It's the right call from Sam Cane. They have been outplayed so far this half. So if they can take the points, if you're going into the half 7 points down, when you haven't played particularly well, I think any team would take that. So I think the call comes from the assistant, actually. Quite a tight call, but probably was offside. Right, Geordie Barrett looks pretty good. And the flags are up. New Zealand are on the board. They reduce deficit to 7 points and get their first points of the match. But to keep New Zealand scoreless in well over half an hour is actually a win in itself, to be honest. This is a team that do start very well, usually score lots of points throughout the match. So a tight game so far. Restart. The first restart of the match. The answer goes up short. The ball pops up. And Samasoni Takawao takes it well, but there is a knock-on advantage. Watchalong going to Bowden. And they've missed it, so they'll go back for the scrum. Curtly Arnster doing well to get himself up and in the position to contest. So you can see the territory is 67 to 33. The actual possession, South Africa have only had 54. So they haven't dominated possession, but they've definitely dominated territory. And I think that's the important thing. You want to keep this New Zealand team to a low score, play in the right areas. Big stick and shove there from the All Blacks and a penalty advantage, so they'll really enjoy that. And a penalty for the All Blacks. First scrum penalty. It was very interesting to see that second shove. Well, it's the first time, and look, actually, New Zealand getting a bit of momentum here. A couple of things going their way after a pretty average first half, and as I said, they're still very much in the game, and that's the dangerous thing. It's something that the Boks have been criticized for, is not being able to really, take advantage of the dominance, and be able to really sort of put teams away. And look, I don't think anybody ever really puts the New Zealand team away. Even Ireland never really put them away. They were dominant for large parts of the game, but you always kind of find New Zealand could come back into the game. Bit of a messy line there. Aaron Smith is a pretty short. It's a good take there for Havili. It's a pretty big tackle from Visa, but he has managed to come away with it. Aaron Smith going short to Takawao. Severe runs to Peter Steph to Toy. Last 2 minutes. Important that the Boks don't concede here. Bogo himself. Aaron Smith to Brendan Barrett. Everyone else doing well to get the initial tackle, but then letting him slip. He runs into Peter Steph Toy. He gets up and tries to put a counter right. Aaron Smith, there's a bit of space there. Caleb Clark almost gets in between Trevor Carney and Sia Khaleesi. You do well to tackle him. Aaron Smith, I don't know what's going on there. Knock on advantage, I think, or play on. I don't even know what's going on. Malcolm Marks got hands on the ball. And it's a penalty. Thank you very much, Malcolm Marks. What's it? We'll be coming around the corner, Malcolm Marks. We'll be coming around the corner, Malcolm Marks. We'll be coming. That was the Barbarian song they had for him. This was weird from Aaron Smith. I'm trying to, I just didn't see what happened. I kind of like, I was looking at the breakdown. Next thing you know, the ball would come back towards the breakdown. But what an immense man over the ball, Malcolm Marks. I mean, that's 2 breakdown penalties already, 1 so far. Come with the hour, come with the Malcolm. Well, that's big. Trevor Nyakane has been replaced in the 39th minute. It's always such a weird change, isn't it? I mean, it's 30 seconds. Why would you do it? It's so weird. Well, I suppose, you know, it's for Rodney Moore or a scrum. You're just basically saying, right, we're going to give Stephen Kitsov, who hasn't done anything, is going to have one opportunity now to really like try and make a mark. But Trevor Nyakane, take a bow. What a first half from him. And they go to PSS Toy. That's a really good line win there. And what was so good about that is that there was no complaints from Trevor Nyakane. There was no, and we just going to kick it out, so we know we're going to have a go there. But, and I think that kind of speaks to the Springbok environment. It is half time, by the way, but like Trevor Nyakane there, wasn't upset. He wasn't angry. He had done his job, and he was like, right, go boys, get in there, Steve. I've done my job. I've done my business. I want to go have an ice bath. You know, and I think that it's as I said, it's such a healthy environment where there's no animosity, there's no sort of feeling like, and also, you know, he's been pulled off for half time, but he knows that he's done his job. He knows that he's sitting there going, I've done what I needed to do. You know, I don't need to feel like I've let the team down. I'm not being replaced as I played badly. I've just done my part for the team. I've done what I needed to do. And now Stephen Kitsov, go in there and have a go. And that's the way we use our bench is actually very interesting. But that is half time at the Mbombela Stadium. The Springboks with a 7-point advantage, 10 points to 3. A very impressive first half, it must be said. And the question is, can we continue this momentum? Can we keep going with it? And can we really sort of drive home? I think, you know, we've got to score first in the second half. I think that's the big thing. Because New Zealand are not out of this. For as well as we have played, New Zealand are still in the match. And as I said, the Springboks have sometimes been criticized for not putting teams away. And I think that, you know, I think it'll be unfair to be angry that we haven't put them away because they're a very good side. But come on the first half, in the second half, and score first. Get yourself in the front foot, and then you say, right, now we need to start just turning the screws. But yeah, so please do smash like on the video. We'll be back very shortly. I'm going to do a bit of a I'm going to put on the guide on how to watch the game for those of you who still want to understand. Basically, you download ExpressVPN, you then go and start a 7-day free trial on Stan Sport, and you'll be able to watch the game. Connect to Australian server on ExpressVPN, Stan Sport, you'll be sorted. I'll catch up with you guys in just a little bit. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It is match day. The Springboks and the All Blacks will be kicking off later today at Mbombela Stadium at 5 o'clock. And the big sort of question that we're going to be asked every single day is, how can we watch the game? Now, today I'm going to be telling you how you can watch the game without paying for any subscription service. And it's an option where if you've done it before, you might not be able to do it again. But we did a video earlier this week, sort of saying that there are various ways of watching the game and various broadcasts depending where you are. But the big sort of news is that one of the broadcasters, Stan Sport, the Australian broadcaster, has a free trial. And you can use Stan Sport to watch all of the Rugby Championship matches. So here's the catch, though. You obviously have to either be in Australia, which a lot of people aren't, or else you're using a VPN. And we recommend using ExpressVPN because we have tested it and it does work. Now, Stan, for example, is is 20 Australian dollars a month, which works out to be about 230 Rand. So it costs next to nothing, really. But as I said, there is a free trial. So if you were to sign up for the free trial, you could watch this week, next week. You can watch both South Africa versus All Blacks games, as well as the Australia versus Argentina games, without paying anything. Now, in terms of how to do it, basically what you're going to do is you're going to download ExpressVPN. We've got a link in the description of here, in below, and I recommend doing it anyway because there's a lot of different ways you can watch rugby if you've got a VPN. And we do videos every single week how to watch the URC, how to watch the championship, and basically going to show you exactly how you can watch all the best games around the world for the cheapest or free where possible sort of methods possible. So what you're going to do is you're going to download ExpressVPN, and you are then going to connect to an Australian server. And basically what that does is that geolocates your device so that it thinks it's in Australia. And then you're going to sign up for the Stan free trial, which according to the website is 30 days actually. So you can get 30 days, which means you'll get both Australian games as well. You're going to sign up for that free trial. And that's it, basically. You're going to be able to watch the game without having to pay for SuperSport or anything like that, depending on where you are in the world. Go and download ExpressVPN. Go and get that Stan subscription. And to be honest, I think it's probably worth, going with Stan anywhere. If you want, or for example, if you want to go with your mates, for example, you can get Stan Premium, which I think with Sport is about $30 a month. Which, as I said, works out to be about, I think that's about 350 Rand. But you can watch four different devices. So you can go and get 3 mates, pay less than 100 Rand each, and watch the entire Rugby Championship. So the Stan trial is 30 days free trial. The Sport, however, is 7 days, which means that you'll be able to watch both the All Blacks games, and then you'll probably have to pay a minimum of $20 Australian dollars a month, which is really not that much. As I said, go and chat to a few mates. Standard is $24, and you can watch 3 screens. So you and each mate can pay still less than 100 Rand to watch the Rugby Championship. Let me know if you have any questions down in the comments below. Please do smash like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steven. I'll chat to you soon. And we are back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. Half time, 10 points to 3. And it's a pretty dominant performance from the Springboks, but need more points for it. And I'm not asking for us to go and put 30, 40 points in the All Blacks. It would be nice, but just to try and build a bit of a cushion. 10 points to 3. They're a try away from being level with us, and that's not good enough. We've got to make sure that we are turning the screws, that we're really sort of putting the pressure on them. So, yeah, I think that I think that we're doing. I don't think we have to change much. I really don't think that we have to change anything. In fact, I think we are going to go into the second half, and it's basically going to be a case of more of the same. But what we do need to do is we do need to find points, because it's, as I said, it's one thing to dominate a team, it's another thing to actually put them away to score the points. And I mean, if we beat them by 1 point, I'll be absolutely over the moon. But I've just made a horrible mistake. A horrible mistake. I went to the fridge in load shedding. I grabbed 2 beers and I've come away with a Hansa and a flying fish lemon. This is a sad day, ladies and gentlemen. This is a sad day. I wonder if I can get my girlfriend to come bring me a beer. What do you reckon? Can Steve pull off the miracle and get beer delivered to him on the stream? This is the question. But it's some of the comments, stuff like that. Albie says, boxing in them bags really annoying. All the dominance we've had. Can you watch the game here? If you want to watch the game, SpaceVPN, the descriptions and check the descriptions. Got a guide on how to do it. Stan Sport, that will sort you out. Chad says, I'm the best player in the world. I think he has the best vision in the game at the moment. He's certainly one of the best players in the world. He just makes rugby look so incredibly easy. Matthew says, Springboks need to stop trying fancy things, apply pressure for dominance, you'll put 50 points on them. He says, you say dominant, but dominance is worth nothing if we don't score. It's sad, we're only 10 points ahead. The kicking game needs to evolve. We've literally scored all our points from our kicking game. That is such a lazy analysis. Taz says, load shedding 1, Steve 0, very much. Mark is going to have to come off. He looks just like he's finished today. He's left it all out there. Yeah, but I think another 10 minutes. You'll ask another 10 minutes from him, and then you'll send on top dog. More to the point, it's now the big questions. It's now the big situations. It's whether Steve can get beer delivered to him. Well, people, the message is out there. The question is, will Steve have beer delivered to him? Or is he going to have to suffer through a flying fish press lemon? Ugh. Yuck. We might have something here, ladies and gentlemen. Tokolo says, why do we always come short in converting our pressure into points? Stephen says, nothing live on SABC3. What a shame. Yeah, if you're looking for a way to watch the match, check out the description. Steve's comes to shoot man in the match. Yeah, listen, this is big moments coming here. TPO Ring says we've got to improve in the more. We've regained 0 meters from it. Yeah, that's the one thing is we haven't done. We haven't really managed to sort of hit hard with our maul, have we? It's been a little bit frustrating that we haven't really been able to sort of use our maul to as good effect as possible. Well, I mean, you've got one right. No, that one. Thank you. Please. Please. No, I'm on here. People. We're debating whether we'll be able to get you to come here. So we appreciate your work. Well, good news, people. I got one beer. Another one's coming. It's hard to find good help these days. But I said half man of the match deserves a nomination. We have got more beer, which is the main thing. So the real question is, how did you get stuck with fresh lemon? It's her fault, to be fair. She's the one that drinks the flying fish. So yeah, I'm not taking responsibility for that. That was not me. I did not bring those ones in. Matty says, coach will talk sense to them. Watch second half. We'll go back to base and get some more points. Albie says, Crusaders haven't lost them all in years, so I guess they brought over that to the All Blacks. We appreciate your work. Thank you. Bianca says, where's everyone watching from? Christchurch, New Zealand. Yo, I think we need to do a bit of a check-in here, see how many continents we can take off. We're in the US, we're in New Zealand, I think. We often have people in the UK, obviously have people in South Africa. Anybody in somewhere different? Anywhere something exotic? News on Fab. Yeah, so he was up and he was walking. He actually went and sat by the team midway through the second half, so hopefully not as bad as initially feared. As I said, he was out there sitting with the chaps, so it looks like he is doing all right. Speaking of doing all right, we are about 100 subscribers away from hitting that 16,000 mark, which is pretty cool. So if you just do me a favor. We literally need 99 people, and I reckon there's definitely more than 99 people in the stream who are not subscribed. So don't be that guy. Don't be a lurker. Show your loyalty. Pin your colors to the mast and subscribe. Claudia says, checking in from Sydney, ex-Joburg 15 years ago. Margate on the south coast. I love Margate. I haven't been to Margate in years. He's saying that I'm in UK watching Sky, but keep an eye on the comments. That's the way to do it. Game back on. See you after. Yeah, so we are back on. We'll be playing right to left. Where to watch the game in Thailand? Check the description. You can watch it wherever you are in the world. If you have any issues, just keep refreshing that BPM. It does work. It sometimes takes a little bit long to kick in, but it does work. Right, we kick off, and Andre Pollard gets underway for the second half. He goes deep towards Akira Awane, and Kirtley Arendse is there to make the tackle. Goes nice and low. I know Stephen Kitsop there trying to win a penalty at the breakdown. Almost did the job. Now you go to Sam Whitelock trying to create a bit of a better angle here for Aaron Smith. He then goes back into Geordie Barrett, who uses his left boot. And he will find touch. Halfway between the 10 meter and the 22. It's not a bad touch finder from Geordie Barrett. Right, so replacement, obviously, Stephen Kitsop walked in onto the park just before half time, literally 30 seconds to go. So Trevor Nyakane has left the park. What a game from him as well, by the way. So he's done his job. And now we need to cook. We need to cook. Malcolm Marks, we reckon with maybe 10 minutes left of him in this match, and then he'll probably be replaced by Top Dog, Bongs and Bonums. See, Khaleesi goes to Kirtley Arendse, a bit of a variation at the line now. We haven't seen too much of that. Gets off being driven back there. Henderson goes to Luat Diaga. And the balls come loose, so it's turnover ball for the All Blacks, but frustrating. They give it to Artie Severe. Andre Pollard's up there. Offloads to Aaron Smith. He gives it away to Awane, who's cutting back. Runs it to Pollard. He falls just in front of Jasper Wiese. Ball out to Caleb Clark. Long ball out to Will Jordan. Will Jordan puts the kick ahead, but he's completely overcooked that and gone out on the full, so it'll be a Springbok line out on the halfway line. So we'll take that result. It's a really good rip here by Takawao. But the net result is a line out for us. It's a horrible kick from Will Jordan. Horrible, horrible kick. Marks finds Luat Diaga. We're trying to go for more, but it's once again not finding too much. Now we're finding a few meters. That's looking a bit better. Yeah, that's looking a bit better. We're going left to right, and we're seeing a very bright pair of jocks there from Evan Etzebeth. Henderson goes to David Lendi. Barrett falls with him down to the ground. Nice go forward ball. Henderson pops it up to PSF the toy. That's a big hit on him, though. Henderson goes to Stephen Kitsoff. Stephen Kitsoff, the fresh legs. First man of the bomb squad onto the park. Hendrickson now not too many options. Not really going forward, so decides to go to the boot. Right, so it'll be inside 22, so we need to make this competitive. Kirtley Arendse is there. Oh, well, it's gone horribly wrong, and it's fallen back to Malcolm Marks. All back players have run into each other. Geordie Barrow stayed down, clutching his ankle. It's a pretty good result. Springboks with the ball back in hand. Pollard goes to Evan Etzebeth. Etzebeth decides to go himself. A little bit isolated. And it's a really good turnover there by Scott Barrett. Not sure it's the right option there from Evan Etzebeth. Burden Barrett starts to go inside to Geordie. And with not too many players back, he decides to put the kick in behind. It'll stay in though. I think it's Pollard who's back. He's got Mapimpi next to him. Puts in the kick from Mapimpi to chase. It hasn't gone particularly far. And it's a very good take out of the air from Scott Barrett. Now Sam Kane. Bit of shimmy there. Been brought down by Luat Diaga. Stephen Kitsov doing a lot of work to try and get his hands on the ball. They go short to Angus Tovalu, who's thought about the offload. Now Stephen Kitsov has seen that ball. And like a shamrock pie on a Friday night in Grahamstown, he has grabbed that and come away with it so quickly. Now Sia Khaleesi. Really good work there by Stephen Kitsov. Pollard now. There's a bit of space. Damien Willemse sees a bit of space in behind. That's not a bad result. Not a bad result. He's pinning them back up to the 22. Some people wanted to run that ball, but I don't think it's a bad result playing a bit of territory game. They keep changing to one of these cameras, and they haven't calibrated it because it's broadcasting like 480. Yeah, on Kitsov. I mean, really. Yeah, to be fair, the call came from their lender to kick ahead. They saw the space in behind. Now they want to try and put a bit of pressure on the All Blacks line out inside the 22. They don't contest the line out. Bowden Barrett launches downfield to Kirtley Orense. Right, what's Kirtley going to do? He gives it inside to Damien Willemse. Damien Willemse gives it back outside to Kirtley. Kirtley runs towards a couple of forwards and says, right, chaps, I'll carry this in. You're going to support me. And he is so well supported. Now Luat Diaga puts his head down. Hence going back to Pollard. Pollard going to the boot. He hacks it off to the left for Mapimpi to reel in. Mapimpi's caught it, but he's gone out. Really good take from him. It's a really good take, but right up against the touchline, so couldn't stay in. So it's not a bad result. He's so good in the air, those Mapimps. Gets in front of Barrett and then just lands out. Unfortunately. Not a bad start, though, but again, you know, you need to try and score out those point-scoring opportunities. Another 5 minutes, I reckon we're going to see the likes of Vincent Koch and Bongi Benams. In fact, as I say that, Kwaka Smith has replaced Peter Steph du Toit, and Franco Mostert has replaced Luat Diaga. Well, I mean, what a pleasure. What a pleasure to be able to bring on Franco Mostert and Kwaka Smith. Kwaka Smith right now playing some of the best rugby I've ever seen him play. And Franco Mostert, just the engine, the diesel, the Mr. Reliable. Just doesn't make any mistakes, really. Very consistent player. So, Peter Steph du Toit, probably the right substitution, actually. I think he did look a bit tired. So, Jasper Wiese will go the distance. Well, I suppose you could... So line win there for Aaron Smith. He goes pretty short to RDC Via all change of angle. And Will Jordan, well, it's a massive ankle attack coming in there, which has allowed Franco Mostert to jump back. But All Blacks on the charge here. Geordie Barrett ball over the top to Kirtley Orense, who's scrambling to get to Caleb Clark. Caleb Clark initially bounced him, now he's holding him. But Lekanya has done brilliantly, and he's bundled Caleb Clark out. Who made that ankle tap? That ankle tap on Will Jordan has probably saved us a try there. And Kirtley Orense, you know, that's all we needed. That's all we needed. You know, everybody, you know, was worried about the defense. First time he did bump him off, but he went back in. He was carried back a few meters. And Lekanya came out and helped him out. But that inside ball from Artie Severe, I mean, did catch the Springboks a bit of sleep there. You don't usually expect to see that inside ball there from Artie Severe. Just bang. And Jasper Wiese, that's a massive ankle tap. The first one there, and Kirtley Orense still fighting, and Lekanya comes across to help out his mate. Malcolm Moss goes to Franco Mostert's first win for the former Lions lock, now playing his rugby in Japan. And the maul is broken off. We're on a bit of a run here. We're still on a run here. Malcolm Moss has now been brought down, but we've made about 30, 40 meters there. And Bowden Barrett has come through with the... there's a penalty advantage there. He's come for the interception. Willemse, meanwhile, is busy taking on the entire New Zealand team himself. Oh, oh, no, Mr. Gardner. Mr. Gardner. How is that not a penalty? No, don't sit there and have it more with Damien Willemse. How is that only a knock-on? Angus Gardner, piss off, man. want to sit there having words with Damian Willemse. Meanwhile, Beauden Barrett has flew off his line. When we're on the attack, he's knocked the ball off with one hand, by the way. And that's what Cesar sees. Like, how was that only a scrum? Did he have a come on. These days, unless you're getting both hands to the ball, you can't just throw your hand out. Not convinced about that, Mr. Gardner. That could have been a very kickable penalty. Well, we haven't spoken much about Angus Gardner the entire match, which is a good thing, because you don't want to speak about the referee. But, that could very easily have been a penalty. Well, we've got penalty advantage anyway from the scrums, because we are so elite. Pollard down the short side, though. Gives it away to Kurt Lawrence. Caleb Clark has wrapped him up and tried to bring him towards the touch, but it has stayed in. And we'll go back for the penalty. We'll take the 3. We'll take the 3. Well, Terrell Lomax is on the park, and the first thing he does is concede the penalty, so not a bad way to welcome in from us. Right, we're taking the 3 points here. So, opportunity for us to get the points on the board there. I still am pretty annoyed by... I mean, it hasn't been matched in the end because we've got the scrum penalty, but I really felt that... I mean, we didn't even see a replay, unfortunately, but really felt like we should have had a penalty there for that Beauden Barrett attempted intercept. I mean, you ran up quickly whilst we had just turned over the ball. So, on the attack, stuck out his hand. Clear knock-on. It wasn't like he juggled or anything. Clear knock-on. And it's not considered deliberate knockdown. I mean, yeah, we see it given all the time like that. So that's the frustration. Look, I do get frustrated at the fact that, for me, I think there are sometimes deliberate knockdowns, and there are also genuine attempts at interception. Was that a genuine attempt at the interception? Yes, it was. But these days, that doesn't even come into it, you know? Especially if it's only one hand, it's almost always blown as a penalty. Well, that's a brilliant take from Caleb Clark from the restart. So the All Blacks have one possession back. Meanwhile, Vincent Koch has come onto the park. Forward fast by Herbert. But Kwagga Smith has jumped in there and come out with the ball. I don't know how he's done that. Chaps, if Kwagga Smith ever gets poor, the man is going to make so much money as a pickpocket. It's going to be disgusting. Anyway, Kurt Lawrence is chasing after the kick. But Jordy Barrett gets away from him. Jaden Hendrickson eventually brings him down. Back in New Zealand territory. Sam Cane puts his head down. Bounces off Vincent Koch and Sia Khaleesi. Advantage for offside, though. And Beauden Barrett just hacks it downfield. It'll take the penalty. 21 green, so that's Kwagga Smith for offside. He can't believe it. We have to see a replay here. Well, we haven't actually, I feel like we haven't seen much replays. I want to be able to see what these calls are like. Although the Jordy Barrett is down there with his ankle, he doesn't look happy at all. Beauden moves to 15. Giles Stransky is what you're looking for. But yeah, the obvious thing here will be Michi Mwanga on. Beauden back to 15. Unfortunately, Beauden has been playing pretty well, so I'll be a bit scared to see him at 15. But Michi Mwanga obviously is a class player. 15 minutes, right, chaps? 10 points so far. We've got to score next, though. Got to score next. It's 13 points, or if we could score a try and get up to that 17 margin, that would be ideal. Also, we need 30 people to subscribe, and we're at 16,000. So, could those 30 people just kindly get us there quickly? Like, I feel like we could have it by the time Jordy Barrett hobbles off. You know? So, Let's just sort that out quickly before we get the restart going. They're starting to come in. Come on, keep going. 30 people. I need 30 people. There it is. I need 19 people. 90 people do it, and we're moving. Malcolm Marx on his 50th, 7 carries, 24 meters made, 1 defender beaten, 7 gain line success, 4 tackles made, 3 turnovers, 1, by the way. I mean, right now, he's definitely man of the match territory. What he definitely has, though, is he's the best hooker in the world. Let's not even try and have a conversation. Don't even try and name me a hooker who comes close to Malcolm Marx right now. The question is, how long will he go for? I reckon another 8 minutes. We'll see. We'll see Bongi at the 60. Right, Ricky Awani. Sorry, Richie Mwanga. Onto the park. We'll kick for touch. He does find touch inside the 22. I don't think they've been in the 22 so far this match. Right, boys, big defense here. Pretty good sack there. But turnover, Malcolm Marx once again. But it's a big counter-attack coming from New Zealand, but it is a penalty for the Boks. Well, big penalty there for Malcolm Marx. I mean, what a brilliant game from him. Ireland is a better one. Don't even try and tell me that Ireland's got a better hooker than Malcolm Marx. Come on. I don't give a shit if they're world number 1. Malcolm Marx is the best hooker in the world, and I will not hear it otherwise. And off he goes. What a match for Malcolm Marx. Remember his contribution, chaps, because I personally think he's a man of the match territory here. I mean, you're trying to tell me that Dan Sheehan is better than Malcolm Marx. Ah, come on, man. Well, we have hit 16,000 subscribers. Love you, people. Appreciate it. Vincent, you know that the World Cup's not coming to Ireland. Like, enjoy your number 1 ranking, but you know it's not happening. Like, you can keep telling yourself it, but you know you're not winning the World Cup. So, yeah, enjoy it. Enjoy it while it lasts. Well, Bongi Manambi's first line, we've lost it. So, not a good start from top, but what a match from Malcolm Marx. He did look spent, though. He looked like the definition of leaving all on the park. Carried back, so it won't be a 50-22, but we are back in the 5 minutes. So there's a defensive line out. And what a pleasure when you lose, when Malcolm Marx walks off the park, so Bongi Manambi walks on. I mean, yapers. Right, Dan Coles is on the park. It looks like Tupo Vai as well for Kirawani. Go to the front of the line to Evan Etzebeth. Solid win there. Ball's gone straight down. Is available though for Jaden Hendrickson, who gives it to Jasper Visa to create a bit of an angle. But a penalty for offside, I think, is the call. Well, he said stay. So it's a big penalty, and it's Tupo Vai who's just come onto the park. It's conceded it. Not a good way to start your match there. Right, and Pollard needs to find touch here, and will find touch. Good stuff. Yeah, he crept forward. He kept going, and Angus Gardner said, stay. He never stayed. So Angus Gardner says, thank you very much. I'll be going to ping you now. I mean, he was walled. What more was Angus Gardner to do? Like, physically walk you back. What a silly penalty concede. Right, Bongi goes to Evan Etzebeth. It's a good line win. Etzebeth's gone straight down, though. It looks like they dropped the poor lad. Ball is available. Hendricks is asking for a couple of forwards to pop up here. He wants a blocker for the up and under. All right, Hendricks goes to the boot. He lifts it high in the air. Makazole Mapimpi is there. He's circling. Mapimpi. It falls back to Kwaka Smith, backwards often, so we do regain possession. Hendricks goes to Bongi Manambi's first carry of the day. Hendricks to Pollard. Pollard goes to the boot. Puts it high in the air for Kirtley Aronson. Lakanya Adams also chasing hard. The ball falls back towards the Springbok side. Forced Rico Awani though. Sia Khaleesi gets there. The ball comes back and Steven Kitsoff has jumped on it. Pick up and go there from Damien Delendi. Leg drive from him. Springboks up into the 22. Hendricks to Vincent Koch. Big hit from there from Sam Kane. Hendricks asks for a couple more runners to go to Steven Kitsoff on the angle. Now Hendricks flat to Kwaka Smith. He smashed the tackle, but he does very well to turn. And they go back to Pollard in the pocket. Pollard! Come on! Andre Pollard through the poles. Well, that's the Pollard we've been waiting to see. We've been waiting to see this Pollard for like a while now, for like years even maybe, because we didn't see it last year. We saw it during the World Cup. And now we are seeing Andre the General Pollard back in the pocket. Thank you very much. Bang, bang, bang. 16 points to 3. Kirtley Aronson with the restart. Come on, the lads. Now, foot on the throat. We've got to bury this now. A score try. Another penalty. 16 points to 3 with 22 minutes to go. You can't switch off there against this New Zealand side. Shout out to Steven Kitsoff. He was everywhere there. Oh, charge down there from Hendrickson. And Pollard gets underneath it. But it's a penalty for offside, I think. Number 5 offside. Scott Barrett and Tim Phillips thinking of taking... Oh, but Pollard stayed down, which is not a good sight to see, by the way, considering we've got a 6-2 split. And we've already seen Faf de Klerk. Oh, he's not happy. He's rubbing the back of his back. So Willemse will probably take over the kicking duties for this penalty itself. Pollard goes down. It's going to be a very nippy last 21 minutes. And it's the hit that comes in from George Bower. Pollard is not somebody who naturally does, slot drop goals. He's not always been that kind of flower half. So the fact that he's, first of all, attempting it, second of all, doing it, shows you he's in a very good space, which is good news for the Boks. Because he didn't have a particularly good domestic season. Didn't have a particularly good second Wales test. Looked much better in the third test. But now we're starting to see the Pollard that we know. Yes, Vincent, if you want to go and chat about Ireland, dude, just go and chat about Ireland. It's like the weirdest thing for me, the fact that your season's over and you're jumping onto Springboks versus All Blacks to talk about Ireland. Like, literally, nobody cares about them right now. You guys played New Zealand, you won, I celebrated, congratulations. Get over it. You guys are playing again in November, and we'll check you there. And a penalty there from the All Blacks for closing the gap. That's also a huge penalty, by the way, because this is definitely kickable. Yeah, short time. I was about to say, he went up first. So it's a short time, so Sia Khaleesi will want the scrum. If a penalty here, slot the 3 points and 19 points to 3, that should put us into commanding position. Not many penalties in New Zealand have conceded. They've been really poor today from a discipline point of view. South Africa missing 11 tackles so far, but making 71. New Zealand making 105, missing 6. Right, big scrum here, lads. Penalty, and we slot it, and we move. Well, it's a big early shove there from the All Blacks. Anderson picks up, goes down the short side. He lines up Aaron Smith, goes himself. Kwaka Smith jumping in there at scrum off, giving it away to Franco Master, who steps inside. It's a very nice carry from Franco. Oh! Vincent Koch going off his feet. It's so frustrating. It was such a good carry from Franco Mostert. Pity, because that was a nice opportunity. And it was like the momentum was one way there. I think it's actually Bongi. Yeah, Steven Kitsoff, yeah. I mean, not Steven Kitsoff, Vincent Koch. Just losing his footing there. Right, so Rico Awani's off. Quinn Tapia is on. 19 minutes to go. 13 points the difference. We feel like South Africa's one try, even one penalty away from really being... Oh, well, they're still in the line up there. Vincent and Hendrik says that's a horrible pass back to Kirkley Arendse. And Arendse has managed to pull... I mean, what a contribution that is. On the turn, Kirkley Arendse has found touch in New Zealand's territory. Oh, but it's carried back. Ah, shit. It was carried back, so it won't. So it'll actually be all the way back on the 5 meter. I mean, it was a brilliant kick, but carried back is the call. So all of a sudden, Springboks are right back in dangerous territory. Pity about that. And this time they do win the line. Looking for the rolling more here on New Zealand. Dan Coles controlling things at the back. Got to remain firm here. Got to remain firm here. Use it, says Angus Gardner. Dan Coles pops it back to Aaron Smith. Aaron Smith goes short to Havili. Oh, and Dan Coles has spilt it forward in his carry. So we'll go back for the scrum. Thank you very much, Dan Coles. We appreciate your work. I mean, the Springboks have played well today. They have played well, but it's weird seeing New Zealand side make so many basic mistakes. Like the basics just aren't there. How many times they knocked the ball on, lost the ball in the line out, silly penalties like offside penalties. You know, like just I mean, there are so many controllables which New Zealand are not controlling. It's strange to watch New Zealand struggle like this. I'm going to quickly plug my phone in here, chaps. I reckon Malcolm Marx would very well be in line with man of the match. Just by the way, that's what I reckon. That's my 2 cents, if anybody wanted it. Adam O'Brien says, Stephen, SA and total control. What do you think is happening in New Zealand? I don't know. It's difficult to really say, isn't it? The biggest thing I would say that's been really poor today has been the discipline. I mean, they've had some very good moments. But, yeah, and every single time they've had some good moments, they've just had a couple of easy mistakes. I mean, knock-ons, really poor knock-ons. You know, they conceded possession. Right, big scrum here. Penalty will give us a nice free exit. Go to Hendricks, so he's got a lot of time. Not the worst clearance. Looks like it's up towards the 10-meter line, so out of the danger zone, which is the main thing. I'll take it quickly out to New Zealand. Moanga goes to Havili, inside ball. But it's a knock-on. Not putting it in straight. As I said, every single time New Zealand have had an opportunity... Oh, yeah, they've gone short, but it is horrendously skewed there from Dan Coles. I mean, the coaches must also be sitting there going... And that's like the weird thing, because, you know, you have to be tackling and topping the tackle chart, by the way, with 11, so with George Bauer. But... Like it's weird because as a coach, you know, there's only so much you can do with your pattern to play and stuff like that. But when you're watching your players go out and drop balls, go offside, concede silly penalties, I mean, you must just sit there and like almost sort of throw your hands in the air, because there are certain things that are uncoachable, and discipline look, it is coachable to a certain degree, but there's also a certain amount where you need the players to actually put their hands up and actually take control. Kurt Lawrence on the short side is lifted high in the air. Franco Moster, I don't know if David Delendi's gotten there, putting pressure on Burton Barry, still onto the number 15 role. They go to the short side, yeah, and Kurt Lawrence has bundled Caleb Clark into touch. That is brilliant from the wing. Dane Cole's trying to take him out the game with a quick offload. Kurt Lawrence read him like a book, smashes Caleb Clark, takes him out and says, right, Bongi, you do the rest, chap. I'll go wait on my wing for a bit. They got a Franco Mostert. It's a very good take. Stopped once is the call from Angus Gardner. Now starting to move forward. This is what we like to see. Bongi Manambi. Jaden Henderson comes in to take it. Gives it to Damien Delendi. Runs it to Richie Mwanga. Eventually brings him down. He does make a few meters. Quick ball from Hendrickson. Goes to Pollard. Pollard goes short to Willemse. And it's a forward pass there from Pollard. Really poor. The last idea from Pollard, but just mistimed the pass. Right, Ethan de Groot is on. Ethan de Groot, call him. The Highlanders prop on for his 5th cap, 24-year-old. Up against Steven Kitsoff. The entire Springbok bench has been... Actually, I lie, because Evan Etzbeth is still in the park. So there's no Solomon Murat just yet, and Billy LaRue not on. Billy LaRue probably won't come on until about the 78th minute, because you can't risk him bringing on in case there's an injury. Because then you've got no more backline players. You're going to see Kwaka Smith running around on the wing or something like that. But I reckon we'll probably see Solomon Murat in the next couple of minutes. You can either put him on for Evan Etzbeth, or else... Actually, we took Peter Steph on, yeah, so you're putting him on for... well, I suppose you can leave Evan on and you can put him on for like a Sia or a Jasper or whatever, and then Kwaka can go and cover that, and Frank can go on to the lock. Right, big scrum here, lads. Big scrum here, lads. Well, it's a pretty big hit. It is available to Smith, who goes to Mwanga. Mwanga, chip over the top. Searching for that for the 22, but Willemse gets back well. He's drifting. Oh, he steps inside. Brilliant when we get away from Havili. And the ball comes loose, but Sia is there to grab it. So Springboks do have inside the 22. Well covered there by David Willemse, by the way. I mean, he's had a pretty uneventful game, but just he looks so comfortable these days at the moment in the 15 jersey. He looks so at home on the field. He's kind of been like a silent assassin today. Nothing special, nothing like massively big in his contributions, but he's just ticked over so nicely. Right, take out Finley Christie. On for his 7th game. Born in Scotland was Christie. Right, short New Zealand there. Long ball over the top. And Willemse comes all quickly, and Will Jordan has slipped. Throws the ball back up to Burden Barrett under a bit of pressure. Lakanya on him quickly. Christie going to Shannon. Sorry, that's Tupo Vai. Let me not get names wrong, because one is an accused woman abuser, and the other one is Tupo Vai. So Smith there, bicycle tackle there, but the tackle being made, so no harm done. Richie Mwanga pops it up towards Caleb Clark. That's a really good tackle there from Jaden Henderson, grabbing Caleb Clark's boots. Now Scott Barrett. Oh, he's falling in front of Kwaka Smith. You don't want to do that. Finley Christie, though, coming in. Big tackle there on Tyrrell Lomax. So it's Ethan de Groot. Kanya making the tackle now, trying to go for the win, and he wins a penalty. The Kanya possibly the best player in the world, very well be. I mean, it is speculation, but I don't think it's unfair speculation if you ask me. And he's just the Kanya first of all, very rarely ever has a bad game. He won't always have a game where you see him doing a hell of a lot, but he just comes in with such timely contributions and like match-changing contributions. You know, the offload for the try, and then there, you know, a bit of momentum there from New Zealand, and bang, makes tackle, gets over, wins the turnover, it's kickable. If Andre Pollard slots this, 19 points to 3 with 9 minutes to go, you got to think that this game's in the bag. But the breakdown today has been where South Africa have absolutely flourished. The Kanya's got a turnover, Stephen Kitsel's got a turnover, Kwaka Smith's got a turnover, I think Malcolm Marx made 4 turnovers. I mean, we've just had an absolute field day at the breakdown. And surely that will necessitate a change for next weekend. I don't know what change they make. Come on, lad, just slot this. I mean, this would be one of the most dominant performances. It is through. It is through. Andre Pollard has made it 19 points to 3. When was the last time you saw New Zealand? I mean, I know, look, Ireland beat them very, very well. And Ireland were all over them. But they also conceded a lot of points. When was the last time you saw New Zealand just completely outplayed? Like scoring, when was the last time New Zealand were kept to 3 points? 3 points, if the score stays. 3 points. That's unheard of. 19 points to 3, 8 minutes to go. You've got to think that this game's in the bag. And if it is, what an absolutely brilliant performance from the Springboks. Curtly Arendse is still racing after this game. Makes the tackle on Beauden Barrett. Gives it away to Richie Mwanga, who's running into a bit of traffic. Artie Sevilla gets it away to... But I mean, the defense is just relentless here. Richie Mwanga getting away from Bongi Manambi, brought down by Vincent Koch. Finley Christie to Beauden Barrett, steps inside, but Hendricks does wrap him up, and he falls right in front of Jasper Wiese. I don't think he's had the worst game. Another big tackle there on Ethan de Groot, who's really having a tough time with his ball carrying. Artie Sevilla, not too many options. He's going to be driven back by the former Lions players, Frank Moss and Kwaka Smith. Finley Christie going short to Sam Whitelock. Eben Etzebeth tackles his opposite number. Stephen Kitsof's there. Christie goes back to Mwanga. Not too much on. So Mwanga lifts it in the air. It'll be a tester for Arendse and Andre Pollard. Pollard goes up. Pollard takes it out brilliantly. He's been so good today, Pollard. The Pollard we've been waiting to see for a while. Ball's available for Jaden Henderson. Shout out to him for playing a full 80 minutes. Doing very well, coping with the pressure. It's just his 3rd game, by the way. You wouldn't think so, by the way he's played. And Jaden Hendricks up. And Kurt Lawrence is tearing... Oh! Well, that's horrible. That could end up very badly, by the way. Beauden Barrett has done a full 360. He's landed on his neck. Kurt Lawrence has also stayed down. This has looked pretty terrible. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. That looked horrible for both players. They're going to have a look at this. Yeah, I'm worried about you. I think Kurt Lawrence could be in a bit of trouble. The question is, I mean, it's a challenge in the air. The question is Kurt Lawrence in a reasonable position? No, you see, he doesn't even go up. I think we could see red here, by the way. Oh, he stands on his head as well. Well, I think we're going to see red here from Kurt Lawrence. I think what has been a phenomenal game from the youngsters, I think going to land him in a lot of trouble. Yeah, red card for Kurt Lawrence. Oh, poor lad. He's played so well as well. It has to be a red, though. You've got to... He's no position to catch the ball. He pulls out of it. He gets the timing awfully wrong. Now, unfortunately, after a sensational game from Kurt Lawrence, we won't see him again for a while. Although, having said that, he hasn't even gotten up so far as Kurt Lawrence, so he's going to be concussed anyway, from the looks of it. Well, we're going to need a new wing next week. Kurt Lawrence will not feature in Johannesburg. Well, you got to feel sorry for the poor lad, but I mean, it's definitely a red card. I mean, I don't think any South African fans are ever going to have an argument about that one. But let's just hope Beauden Barrett's all right, because he's taken a massive knock. And we've lost one Barrett. We could very well have lost a second Barrett. Artis Severe, I mean, what a player. What an absolute brilliant player. One of the few players who's really stood up and be counted over the last couple of months. Where even when you see him really, really badly, this man is relentless with the way he plays. Well, let's hope that both Barrett and Kurt Lawrence are all right. We've already seen Faf de Klerk leave for concussion. The Guijo squad. The aerial battle, I mean, it's funny how everybody just hates the kicking game, and yet that has been one of our biggest weapons today. It's been really, really effective today. Well, I think we'd be worrying about New Zealand coaching staff is that there's a lot to fix. There is a lot to fix. So I don't think it's as simple as just, I mean, and funny enough, that's the one thing Sam Kane was saying there wasn't. He said, no, there's not too much to fix. We got to focus on the positives. I mean, I don't know what positives New Zealand take out of this game. I really don't. Maybe the fact that they stopped the Bok more most of the time was probably one of the few things they did well. But the aerial battle's been really poor. They've been completely out-scrummed. Look, defensively, the Boks have been very impressive, it must be said. Because New Zealand have had some very good moments, but the rush defense from the Springboks have been absolutely ridiculous. Look, Beauden Barrett is a massive loss because he was cooking today. I won't even lie. Beauden Barrett was looking red hot today. When he had opportunity, he was looking very good. Well, they've had to bring out two stretchers here because Kurt Lawrence is leaving on one. And I don't know about Beauden Barrett. I don't know if he's managed to walk off. I don't see Beauden Barrett there. There goes Kurt Lawrence. Yeah, I think Beauden Barrett's managed to walk off. But Kurt Lawrence is off in the ambulance. So doesn't look good for either of them. Let's hope that they're both going to be okay. So very, very high chance that we're not going to see Faf de Klerk, Beauden Barrett, or Kurt Lawrence next weekend in Johannesburg. Well, ball over the top to Sam Kane. It's pretty well done, actually. Short ball, that's going to be obstruction. Surely. Yeah, obstruction. Accidental. Angus, come on, man. Accidental, my ass. Right, so Excited Canvas says, can we play with a man down for the next few minutes? It'll be tough. Nah, you've got 5 minutes to go. I don't think we'll be too bad. I think we'll be all right. Timber saying, love the playing 23, but the inclusion of France and exclusion of Fussy is abysmal. He, like Mornay, add nothing to Springbok rugby right now. Yeah, Chief, I suggest you go and watch that second game when Upper Fussy played, and then I suggest you go and watch the game last year where France played against New Zealand. Go and watch both those games, and then come back to me and tell me that one should be there and the other one shouldn't. I enjoy Fussy. I think he's a good player. He's not ready, though. Right, scrum here for the Boks after that accidental, inverted commas, obstruction. Jane Henderson goes to Damien Willemse. Damien Willemse's kick is charged down, and Finley Chris has come away with it. Mapimpi has brought down Quintupia. Short far, Marty Severe. Mo'unga sends it to Tipo Vai. Dane Coles goes to Sam Whitelock. Whitelock's fallen in front of Vincent Koch, but they can't get their hands on it. Finley Chris decides to go on the right-hand side. Quick defense there again for Rico Awani. He's back on the park in place of Bowden Barrett. So Will Jordan will be at fullback, I'd imagine. RCV, another good carry from him. Finley Christie going to Ethan de Groot. Ball back. Oh, that's a bit of a knock. Oh, and Lakanya Arms jumped on it. Has he got the pace? No, it's a brilliant tackle from Mo'unga. Picks up and goes. Brilliant appreciation from the Laws there from Lakanya Am. Salman Murat on the park as well. Franco Master, scrum off, gets to Kitsov. Kitsov is like, stuff this. I'm just going to pass this. Back to Quacker Smith. Quacker Smith showing... I just got straight out. I was about to say showing his 7 skills, but he's just chipped it out, basically. Not your finest moment there, Quacker. But the Kanya arm, bang, 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 almost away there. But great appreciation from the Laws. Goes down, lets the ball, picks it up and goes again. Just buys that fraction of a time for Damien DeLinde to get into a good position to seal the ball. Salman Murat get in there nice and quickly. Good to see him on the park. I think it's a place of Eben Etzebeth. Mo'unga going to Havili. Quacker Smith makes the tackle there. 3 minutes to go, boys. Finley Christie. Big hit there on Bonner Pollard from Shannon Frizzell. Mo'unga, bit of pressure there. Quacker Smith putting him under pressure. Caleb Clark coming away with it. Caleb Clark has come away with it. He's gone all the way. Big tackle needed here from Damien Willemse. Damien Willemse, he's not even going to get there. Oh, yes, Damien Willemse. He's made a brilliant tackle there. And Pollard, Pollard slipped the tackle there. Gone over in the corner. Oh, Andre Pollard, he's had such a good performance still there. Look, Caleb Clark take a bow. It was almost a brilliant, it was a brilliant tackle there from Damien Willemse. But Shannon Frizzell, out of all the people to go through, it has to be the man who hits women. Really, people, of all the people to score. Let Artie Severe score. He's had a good game, got nothing against him. The pace by Caleb Clark, it looked like he'd gone all the way. And Damien Willemse, that's a desperate tackle. He just puts in this full-length dive. Obviously, there's going to be lots of space for Damien Willemse to cover because there is no Kurtley Arendse. It's a brilliant tackle from Willemse. Unfortunately, they recycle and Pollard gets bumped off it by Frizzell. Will they manage to get the conversion? It is good. It is good. So it will be 19 points to 10. It is a consolation try. It's a bit frustrating. That is the red card though coming in, literally, because they were, the space wouldn't have existed. But this was almost a tremendous tackle. Or it was a tremendous tackle from Damien Willemse. Right, so 9 points the difference at the moment. New Zealand can't win the match, but they are searching for a bonus point. Obviously, this is Rugby Championship, so there are points on the line. to Mwanga. They're pretty much trying to keep New Zealand deep inside their own half. Ball over the top. For one, he steps inside. He gets away from 2 tackles, but eventually he's brought down. Good awareness there for Solomon Murat because Will Jordan was flying over there. It's a good take and there from Tupo Vai. All Blacks, 20 seconds to go. Deep inside Clan Kane. Oh, but he's left it behind. The Shannon visit. Yeah, good Shannon. Go Philly! Go Philly! Philly's on! Philly's over! We've scored! Come on! Yeah, good. That's what you get, Frizzell. That's what you get, Shannon. Billy LaRue has just come onto the park and he scored. And listen, chaps, if you're going out in the Mbele tonight, be safe. Please don't drive. Please use Uber. Please use Bolt. Please drink responsibly. Have a water every now and again because, chaps, the beer is about to run out in that province. The Lowveld is about to be the highest per capita amount of beer in the world because the Springboks have absolutely outclassed the All Blacks. It will be 26 points to 10. 16 points. The Springboks are going to beat the All Blacks. They're going to celebrate in the crowd. Look what it means to them. Billy LaRue, Mr. Nice Guy. What what a nice player to be able to score the final 10. But what a performance. What an absolute sensational performance. No, the Boks aren't the best team in the world. We deserve to be 3rd or 4th. Yada, 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 yada. Guess what? 16 points on the All Blacks. Thank you very much. We'll go to the top of the Rugby Championship. We'll see if Argentina or Australia can eclipse us with a bonus point later. But the main thing is the Boks have gotten off to a winning start. The question is now, can they follow up this performance next weekend? We will be at Ellis Park. It's a massive performance. It is a massive performance. And I think that the All Blacks could actually be slipping down to 5th in the world if we were to beat them by 15 points or we beat them by 16 points. Ladies and gentlemen, the Springboks are victorious. Mbele is electric. South Africa celebrate tonight. Enjoy the hangovers tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy them because we deserve them. As I said, drink responsibility, don't drink and drive. Let's all celebrate because that is a hell of a performance. But before we go out and celebrate, we will be doing a player rating show in about 10 minutes time. So please do go ahead over there. I will drop the link for the comments so you can vote. And so, yeah, I think that let's do the player ratings. But what a game. What an absolute storm of a game, you know. Well, I mean, I thought we would win. I must admit, I did call us winning, but I didn't call us winning by that kind of margin. And yeah, that's pretty sensational. Well, people, thank you so much for your company this evening. It was a fantastic watch along. It was a fantastic week building this game up to you guys. Being in Mbombela, we obviously will have press conference and stuff like that all for you next week because it'll be back in Johannesburg, so we'll be following them around. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe. Thank you very much for getting us over 16,000 subscribers. And we will see you guys at the player rating show in just a little bit. As I said, if you haven't subscribed, please do on the way out. Let's try and see if we can get to 17,000 subscribers before next weekend. Thank you very much. Keep safe. We'll see you at the player ratings in a little bit.